Hello, everybody, and welcome into the stream. Everyone say hi.
Hello.
Hi. How is everyone going?
I said a version of hi.
Yeah, this is hi. This is hi.
Don't
This is hi. No.
don't come at me with that energy.
With that attitude, Tom. You're not even on camera.
This is why you're not allowed to play.
Whoa, Spooky Bits
Already.
coming in already. Who was the lucky winner for that one?
That was Steven.
Steven? How's it going, Steven? How is it going, everyone
I
in
was
chat?
so happy that last night I couldn't hear the frickin' noises.
That's because you need to open OBS.
No, I did it on purpose so that I
you
couldn't
wouldn't be
hear
spooked.
the noises.
Rude. Hello, Corthane. How you doing?
Welcome in, one and all,
doing good.
to this very special episode of the Nerds of the West Saturday stream. Everyone is here this week to play some Dungeons and Dragons, or
Chris,
rather,
I'm fairly sure you
Pathfinder.
mean
What?
Nerds of the Qwest.
Oh, sorry, did I misspeak? Of course, I meant Nerds of the Qwest.
I thought you would
Today-
know the name of your own show by now.
I know, right? I'm such an idiot. That's why I need you
dumb
guys
host.
here. Yeah. We're playing some Pathfinder First Edition here on the tabletop today, and with me, I have some wonderful friends. Introduce
Hello,
yourselves.
I am Reese. I am playing the human-skulled Braxis, the barbarian throat singer. The
Nice.
barbarian
Oh,
throat
That's
singer.
right.
Yeah.
Throat singing.
This is all coming back to us now. Another returning character we have is
I'm Beck, and I'm playing Gary, a catfolk cleric.
Catfolk Cleric of Shamrock.
Shamrock, yeah.
Very,
I'm all about the luck.
yeah, very clawy, very whiskery. We have a new addition to our cast this time around.
Hello, everybody. I am playing Penthazar, the human wizard, and I'm getting on in my years.
Yeah.
It's Sean, by
I'm
the
the
way.
best wizard.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, my name is Sean.
Your real name, sure. Penthazar's
Who
not
are
your real name.
you?
Penthazar, he said.
Penthazar.
I am Penthazar right now.
And last but not least,
in character.
our
It's
final
me.
returning character with Bree.
I'm Mauricio, the Elven Rogue.
Spooky.
We have some argument about how to pronounce that name, though. How?
Marisol.
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 Mary.
Mary's soul.
Let's call me Mary.
Yeah, Mary. Mary,
That's
there
gonna
you
be
go.
annoying because I put battery saver on my phone.
You've put batteries.
Battery saver.
Battery shaver. After
Oh,
sex.
hey, you got that 5G.
I got that sweet 5G.
Oh,
It's
that's
'cause I got
sweet 5G.
vaccinated.
All right, we're not going
Get
there.
vaccinated.
Everyone,
I got
welcome into the
5G
stream.
too.
We are very happy to have you here. For any of you watching that did manage to either catch last year's first
Was it
one,
last year?
it must have been because
No,
it's
surely not.
I don't know.
or earlier in the year. It was a long time ago that we played Nerds of the Quest last, and the episode did go up on YouTube a while back.
You know what? I think it was.
It can't have been last year.
Because I was at my old job. I don't think I was at my current job.
I think it was last year.
Oh my god.
It's been such a long time, but we're back. Finally, we've got everyone back to the table to play this next installment of the adventure. And as you might have guessed, 3 of our members from the last time we played have continued their characters on. And so the story, the campaign that is to unfold takes place in the same universe.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Who is
No,
it?
No,
thanks.
it's sub.
Oh, the sub.
It's Brie.
No,
I actually don't have chat
Yes,
open
it
because I'm
is.
gonna
Yeah.
be
it's not.
talking the whole
It's
time.
celebrating my sub. I've been subscribed
Yeah.
for 8 months.
Yeah, and we're celebrating that you.
That's
thank you
almost
for
as
The
long
the
as
concept
Spain.
is that you are actually resubscribing every month, but you've paid for a couple months in advance, so it's technically a sub.
Thank you for the 8 months.
Thank you for the 8
Thanks,
months.
Bree.
Thanks for the
You're a
8 months,
champion.
Brie.
Finger guns in chat for Bree.
Pew, 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 pew.
So, without further ado, we should definitely jump into the swing of things.
I will also say, with the nature of role playing, we're probably not going to interact with chat as much today. Nothing personal.
Unless
It's just we
that's
need
the
to.
voices in your head.
Yeah. But we do also have Tom behind the camera.
Hello.
And Tom will be monitoring chat while also controlling stream. So
Yeah, Reese, have you heard of Sigüeros?
no, what are they?
Look, people
Like
says
cactuses?
it's a cactus, but I don't think that's what Corthane means. So go on and I'll come back.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sick. But yeah.
Yeah.
We'll still keep an eye on chat, and but yeah, guys, have fun, relax. Jesus Christ! Bang. Take a load off. Enjoy yourselves. Relax!
Yeah, definitely.
Stay relaxed, everyone!
Anyone
Tom.
who's really
Yeah,
You've got a can of Solo right there!
it's nearly empty.
Can you bring me some more iced tea?
well, okay. While Tom's doing a drink break,
Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
we're going to jump straight into the action. So whether you are watching intently and typing in chat, and or if you're lurking or perhaps listening, it's going to be a very audio-heavy episode as well. We'll be yelling out our dice rolls. It's a lot of character
just be
development and
Yeah.
intrigue,
Classic.
and lots of spooky bits coming in. Hopefully, scaring the shit out of Sean. So.
I jumped so.
Your chair like rocked.
I know. I was like,
You hit the
not
roof, man.
expecting
There's,
it.
there's a hole
It's-
there.
the speaker's right there.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't have sat here. I forget every time because
Yeah.
I am.
There it is.
Right on cue.
Bree's always like, oh, do you mind if I sit there? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
go
You
ahead.
go. No
Go
worries.
ahead.
We need you as like a cushion for the sound,
I'm
so it
never
doesn't hit us
allowed
quite
all
so
of the
hard.
ice.
Well, I'm
tea
used to
at
being
home.
on that side of the table.
Who wants a PMX?
I'm good. I've got a drink.
I've actually got a almost full solo behind the DM screen.
Well,
I mean, I'll take another one.
Yeah, just drink them both at the same time, like stone cold.
Double fisting, double fisting, double fisting. Go.
I was gonna say a double straw situation. The
Alright.
ultimate mixing machine. Your mouth.
Let's go. All right.
All
So
right, I'll
who?
just pour some tequila
who
and some
remembers?
like soda water in your mouth at the same time and see what happens.
Not a good
Alright,
idea.
No.
Who remembers where we were last time?
We were
Gary,
doing a
would you
thing.
like to recount the story?
We had attended a town
Mm-hmm.
to be a part of their adventure games.
Indeed, you did.
I can't remember if that's what they were actually
You're
called.
pretty much on the money with
Yeah,
that.
adventure
Um,
games.
Last time, our intrepid heroes, Braxis, Gary, and Mauricio, attended a challenge in a nearby town called Ashmouth or Ashmore. I forget which one it is.
You could lie, actually.
The Ashen town atop the mountains.
Oh, it was called
and
France.
went to France on holiday. They attended a challenge which was to delve into a deep, dark dungeon to recover a relic. Yeah, yep, very fitting. That
Very
was the
scary
noise.
dungeon.
Yeah.
Yep.
To recover a diamond, so as to impress the townsfolk, and essentially it was like a games of sort because there was a competing team. If you'll remember Claymont Pursley and his collectors.
Fuck.
Hey, we're friends now. We're friends with Claymont because we saved him.
Yeah.
Because we saved his life.
Toward the tail end of that adventure, there was a pretty explosive climax, but eventually Claymont Pursley did see the error of his ways and he confessed and apologized, and you guys were all recognized as the heroes that you deserve the recognition for in the town of Ashmouth. I'm going to say it's Ashmouth just for the purposes of this video. So, we find ourselves now celebrating in your victory. Essentially, each of you has had a chance to come back from the mines, get yourself washed after all of the soot and blast residue from the final chamber of the dungeon. And you've all made your way to the local tavern in Ashmouth, partying it up. All of the locals are really impressed with your efforts from the day. As for the Lion's Eye diamond, which you had recovered from the mines themselves, that had been given back to Mayor Edith McAllister. She's thanked you for she exploded too.
Kicks in the door.
She thanked you all for your efforts and in participating with the challenge, and you have all been rewarded with 100 gold pieces each. That I have put into your character sheets already, except for Penthazar, who wasn't there, and Braxis, you will need to do that now.
Yeah, because we just found my character sheet
Yeah.
down there. All the time I'm like, Chris, have you found my character sheet? I don't know where it is, bro.
No, sorry, man, you'll have to make it from scratch. And here we are in the tavern at Ashmouth, living it up, drinking lots of mead. There's plenty of bacon, and which was a recurring theme from the last time you were in that
Oh,
tavern.
fucking bacon!
Bacon, bro.
Need get an ass.
Yes. Anyway, moving swiftly on. After a night of revelry and drunken mess, you all fall asleep. There's an upstairs room that's being basically given to you for free since you're the heroes, the saviors of the day. And you all wake up with a slight hangover,
Is
and
that what
after
you're doing?
Yeah,
just
I'm celebrating.
partying through the night.
Just sleeping like
Just-
this.
In my sleep, just...
So Soldier boy, tell them. You'll have a nice big glug of water in the morning, a hearty breakfast to make sure that everything is sitting well in your tummies.
Bacon.
My tum tum.
Oh, thank you very much. We have a
Oh,
very
Smarties and
mysterious
M&Ms.
benefactor who sent Smarties and
Rest of mine.
M&Ms.
Oh, okay. Rude.
So dig in. This is
Oh,
the party
actually,
food.
do we have bowls? I remember someone bringing up a very good suggestion in the YouTube comments.
They're down
To put-
there.
Snacks in bowls. We also have cupcakes.
Which Beck
Cupcakes.
has very
Cupcakes.
kindly baked for us.
Cup baked.
Cup baked to perfection. How you going, Tom?
Thank you _65 for the 100 bits.
Yeah.
Oh, _65. Thank you so much.
Oh. You want a cupcake?
Bear with us, chat. A
I want a
moment.
cupcake. I can't even get one.
We'll have our
All
things
right, well, you
sorted
can hold
out.
on to them.
Oh, hold on.
So, we find ourselves now, the morning after the celebrations. What you guys had heard essentially from hearsay in the tavern last night was that 100 gold pieces is a lot of money, and
That is
with a lot of money,
lot of money.
comes a lot of responsibility to spend your hard-earned money on some wicked weapons and armor, or perhaps toys and paraphernalia, whatever you can get your hands on. Ashmouth is not exactly the most, shall we say, commercially available place in the world. It's up on the mountains somewhere. There's not a huge number of travelers that come through here. But hearsay did mention of a town, rather a city, not just a town, Grandenor, the opulent palace, further down into the land to the south. And all of you have thought to yourselves, Grandenor, the city of commerce, the city that never sleeps. I wonder if there would be some wicked loot and gear that we could pick up for our 100 gold.
The big pair.
The big, yeah. Over yonder in the kingdom of Grandenor. And so, without railroading you too hard, thank you. All of you have decided to bid your farewell to the locals of Ashmouth and make your way down the lonely trail all the way to the kingdom of Grandenor. How's it going, Tom? Tom's
hey,
taking
Tom.
a photo of it. So, Grandenor. All of you have heard wondrous tales of the city of Grandenor. Essentially, it's this huge, huge kingdom in which plenty of travelers and merchants and members of the aristocracy frequent a lot. It's on a port, so there's lots of trade, lots of wicked magical items coming in and out. It's a very prosperous kingdom, and where better to go and revel in your newfound riches than the kingdom of Grandenor. So off you trot. Down the lowly road.
We should make these the enemies, and then when we defeat them, we get
You
to
can
eat them.
chomp them.
That's providing you don't eat them all first.
Yeah, that's a hard ask.
Oh,
Only one.
I'm actually not meant to be eating these, and I was just hoping nobody noticed.
Yeah, don't get that mixed up, by the way. Like,
That's what I said.
you
I
can
can't
buy-
Eat this?
Each of my players has
Eat
like
the
a
glass
bead
beads,
that's been
yeah.
painted. So not only is it tough and will break your teeth, it's also acrylic and probably poisonous.
Acrylic's water-based paint, you'll be fine.
I guess so.
It's not like you're eating oils.
Yeah, no oil-based
eat
paint.
glass.
I wouldn't eat anything really that's not food. To be
I've eaten
honest.
metal before, so.
Eating metal.
Why did you eat metal?
What, you needed more
We're not
iron in
getting
your
into
diet.
this now. We're going to Grandenor.
Here we are in the kingdom of Grandenor. As you walk through these immense white stone gates, the portcullis is raised, 30, 40 feet above your head. There's this sense of grandeur. Obviously, the kingdom of Grandenor is aptly named, and each of you that walks through the gates sees before you hundreds of people all through the marketplace, tailors and all sorts of merchants and artisans of all kind, blacksmiths, all running about the place. And it's not just a matter of goods and services, it's also a very prosperous city, so people are wearing like very wealthy sort of outfits, and everyone is sort of like waving flyers and documents around, and everything is all sort of hustle and bustle. it makes you feel a little bit out of place, seeing as you're all sort of dressed in adventurer's gear.
Get
But,
your sundials. Get your sundials.
yeah, get your sundials. There's a guy selling sundials. There's a guy selling cabbages who has just dropped one.
My cabbages!
Yes. And you figure where better to head to than the local tavern, even though you had only just come from a tavern.
One tavern to another. Just...
The
So what we're actually doing is just like visiting
Bar hopping.
the town bars. Like,
It's the ultimate pub crawl.
yeah, ultimate pub crawl.
across
save
state
point.
Yeah.
pub crawl.
Nerds of the Qwest. the ultimate
So each of
pub
you
crawl.
makes your way into the tavern, which is called the Wind's Three Sheets. And ding-a-ling, as you walk through the saloon doors, there's a whole bunch of other patrons, and none of them really pay you any heed except for a quick glance over. It appears that lots of adventurers and sort of outlanders tend to frequent Grandinor anyway, so they're not, eyeing you up and down or anything. And the barkeep, who is standing behind the bar, he's sort of like Mo from The Simpsons, sort of cleaning out one of his empty beer glasses, turns around and sort of hails you over. Welcome to the Wind's Three Sheets. What can I get for you?
I'll have some mead.
Some mead. Excellent. Mead coming up. And for the ladies, perhaps?
I'll also have a pint of mead, good sir.
Pint of mead. Excellent.
So you don't want milk?
You want to fuck off?
Wow. we do have milk as well. If that would,
I want the mead, damn it!
listen, I wasn't trying to be speciesist or anything.
The lady said mead.
Of course, yes. 2 meads coming. And for you,
I
my
would
dear?
also like a mead.
Oh,
Do you want a
sweetie.
glass of milk?
No, I'm lactose intolerant.
It's been a long trip. It's
I was going to say, we do have 2 glasses of milk if you would prefer to have milk.
No. I am in fact.
whoa,
lactose
2
intolerant.
glasses of milk. Now,
didn't say there
that's
were 2.
intriguing.
I could change your order, young man.
Nah, I'm fine with the mead.
Very
Right.
well.
Actually, in
Like
fact,
in
make
the
it 2 mugs of mead.
In
So-
the entire establishment, do you
4
only
mugs
have
of mead.
2 glasses of milk?
Oh, you must be an outlander. See, it's sort of a joke around here. Anyway,
Milk
That's
drinker.
that's why they call it the 2-glass milk tavern. That's. Did you
I
not
knew
see
I
the
should have taken that old sign down that said the Wind's Three Sheets. Anyway, I'll get you your glasses now. And he turns around and heads over to one of his sort of like big barrels and starts
Fuck you.
filling up your mead.
He's not there. He's.
Oh,
yeah.
right, we haven't met him yet.
No, not yet.
We should have put Sean under a sheet, actually.
I know. We'll pop out.
Oh, boo!
I'm wearing shorts. There you go.
It's fairly late in the day after your long journey, and y'all are just happy to just sit down, relax, sink back into your chairs and sink some mead. And as the night progresses, pretty much the same story. Things get lively. The rest of the tavern is joking and playing gambling games, and there's a couple of people throwing darts at a dartboard, etc. And one got hit and screamed really loud.
Praxis was just trying to not vomit. I think he should have to make a roll to see if he
Burped.
vomits or
A
not.
burped.
Braxis has had quite a few drinks, and it's at this point, Braxis, that you stand up to head to the toilets, the lavatory, and there's a moment where you stumble and sort of keel forwards, and that which was sitting in you is now trying to escape. Would you roll me a fortitude save, please?
Sure. Alrighty. That is a 12 plus 6, 18.
Not bad. You sort of wrestle it down. Whew.
Just swallow it.
And, pretending like nothing is wrong.
I feel like that would be like a flat middle roll.
You stumble
You
to the
didn't leave
toilets.
your mouth, but you didn't
do
win.
your business. Mauricio, there's a moment where you sort of turn your head to signal for another drink, and you two sort of feel the dizziness catch on to
fair.
yourself. Would you roll me a fortitude save?
That's fair. I made the idea.
Oh, that's a
8. What? That's pretty normal
You're
for me.
feeling quite dizzy, and in your dizzy stupor, you sort of turn a bit too quickly, and then fall back in your chair. And there's that horrible, like, sinking feeling when you're falling back in your chair. But thankfully, another patron was standing behind you, so you just kind of bump into them, and he turns around and says, "Hoi, watch it!" And you very shamefully sit forward again and pretend like nothing's wrong. Gary, you've got your tankard of mead and lapping it up like a kitten.
Yep.
You're starting to feel the 6 as well. Roll me a fortitude save, if you will.
rip.
You're
Look
all
what you
welcome.
did. Oh, hang on. I'm not looking at my... Math 9.
Not so good. You finish your mead, lapping it all the way. And
She vomit like a cat, like you know when they go.
you're Thank you so much, whoever that was. I'm sorry, I can't read names.
It's Steven. It's
You start heaving, and there's a little bit of a moment where you consider vomiting into the mead, but decide, no, that's probably not the best idea, and you sort of stand up and make your way over to the nearest toilet lavatory.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
It's like you're just like, I'm about to throw up, and you without a word just stand up without saying anything and then walk away.
oh, that the classic. I need to leave.
I
My
need to
planet
leave.
needs me. What's wrong with them? Oh, don't get in their way.
So after a wicked night of revelry and drunken stupor, each of you is, only a couple of gold into your 100, and you've still got the rest of it to spend in this opulent and magnificent city of Grandenor. And all of you are sort of getting toward the end of the night and sort of tiring down, and some of you have talked about perhaps going to bed, but you just don't feel that your legs could get you there.
Take a nap
And
next to the hearth. That works for you. You can
probably
cuddle
like a cat. I was waiting for
I'm
it.
feeling really profiled right now.
And as the night dies down, all of the patrons eventually start leaving, and eventually there's only a few of you left. And it's at that moment that something really odd happens. Each of you is a little too drunk to notice it happen initially, but there's a hissing noise, and it's coming from over near the entrance of the tavern. And each of you tries to look around to see the source of this hissing noise, but it gets louder and louder. And actually, there's an enormous plume of smoke that's sort of filling the room up. And all of you are sort of taken aback and worried by what's going on, but you sort of can't bring yourselves to stand out of your chair. And eventually the smoke rises in its haze over your heads, and all of you start to breathe it in and feel really sluggish and slow, and your vision narrows, and you start...
Guys, I told us not to
Falling
get
asleep.
high.
It's marijuana.
Is the good kush.
And each of you falls gently into a toxin-induced sleep. And Braxis is
It's
like...
the dollar store. How good could it be?
We don't have time for that.
And a while later, you're not exactly sure how long later it is, each of you awakens, very slowly and begrudgingly stirs.
I didn't take it.
Braxis, you're first to awaken, and you're in a position where your neck is sideways, and it's really uncomfortable, so you try to wriggle over, but actually you find that your hands are bound behind your back. And you sort of wriggle yourself into a sitting position, and you take a look around, and at first everything is sort of still a little monochrome and really narrowed vision, but as your vision slowly returns, you can see your compatriots right near you, and you kick them and wake them up too, and you guys experience the same grogginess. Each of you has your hands bound behind your back.
This is usually the other way around.
And each of you, you find yourselves in this kind of like dark and dingy room. There's a few like wooden crates about the wall, and a single door over in the other corner. And it sort of stinks in here, sort of like aniseed. And there's like a Hessian kind of rug on the floor, which probably would have been a bag at some point, ripped open and sort of just thrown down. And you certainly don't know where you are or how you got here.
Am I... what have I got on me at the moment? Is it just my armor?
You're in your clothing.
Yeah.
You very quickly notice that your armor is not on. Your gear has basically... It's in the room with you. It's
Yeah.
on top of one of the crates. But even if you were to make your way over to it, your hands are bound. There's almost no chance you'd be able to grab any of your gear.
Can I make an escape artist check to get out of my restraints?
You can try. Give me your best shot. Fire away.
That is a 10 on the dice, so that's 17.
Not enough, I'm afraid.
Oof.
You sort of begin
These are-
jimmying
You're
one of your
hog-tied.
wrists in.
These are...
But, you're still a little drunk.
Yeah.
I did give you a minus on that just because...
Yeah, no, that's
you
fair.
know.
That's fair.
But not all is lost, because it's not too long before actually the door over in the corner of the room begins to creak open, and behind the tiny crack there's a little eye that sort of pokes in and then quickly disappears. The door shuts, and each of you hears some sort of scuffling in a different room somewhere and a low murmur. And then it's not too long before you hear like a girl's voice say, "Awake! I think they're awake." Sure. Okay, I'll just go in now and say what I've got to say. And it's not too long then before the door bursts open, and in steps a very tall and raggedy bloke, like a dude with a sort of a hood on. He's got the whole ranger get up, like, you know, the survival sort of stuff, water skin dangling off his belt. He struts into the room, and immediately that waft of aniseed hits you. And obviously this guy is sort of really, probably hasn't showered in ages. And behind him follow in.
Smells right.
Follows two other figures. One of them is like a short woman who you thought maybe that might be the person who had looked through the crack. She's short enough, she's probably only 4'10" or something. As well as a gentleman of this description.
Oh, yes. So I come into the room just wearing like a hood over, it's quite a big, long hood, as one wizard would wear, and I'm clutching my quarterstaff and just come almost very slowly. You can't get a quite good look at my face, but you can tell that I'm old by the way that I move.
You must be really old if you use that walking stick.
Got it.
He looks a little old.
The ranger gentleman, he whispers something to the young woman, and she hurriedly walks over and she pulls a knife out of her belt and walks towards you, breakfast. She wants your breakfast.
Breakfast.
For a moment, you sort of get ready to maybe get up and do something, but
Buy me dinner first.
very quickly it becomes a case of she sort of grabs you by the arm and sort of wrenches your arm up a bit too far, and it's like, ow, and begins making work on the binding on your hands, and then eventually, Mauricio, your binding is removed, and Gary, yours is too.
Meow. Can we help you?
The ranger gentleman steps forward. Yes, I'm sorry. These are the way that things had to happen. I suppose I should introduce myself and do it.
Very strong words.
Look, this is all a big misunderstanding. I'm sure we can come to, we can come to terms with it. And the little girl, she takes a look at you, Braxis, and she says, "You know, I don't really like the look of this one. No, his ears are too far set back in his head. No, don't like him." The ranger looks down at the girl and says, "Hush, hush, Kirin, this is not the
Hush,
time."
you bitch.
This is Kirin. She's one of our members. My name is Lloyd, and this is Penthazar. So if you want to write those down. You can write anywhere you like, even on the paper that I provide for you throughout this campaign, just to save time.
What are the names again?
So we've got Lloyd, who is the tall ranger, the haggardy guy that smells like aniseed. You've got Kirin, who's like the young assassin wannabe. Pretty much imagine someone who's like a little bit too sort of obnoxious for her own good, and you know she was very quick to retrieve a knife from her belt, which she keeps two knives on her belt, actually one for each hand. And Penthazar, the wizard, who is sort of this old gentleman who walks in this striking sort of wizard's regalia with a tall quarterstaff. Listen, I'm sorry we had to meet like this. It wouldn't have been optimal. But alas, I should probably explain what's going on here. My compatriots and I are sort of a gang of sorts. We are known around town as the King's Market Scoundrels. And we have a good reason to basically kidnap you guys. And we know a little more about you than you might think. For example, Braxis, I know your name. Mauricio, you too. And Gary, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've only heard of your description from Penthazar here, but now that we're finally in the same room, I suppose I should welcome you to the King's Market Scoundrels hideout.
Cool. Cheers. Thank you.
First of all, do you have any questions I can answer before we delve right into it?
What the fuck?
Yes, I'm sorry. It was not, like I said, it was not the main plan.
Normal people usually start with a handshake.
Yeah, why?
Well, in that case, I'm Lloyd. It's a pleasure to meet you. I heard
You asked for that.
I heard all about your. I like you.
Yeah.
I heard all about your success in the games up in Ashmouth. Actually, I heard from well, Kieran got the message from a bloke who got the message from a bloke. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All I know is that all of you seem like capable hero adventurer types. Is that right?
Flattery will get you
I-
some places.
I mean,
I'm still deciding
yeah.
where.
Capable's a word.
I mean,
I think I would like to think we're a bit better than capable.
Oh, more than capable.
You know, like,
More than
And-
capable.
you know, there's
Not
the
just
bar,
sliding-
and we're above the bar.
We're not sliding
Yeah.
through on the
Yeah.
on the tail of our pants. We're,
I
we're-
am
Even
on
though
the
I'm-
bar.
Even though I'm pretty sure we just made it out of the cave last time. Yeah,
That's
we're
only
good.
because we decided to help people.
Penthasar, these are a bit of a weird bunch. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Look, we're gonna need to just cut to the chase and, give up the niceties. We need to tell them this is a serious matter.
Maybe you're right. Very well, we'll spill the beans.
Spooky.
The reason we kidnapped you and brought you to our secret hideout is because we need to ask something of you. You see, you are adventurer types from out of town. You've demonstrated yourselves capable of performing great feats of subversion and of heroism. And for that, I would like to ask for your help with a problem we're having here in Grandinor. Who was that?
Still Stephen.
Stephen, thanks, Stephen,
Stephen just constantly
for your
trying to get
continued support.
The thing is, I've got chat open so I can see when you do it, and I know to be prepared.
As you might have noticed, Grandinor is quite
fun
an
in that, though.
opulent city. In fact, we're known around the land as the City of Commerce, as I'm sure some of you have heard or gathered.
Yes, look at
Yep.
this distinguished gentleman.
And that way of life is under threat. And us, the King's Market scoundrels, we really take the credit for keeping our way of life the way it is. You see, everyone here in Grandinor, every butcher, every baker, every tailor, blacksmith,
Every candlestick maker.
every candlestick maker, every leather worker, and every fisherman, we all work hard for this community, and we all contribute to commerce and opportunity in the city.
Question. You're called the King's Market Scoundrels.
That's a good
So
question.
when you say you work hard,
Listen.
you care to explain how you work hard.
I understand that our reputation is not rock solid. The point is that it's the governors and the aristocracy that consider us to be the scoundrels. You see, we're more the Robin Hood type. We steal from the rich and give to the poor. We look after the little man. And if I may get opinionated for just a moment, it's
Just as a side point, it's like I'd Braxis
So
and I
you're
just
the
point at Kieran.
communism party.
Little man?
yeah, nice. We believe in a free market, and we want you to join our venture. No.
Are you true capitalists then?
No. We want
No.
quite the opposite. We want everyone to find an equal opportunity in this grand kingdom, and
So you're communists.
I prefer not to be pigeonholed into any subset of political ideology. But the point is that our way of life is under threat. There's a villain, a dastardly crook. In fact, that's an apt name for him because his name is Miles Malacrook. Thank you. This man, well, Penthasar, do you want to brush us up on who he is, or should I do the honors?
Well, look, me and Miles go way back. You know, as we were younger boys and we were learning the arts of the arcane, he started to stray away from the good path. And I like to think that I have upheld that path myself as close and as, straight as I could.
So he's
He-
as old as you?
Well,
Why don't you just push him down the
It's-
stairs?
have you seen
Just
me?
like jump out from behind the corner and just give him a good fright.
I can barely walk upstairs.
Make the little one do it.
He's a lot more wily than he looks.
Okay.
He disappeared for quite a while, and I've lived in this city my entire life. I've watched it grow into the grandeur that you see it is now. And the word is that he's back, and Lloyd, how did we hear about it?
Well, you see, Miles Malacrook has been making a name for himself in the aristocracy for many years now. He's not a good man, but as far as the governors are concerned, he's everything they want. You see, he has been vying for years for egregious commerce rights within the city. He aims to have himself appointed as Master of Trade, and if he does that, then all of the little guys, the tinkers, the tailors, and the candlestick makers, all of them will be pushed out of the market by his monopolization. And it's that kind of really disgusting market antics that we cannot stand for. We want everyone to benefit from the
What a bloody legend!
prosperity of Grandanor. Not just one man monopolizing the whole market.
Sure.
It'll destroy the city. People won't be able to, support their livelihoods. They'll be taxed through the roof. Everybody will leave. Like I said, I've watched this city grow into the city it is today. The amount of people that have moved here.
All good things must come to an end.
But then
So, what do we
Grandanor
get?
will become Grandapore.
Grandapore.
Indeed it will, for the little guy. For the small majority
So,
of people who
Could
have
you
livelihoods and
explain
families to
us
feed.
why we should care?
Okay, let's cut to the chase. Thank you, Penthazar. That was an excellent rendition. Thank you, Sean. That was really good. You see, Miles Malacrook is in the city at the moment. He plans on attending a masquerade this evening to be held in the Royal Palace. King Winston Panlion is, of course, hosting this masquerade ball for all of the governors and the aristocracy, even those from out of town. They
What a bloody legend!
come in every year to celebrate for one reason or another, and usually we couldn't care less what they want. After all, they're the men and the women with all the power, and we're nobodies compared to them. But this time is different. We've caught word that Miles Malacrook is planning to bewitch the king. And when he does, he'll force the king to sign his wicked documents appointing him as Master of Trade.
Is the king somebody that disagrees with his choices?
For now it is, but there's another caveat. You see, most people here in Grandanor, we worship a god called Abadar. Perhaps you've heard of Abadar. Would you roll me a knowledge religion check?
Us or just the person that you were looking at?
Are you trained?
I'm not trained in...
I'm a
No, you're not
cleric.
trained. As a cleric, you might have heard of the god Abadar before.
I have a...
Whip.
16.
16 plus knowledge for history.
You know. Abadar is the god of cities, merchants, trade, and of law as well. And so a kingdom like Grandanor very heavily favors and worships the god of Abadar because Abadar is supposed to bring prosperity to the kingdom and commerce and all that sort of stuff.
I can really say Abadar.
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 No,
Abadar.
you do it fast.
Sorry,
Abadar.
Abadar is kingdom, cities, lore, and trade.
Law, L-A-W.
Oh.
And trade, merchants, commerce, that kind of thing.
Abadar.
You see, the people here who recognize Abadar's doctrines will recognize the doctrine of his, which entails that the reneging of any commercial documentation or the breaking of contracts is considered blasphemy, and this is a sin that nobody is above, not even the king. Once those wicked documents of Malacrook's are signed, there's nothing anyone can do. He'll have total commerce rights within the city. He'll be able to push out the little man and monopolize the market for himself. This is why we need to stop him, and it has to be done before tonight.
Again, why do we care?
Well, if it must come to it, then of course there are ways that the scoundrels can accrue some finances to pay you back for it. But this is something we're desperate for, and I think it's something that's more of a righteous cause than it is something for us to gain from.
If Miles gets his paper signed and Grandanor becomes Grandapore, how do you foresee that affecting the rest of the country?
Well, Grandanor is a commercial hub for most other kingdoms. We're right on the port, so we have trade incoming all the time from far and distant kingdoms.
Yep.
And if they have taxes imposed upon them, they of course will stop coming. Other kingdoms that rely on Grandanor to ship and trade with produce and things, they'll slowly starve of resources and they'll go under as well. So the implications don't just stay here in the kingdom, they affect the entire land.
And I like to eat.
Yeah, it's a bit more than... It doesn't affect us directly, but it will affect us in the long run.
In the long run.
Look, if we've gathered the wrong group of adventurers, you better let us know now.
No.
No, I
Think
like
how short the
fruit.
stream would be if we said no.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for coming. Look, So when's the masquerade?
Tonight.
Tonight.
The masquerade.
Attention? Are you still a little
so
bit
you
groggy?
don't.
Here is some important information. The masquerade ball will begin tonight at 9 o'clock sharp. The doors will be opened, but only to the aristocracy. No commoners or peasants will be allowed for obvious reasons, and King Winston Panline is quite picky on his guests. But here's the problem as well. Intel from Kieran here and Penthazar's scrying have found that the toast that the king is going to give at the end of the evening is going to occur at 10 p.m., so only an hour into the masquerade ball. And this is when we suspect that Miles Malacrook will attempt his bewitchment.
So you want us to kill him?
No.
Oh.
It's too easy to say that we should just kill him and be done with. You see, first of all, he's a member of the aristocracy. If we were to just slaughter him in cold blood, then the scoundrels will be hunted and persecuted even more so than we already are.
Is that not why you're asking us?
So hold on. I think I know where we're going with this.
I think we're going to the ball.
So
the second reason is that I disbelieve that killing is something that we should be doing. If we are to be a moral compass within the city, we can't just go around murdering anyone we feel like.
So then the only other way would be to say, take this paperwork, this contract, this declaration, so that it is physically impossible for the king to sign.
Malacrook has backups of all of his documentation. We need you to somehow sabotage this event in such a way that not only does it stop Malacrook from going ahead with his dastardly plan, but also to out him as a fraud, to make the king see once and for all that Malacrook is an evil villain, and to never trust him again.
Like I said, Malacrook is wily. He's a lot stronger than he looks.
That too.
Even then, I don't even know how old he is. I know he's roughly the same age as me, but sometimes he looks younger. Sometimes he looks older.
What if we set fire to the king's stage while Malacrook's also there, and then when he doesn't save the king...
So your plan is to immolate everyone inside that ballroom?
Let's pump the brakes on the terrorism acts. I know you like to burn things. You will get to burn things. Probably not tonight.
That's reasonable, Braxis. Thank you.
How am I the voice of reason?
Look, Penthazar has made it clear to us that in his time growing up with Malacrook, things have not gone the same. Penthazar himself is an old man, but Malacrook, the last time we've seen glimpses of him, he has put on a magical guise, to make himself seem young and powerful and rich, and he's also worming his way into the aristocracy as we speak. He has been so for years. So pretty much the whole upper class thinks of him as some awesome entrepreneur. They'll never listen to reason.
So we need to, break his frickin' enchantment and show everybody that he's a scaly old dude?
That's precisely what we want you to do, Mirasil. You see, Kieran, would you fetch the crown, please? And the young girl, she sort of gives each of you a sort of piercing look, and then scurries out of the room, and you hear a bit of rummaging, and as she walks back through the creaky door, she's actually got in her hand a golden crown.
What a bloody legend. Here's finger guns.
Thank you for the follows, guys.
And she tosses it to you, Gary. She says, take a look at this. And you catch it very delicately. Oh, my God. It's a golden crown. It's something that a king would wear.
Something that a king would wear.
All cats think they're the king.
So far, Penthazar and I have been coming up with a plan of sorts. You see, because it's a masquerade ball, the king is going to forego his crown for the evening in favour of a mask to keep his identity a secret. At 10 o'clock, when he delivers his toast, he will probably wear his crown once more so that he can address his subjects. And for that 1 hour period, the crown will not be in his possession. If you guys can swap his crown with this replica crown, it's enchanted with magic that can stop bewitchment.
Oh my God.
Penthazar was kind enough to seek the appropriate wizardry for this to come about, so we only have one replica crown, and the magic inside it will only last so long, but this is the only chance we've got.
Right. Do we know where his crown is kept?
Well, you're always free to spend the day doing some reconnaissance, but my suspicion is that his crown will be kept in his dormitory inside the palace.
This is getting complicated.
Alright.
This was already complicated.
Okay. Alright. So first of all, we need to figure out how we're getting into the palace.
Yep.
Then we need to figure out how to get to the dormitory, swap the crowns over, hope that the plan works, and kill no one in the process.
That would be preferable, yes.
If everybody's in masks and crap, can't we just get, in terms of getting in, can't we just get masks and like
I'm
climb
assuming
into
they're
the side?
invites.
No, like climb into the. Once we're in, we're in. We're
That's
just
an excellent
masked
idea.
people. We can just climb up the side of the freaking building.
What about the sewers? We don't have to go up a building in case maybe we fall down.
I mean, you guys know the city and the palace more than what we do.
We have. Penthazar has been scrying in his spare time, and Lloyd reaches into his pocket and sort of like flips open a canister and pulls out like a wad of paper, which he unfurls and slaps down in front of you. And because of Penthazar's scrying, this is what we're working with. And it's essentially a map of the interior of the castle.
For a second, I was like, where's the map?
Yeah, idiot. Where'd you prepare it?
You
Bad
big idiot.
And for chat, what you can see before you on the table is a rough estimate of the layout of the interior of the castle, thanks to Penthazar's scrying.
Is this higher than this?
That's a staircase that connects up to the next level. So you can think of that end piece of paper as being like on the level above.
Do you mind if I just...
You are free to write on whatever you need to. In fact, you can label the rooms. If you're planning on heading into the castle, you might as well take the map with you and write what you need to. Reconnaissance-wise, if you could perhaps sneak in and gather more intel, that would be, of course, excellent for our cause. All we need to know...
They have daily tours of the castle.
Ooh.
That'd be
I
nice.
wonder if they do. See, the scoundrels...
You're not tourists.
We're rather unwelcome in those parts of the kingdom, but perhaps there is. This is the kingdom of prosperity, after all. I'm sure tourism is a big part of it.
All right, who's ready to bullshit and pretend to be excited tourists?
I am.
Cool. I'll get my fanny pack.
Excellent. This is wonderful. Thank you so much for helping us. And the good part is that none of the aristocracy recognizes you because you're not the scoundrels. You're outsiders, different.
I still have some questions. Do you guys have any, like, evidence or anything? Because at the moment, you're just telling us that this guy's a bad dude. When you were the ones that gassed us, tied us up, and kidnapped us. So we're sort of... I'm sort of like, I want to help.
Look.
I want to help. I'm all for, power to the people. Let's do this. Woo! Free market. But...
Listen, Dexus, as I mentioned,
understand.
I understand your point, and it's a fair point. I suppose, in terms of evidence, you might just have to trust us on this one. Malacrook has been a thorn in our side for years and years, and unless you really lived here in the Kingdom of Grandanor, you might not know as much. Penthazar and Kieran can back me up, but of course it's only anecdotal. You will have to trust us on this one.
Where are you gonna hide the crown?
We could hide it amongst your clothing or in a satchel or something.
Someone could wear it like a garter.
I wouldn't suggest wearing the crown to the King's Masquerade.
No,
People might
like
get
a
confused.
garter.
Like
a
around the...
garter?
around your leg.
That's an idea. So,
We can figure it out. We've got the day to figure that out.
Gary, do you have some thick thighs?
look,
Guys, do you
Maybe
have
some of them
any?
thick wolves.
Do you have any questions or anything? I'm gonna say we're gonna need time out. Gonna need a meeting, but I want you guys to ask questions before we call this meeting. So fucking sort yourselves out, and then we'll hit them with a big T. Right? That's
So just to clarify, the main goals here: get into the party,
Don't
steal away to the king's dormitories,
swap the crowns.
swap the crowns, and that will theoretically expose Malacrook's misdeeds.
Because he will
We hope
attempt
so.
to bewitch and the bewitchment won't work. Will there be any sort of visible sign that he's tried to bewitch somebody?
the magic, as far as we're concerned, is invisible to anyone who's not trained to look for it. It's very subtle.
Well, then
He's a
how
master
are you
of...
showing that he's because he'll come up later to try and get the king to sign the thing.
What we need you to do
Won't be bewitched.
is find a way to break into the Masquerade Ball, swap the crowns, and get out of there. That's really all that we require of you. Of
And
course,
don't kill anybody.
there is a smaller mission that I might have kept until now. And Kieran says, I've got this one, boss. She steps forward,
You're so tiny and cute.
Side quests.
If I was allowed into the ball, I would have this done almost immediately, and none of you chumps would even be needed. But alas, here we are.
Alas,
Wow.
you don't
Rude.
meet the height requirement.
There's a maximum height requirement. It's like you need to be this high to enter the Masquerade
Yes.
ball. She says, "You see, the king's dormitory is of course locked. He's not just going to leave it open to anyone, and he likes to wear the key around his neck." Although there might be other ways into the king's dormitory via a window or whatever, I just think that the easiest way would be to snag the key, get into the dorm, swap the crowns, bish bash bosh. That's everything.
Bish
you need.
bash bosh, hey? How we stealing a key from around the neck?
With great skill. And no killing.
With great skill and dexterity.
Lloyd pipes up once again and he says, it's going to be a masquerade ball. Not only will the king's identity be a secret, as well as Malacrook's, but each of you will have your identity obscured by masks too. Perhaps this could work after all.
Is the king married?
His wife died a number of years ago, I'm afraid.
Does he have any children?
He does, but the prince is out on a
Gallivanting.
riding trip at the moment. Yes, he'll return in a number of days. I don't really pay much attention to the royal family.
Okay.
All I'm hearing is that there's an opening to seduce the king.
So,
It could work.
cutting off this idea, because I don't like it at all. So, right. Enter party. Got it?
Yep.
Find King's Dorm. Get in. However we can. Steal key, whatever.
Yep.
Swap crowns.
Mhm.
End of day. Where are we meeting? What's the... Are we coming back here to wherever the hell we are?
Where
are
is
we?
here?
Yeah.
You'll
Do
recognize
we just
it.
leave town immediately once we're done?
You can do whatever you like as long as the act is done, as long as
We
Malacrook is
leave
stopped.
town immediately.
Is this
You
a-
can't give us any
You'll call
extra
us. Don't call me. Like, what's the?
Speaking of calling, Penthasar, would you please produce your stones?
Yes. So, with a lot of work, I have acquired some sending stones, which I want to give one to each of you, and I'm going to keep one myself, so we can stay in contact, right? That is...
Perfect. I'm
How they
so
work?
glad you're on the same wavelength, and I
Yeah.
put a lot on your shoulders, and you're doing really well.
Thanks. I'm like, trying not...
Out of character.
I'm like,
that is.
where do I want to jump in, but I don't want to step on your toes because you're doing
Yeah.
such a great job.
That's
So-
all right. Penthasar has been kind enough to once more visit his friends at the academy and have these stones enchanted as well. Put them in your ears, if you will. They won't bite. And as each of you sort of presses one of these, like, tiny sort of like, it's almost like a gemstone, but they're sort of a clear blue color. You push them into your ear, and all of a sudden there's this kind of like...
Does it fit in Gary's ear?
Yes.
You see, the magic in them is it's such that as long as you're pressing one with your finger, you can activate the sending spell that's inside
This
it.
is really ostentatious for me.
Why don't you try it out? Head into the other room and see if you can contact one of your friends.
All right. Head off into another room then.
As soon as she walks out, I'm like, whatever you do, do not answer her.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me?
Are you saying anything in there?
I'm trying.
Penthasar, can you hear anything?
I would like the record to reflect I was still holding the thing as I yelled.
Nope.
So,
As much as you are heroes, you're also jokesters as well.
Yes,
This can only go right.
We can hear you. Don't yell.
Oh, my ears!
Jesus Christ. Well, since Penthasar has had such a hand in preparing for everything here and scouting the layout of the interior of the palace, Penthasar, would you be so kind as to go with them this evening? I know there's a great risk of you being caught, and the
You want us
consequences
to
for which are
babysit
rather
Gramps?
dire, but I think these guys might need a helping hand.
I think it's a good idea that I
your
go.
cornflakes this morning.
Thank you. Kieran and I will stay behind the scenes all day.
Chaotic neutral.
It's too dangerous for us to head out in broad daylight and head straight to the kingdom in which all the governors who hate us will be attending a ball. So take Penthasar with you, but Kieran and I will be working behind the scenes and doing what we can.
Do you guys also have sending stones for us to listen?
No, we don't, but at any time you need to come back to the hideout, well, you'll see on the way out. It's under a drain near the market district.
So sewers are an option. Got it. Cool.
Well, good luck to you all. I would suggest going about town and discerning any of the aristocracy who might be attending the Masquerade Ball. We've caught wind that there might be organisers or caterers that are having a hand in the events of this evening,
We
as
could
well as
tie up one of them and take their frickin'
persona.
yeah.
There are a couple of different things we can do. DM Chris, please continue.
No, that's fine. Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, it's just, if you were gonna say other things, that would probably provide us with a bunch of options for how to get into this party.
I need you all to remember, the time is very important here. You only have an hour to do what you've got to do. Remember, 9 p.m. the party begins, and 10 p.m. King Panline is to deliver his toast.
That's 9.
Yeah, but what's the time right now?
That isn't relevant at
Yeah.
this moment.
Currently, the time is early morning, and Lloyd basically just goes through the motions with you and explains that for the rest of the day, you're encouraged to go and do some reconnaissance, come up with a plan, how best you're going to execute this heist, and there are the arrows.
Tick
So,
tock,
Lloyd.
8 o'clock.
Yes.
Is there a tavern that we could go to in the upper district where the aristocrats might frequent?
Not so much a tavern, but there is a pub of sorts, yes.
Would it be easy to get in, or is it kind of an invite only?
Well, it's on the upper end of town, but perhaps if you're dressed appropriately and not like, filthy adventurers like now, they might show patronage to you.
Telling you need to have a bath.
That's very rich coming from the very ripe rangers standing in front of me.
True, you're a little stinky.
So here we have a list of characters whom you have come across. I've got some blue tack as well, just in case, like, the fan blows them away. But for now, I've got Lloyd, and you've met Penthazar. There's no problem there, as well as Miles Malacrook.
King Panline.
So just in case you forget the names of anyone or anything, that's where they are.
Nice. What's King Panlion like? What's he?
Oh, he's like any sovereign. He basically runs the kingdom. He manages all of the treaties with other kingdoms, and if there's a war, which thankfully there isn't, he spends most of his time in the war room planning and strategizing.
So he's the big boss.
But you're happy with
They
how
like
he's
him.
been?
Strict though fair.
His rule is fair. He can be quite a strict ruler, but as far as we know, he has no intentions of imposing any high or egregious taxes on those in the economic sector.
Can I make a sense motive?
Yep. On Lloyd.
Yeah, on Lloyd.
Cool.
7.
You've got a
I mean,
Yeah.
you're certainly not familiar with Grandinor and the antics that go on here. As far as you know, he's telling what he thinks is the truth, and
Sure.
he's very stalwart in his opinions.
Okay.
Some blue tack, like if you want to clip him down. I would suggest making your way about town and going wherever you please to gather intel, find clues as to the antics of the Masquerade, and take Penthazar with you too.
Alright.
Well, good luck, and thank you again. This is truly a great service, not just for us, but for the kingdom. Well, I'll see you later on tonight.
Okay.
And all of you is encouraged now to go and gather your adventuring gear.
apparently go shopping.
No one said we had to buy anything.
We got 100 gold.
Shopping without money.
Would probably just be easier to buy stuff. We have 100 gold each.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We could possibly try and steal away with the caterers
Yeah.
to get in, and then once we're in, change into some nice clothes and masks so that we may wander around without being, as it says, revealed.
Yeah. Well, it's like
Revelade.
Reveled.
so.
Panthazar?
Penthazar. What's your ideas, right? You're the guy here from here.
You're the inside man.
You're the guy, right? The guy's guy. You know Miles the best. You have the most history in the town. Like what's your opinion? What sort of
Sorry.
You being handed.
like what do you know about the palace so
Well,
far?
I haven't actually entered the palace myself.
Sure.
I haven't ever had the stature to enter the threshold, so I can't give you any information other than what I've managed to scry for you. This sort of masquerade ball, happens once every couple of years. The upper district does, go all out for it. They, do fancy dress. They do the masks. So, if you guys have gold, which I've heard that you say that you do, you could go and get kitted out with the masks and some fancy dress, and that would help you once you're inside. Like I said, as you've already pointed out, for invites, that's going to be more difficult. So I think any plans that you guys can come up with sneaking past and getting inside, I think once we're inside, it will be relatively easy to navigate around without being detected by anybody. But then again, yes.
And suddenly a cat burglar
Christmas present to me.
It's awesome.
It's got well shit in that one.
That one is so good. So then, then next couple of steps from that, getting into his quarters and, finding the crown is.
Do you know where his
again,
quarters are on this map?
Yes, this.
Do you want to just write King's
God,
Quarters
you're on a
that?
fucking roll today. Yes, exactly right.
Good.
It's the only one with a walk-in wardrobe.
Yep. I imagine this is his bed. That's his dresser, and other things around.
Yeah, it's not exactly the scale.
Yes.
According to the squares, his bed is like 40
Refocus,
foot
King's
long.
Quarters.
Oh, true.
So King's Quarters, or the dormitory.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about how much paper there is.
That's all right. That's all right. Let's just move the.
Like this at the moment is unimportant,
Yeah,
correct?
Let's
Yeah.
pack it away.
Yeah,
We'll just pop
fold it
it
up
really
and I'll take it behind the frames.
But
All
we'll
right. So
definitely
actually,
need it.
yeah. Like since you've been scrying this,
Do you want some blue
Um,
for this?
Oh, yes, please.
I'm gonna
God,
make your
blimey.
work, Sean.
Nice.
What are the other rooms?
So
What you know? Let me help you.
yeah.
Transcends through Sean.
So, transcending through Pentazar.
Yeah, that's what we're working.
The ballroom is quite a large room. Actually, the entrance to which is further sort of underneath those black card pieces there. That's going to be the main attraction for the evening. Off to the side, in this corridor here, that's where the waiters and servants will gather food from the kitchens, which is this whole area. And essentially the plan is that, that's where it is and that's where the ballroom is. Brilliant catering, sorted out. Further up into the corridor along there, that's sort of like a, I want to say restroom, but I know what a restroom is. It's not the toilet. It's like a room in which people can go smoke.
That's smokers.
Yeah, it's sort of like a what would I have called it?
The chill zone.
The chill zone.
Yep.
It's the chill zone with a cupboard and everything.
It's got a sign on the outside saying "Duh Chill Zone,"
Chill
and then
zone.
the Z's backwards.
Yeah.
So it looks like an S, but no one's picked up on it yet. So.
Chill zone.
Zone.
Is this a balcony or no? That's just a cupboard.
Actually, you're not exactly sure what it is. You were only sort of able to gather surface level information from your scrying. Other parts, particularly that nook upstairs, you're not exactly sure what it would be used for. But the layout of the King's dormitory is, obviously so stark that anyone with a brain could tell what it was.
Yeah.
It's almost as big as the ballroom itself.
Yeah. And so this is through to here.
Yeah, connecting stairway.
And what is this way?
That's a corridor that leads further into the other end of the palace.
Right.
For the purposes of this one shot, it's
an
not,
irrelevant end
not
of the
necessary,
palace.
but you could always go gallivanting down there if you wish.
Yep.
Don't give us that.
And-
Chris is just like, here's the rest of the map.
No, it's just like when you're playing Pokemon and it's not. So it's like you walk over here and you get turned around and they go, "I'm sorry, the lights are not working."
Yeah. And it's some like dumb reason like, "Oh, I'm thirsty," and they turn you around.
I think.
So each of you has been evacuated from the hideout of the King's Market scoundrels. You make your way through the other room that Kieran had come through and up basically like a trap door into a small landing area. And above that is another ladder leading to the surface of like a drain grate. And
That
as you
must have some good leg muscles.
as you push your way out of the grate, which is itself situated in an alleyway which is tucked away from the rest of the marketplace, Penthazar takes with you, and you bid your farewell to Lloyd and Kieran as they stay in the hideout, and the rest of you are now walking along the street and down towards the market district of Grandinor. There's a lot of hustle and bustle, people of all walks of life coming through for trade and commerce.
Alright, Penthazar, I have another question for you. I'm sorry about all the questions, but you've just sort of been paired up
Look,
with us. So
and
okay.
also, like, I feel like we're allowed to do as many questions as we want. See,
Yeah.
if we were.
What can and can't you do, right? For instance, if I was going to be like, hey, we're scaling walls, and you're like, I have no arms. That's pretty important.
Oh yeah, I should probably mention that.
You know, or I'm like, oh, the red wire, and you're like, I'm colorblind. I would like to know that now, rather than when we need to cut the red wire. You're picking up what I'm putting down?
What's a wire? Why would I need to
what
cut
wire
it?
is? What?
Yeah.
They don't have wires back in
What
my day.
instance would I need to cut a red wire?
Yeah, well, you never know.
I'm not colorblind.
Alright, cool.
But in terms of physical ability, I am 79 years old, so
Yep.
climbing is difficult, but, you know, short stretches I'm sure I can manage.
Yep.
I do have some arcane skills that can help me with things like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. What spells do you know? it's like asking a woman their age. I'm just like, what is
Never ask a wizard his spells.
Never ask a wizard his spells.
Despite the fact that they cast them all the time.
Yeah.
Look, this is the first time I've looked at this, so give me a second.
That's right.
Also, Chris, when do you want me to talk about this?
Whenever you like in conversation.
Okay, cool.
My parents died when I was 75.
Parents died when
I-
75.
I can, you know, do... I'm not the most gifted wizard, I'll tell you that right
Of course.
Oh, did your parents tell you were special? Because they told me that too.
now. Well, good.
Yikes.
And
The
now we're
animosity.
here.
You know,
Nice
I can
ones.
do your basic, you know, create lights, I can close things, telekinesis sort of dealio.
Yep.
Can you open locked doors?
No.
He can if he has a key.
Oh,
Hence the,
Wow!
hence the
so
key.
helpful.
I can open locked door too.
That's amazing, Braxis.
No.
I'm so proud of you.
I can do somewhat disguise. You know, I can disguise myself and things. I'm not sure if I can do it to any of you. I've never done it on someone else. So,
So basically, you're shit.
well, look.
Whoa.
I want to see you.
I'd love to see you do it.
Okay. Okay.
Give me a little bit of charcoal. Give me a little bit of. Give me a couple hours.
That's the dice, apparently.
Yeah, you're right with your bloody horns.
Yeah. Nice
Trained who I
disguise.
am inside.
I can make someone smaller, you know, to get through cracks if that's
How small?
half the size.
Okay.
So I
So
would
if
probably
we-
be better suited for that spell, because I'm a medium-sized thing.
Technically, we're all medium.
You're medium.
So could we turn? It's a shame. Can you turn her into an actual cat? Him.
I'm not sure.
That is a much
That's a good
higher
question.
form of arcane
Yeah, that's like a level.
than I
Clearly,
am.
you're not familiar with transfiguration.
You know, I wouldn't put it past
Where do
Miles
you
to maybe be
think
able to do something like that.
I'd
But like I
learn
said, that's
transfiguration?
yeah.
That's follow-up question. How powerful is Miles? Like if we were one-on-one.
He was the
Mono,
best
mono.
student in the class
Yeah.
when we were training. Like I said,
If you had to put him on like a level system from 1 to 20, us being level 2, let's be honest, what level would you put Miles on?
hi.
It's not a number.
On a scale from 1 to 17, how healthy are you feeling?
I'm feeling this.
Look, that's the reason. As well as we don't condone violence and murder, we don't want to match him 1 for 1.
Okay, does
No
Miles feel the same way about violence and murder?
Well, he's primarily up until now just gotten around with a lot of subversion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And
He's
you
a
know,
sneaky bastard.
Exactly. He's like Lloyd mentioned, he's wormed his way for many years to the position that he's in, and he's poised. It's all coming down to tonight to lock in his position, and then basically the culmination of his plan.
Okay.
So I think he's not going to let us just waltz in and try and stop him.
That's fair. I'm more thinking afterwards, right? Ruse is up. King's found out he's an old creepy man.
Well,
is he then just going to be like, all right, well, fireball, right? I don't want to... I'd like to walk out alive tonight, personally. That's what I would feel.
With minimal singeing?
Yes.
Mauricio's like, damn.
I'd like to walk out with a light tan.
if we could avoid being in the same room with him, I would much prefer that.
Sick.
Because, yes, there's no
So
telling
don't
what he'll
follow
do.
him into the
Yeah.
laboratory.
The goal is
won't.
that if we can do the plan, and when he then presents the king with his document, the king sees through what he's trying to do because he is protected, and then, instigates his arrest.
Okay, so the crown's to protect him from
Bewitchment.
bewitching, right?
Exactly.
You covered
Because
this, buddy. You tired?
from what I've learned is Malakrook has a magical artifact. That's the reason why he went out of town for a number of years, is he obtained this artifact that allows him to bewitch an item.
Right.
So his plan,
Is the king an
well,
item?
to bewitch someone, something.
Do you know
And use me as
what
an object.
this artifact is?
God, I want you to be a player in every single campaign I run for the rest of my life.
It means that you can do the exposition, not Chris.
Yeah.
I'm just picking things up and going, please work.
I kind of didn't really give Sean too much info, and you've actually nailed everything so far. So well done for that, dude.
Thank you.
I have more questions. I'm just. Apologies for hitting you with all these
That's
questions.
okay.
All right. Do you know what this artifact is?
No.
If they knew what the artifact was, he would have said what it is and not just said artifact.
I tried
No.
to scry it, but
Yep.
I couldn't
Okay.
get anything out of it.
Cool. Now, Malakrook, right? So he's gonna be. What does he look like? What's he? Because the problem is
He doesn't look like what he's meant to look like.
That's what I'm trying to. Right? Is
Exactly.
there any discernible?
Well-
Does he have a hunch? Does he walk with a limp?
I don't think
Does he have a
Does he have a
lisp?
When he was
Posse?
younger, when I knew him, he was...
Yeah.
What?
When you were younger and you knew Malakrook, he was basically like a young gentleman of your age. He was tall with dark brown hair. But in your years since, you've of course grown into an old man. Your hair has greyed. You've become all sort of rickety and rockety. Malakrook has used his magic to give himself many different guises, and that way he can wiggle his way into anyone's plans. He can subvert and manipulate people the way he wants. So he can make himself appear as a young, sprightly gentleman, or perhaps an orc, or anything really.
so. He could look like anything.
But is there a way to tell it's him? Right? He can look like something, but to my knowledge, there's nothing that's going. If there's like a limp, right? Something.
Well, surely he's
Like
going to
body
have some.
crouch.
There's. How are you able to? How do you know it's him? How are you able to tell that it's him? That's what I'm.
You say you don't want us to be in
What
the
are
same
you
room as
doing?
him.
I'm trying to say you can smell him. Old people smell.
You can smell him.
I'm just sitting here like, you
Yeah,
know,
he's-
pointing to Reese.
So Tom is on camera going like this. And then pointing at Reese.
I see him going off, and I'm like, what?
Yeah,
I'm not-
ignore.
Everywhere I go, I smell old people.
Yeah.
Because I'm not old people.
Yeah.
Can't smell it.
It doesn't
but
help
you
when we're right
smell.
next to one.
I'm
It's
interrupting.
him! He's the old man!
Well,
I am interrupting. He is a fairly well-known person at this ball. I suspect it will be very easy to pick him out of a crowd.
But everybody's wearing masks.
Oh, I forgot about that.
She's right to know.
he does have certain mannerisms which, by not being able to tell you right now, I could point out if I did see him. I don't know.
That's right. I think you're
That's
pushing Sean's like.
Yeah, because like what I'm thinking is right. Alright, he's used magic to make himself look younger. Chances are he can do that he can change it on the fly, right? So like, if we do bump into him, he may be younger him, he may not be him at all. But we need to try and figure out a way to be like,
So I'd say just avoid all men.
It's
for
the
night.
guy, but he can turn himself into a woman. Right? Do you see?
He's right, you know.
Yeah.
Like, he could literally be
So
anyone
just
at the party.
avoid everybody
Yeah,
tonight.
that's why I'm just trying to get the information now, so we can sort of... I'm being a detective. I'm being Batman.
You guys are
Let me be Batman.
You guys are all discussing this amongst yourselves as you sort of trot around the marketplace. You take a few lefts and rights here and there, and you're walking now down like a brick-paved path. And on your left-hand side, there's like a whole bunch of different shops that do similar things with textiles. There's one that is like a rug shop. There's a tailor nearby. And each of you is passing now.
Fancy clothes time.
Like a textile shop on your left. And just as you're getting to the heated part of this discussion, you hear someone sort of like frantically, not loudly shouting or anything, but sort of raising their voice over at the vendor behind the textile shop. And they say, look, it needs to be absolutely safe in there. I can't put everyone to their death because there's a fire hazard. And the person behind the counter, the textile vendor, says, look, this is the best I can do. I haven't had any problems with other clients so far. Okay, well, as long as I know this is the best of the best, then sure, it'll do. But, I don't have much time left. I'm hurriedly trying to get ready for this masquerade ball, and I'm running out of hours in the day to do things. Well, yes, well, we'll expedite the process as fast as we can.
So that would have looked like this as we're walking past. I hear Masquerade Ball and my ear just goes...
Yeah.
Hello, that sounds like a pig fainting. Alright, we'll do.
I say we investigate the source of the Masquerade Ball words.
Sure.
Let's pretend that we're going to look at fabrics.
Ooh, textiles. I like me some textiles.
You're a bard, of course you
young
like
man,
textiles.
I'll be with
I'm
you
a
in a moment.
barbarian.
I'm
No worries.
just tending to Mr. Stressner at the moment.
His name is Mr. Stressner.
Yes, haven't you heard? He's organising the masquerade. I'm not. Look, don't just-
You're organizing the Masquerade Ball?
Okay, look, keep your voices down, all right? The truth is, I haven't got everything sort of ready yet, and look, I'm horribly stressed. I don't have time for this.
Do you want a hand?
Oh, yes, of course, yeah. Who are you?
We're travelers. We came from
Ashmouth.
Abada.
We came from Ashmouth. We were competing in the local games that were just held there.
We won.
I don't know anything about that, and I frankly don't care. I have so much on my mind at the moment.
We're
I'm
new
trying
in
to get
town and we're helpful people. Do you want a hand or not?
Well, very well, but I'm not exactly sure who you are or what. Oh, forget it. I don't have time for this. Look, just head to the catering district and make sure you talk to Lady Ramsworth, okay? I need her to know that finger food must be served at a very particular time, and let her know that I'm trying to get in contact with her, okay?
Okay.
What's the very particular time?
It is. Give me a moment. 9:35 exactly. It has to be exactly 9:35. There's no other time it can come out. Otherwise, if it's too early, it'll interrupt the waltz, and if it's too late, it'll interrupt the jig. Everything will be thrown out of whack.
Understood. Finger food, 9:35.
And your name is Stressner.
Mr. Stressner. I'm the event organizer.
Yep. And where was Ladies Ramsworth? Sorry.
Well,
catering district.
usually she's the caterer and the head chef in the kitchens, but right now she'll be about town getting things prepared, and I just don't have time to make my way all over to the catering
All right,
district.
honey, breathe. We'll go. It's fine.
All right, but make haste, please. This all needs to be done before 9 p.m. when the masquerade ball
We will
starts.
get right on it.
I've got you, fam. Don't you worry, brother.
It's very reassuring. Well, on your way. Go on. I've got things to attend to. And Mr. Stressner just turns right back around and starts
And
hanging.
I'm still like,
You're going to stay here all day? Go on, shoot.
Come on, let's go.
All right, so we're heading over to the catering district, I'm guessing.
yep.
While we're on our way, might I make a suggestion? Let's pretend that Mr. Stressner hired us and that he wants us to be waiters.
I would also say if anyone asks, we should probably come up with a bit more of a answer rather than just, we did a thing in this town. So, look, I'm just going to say we're prestigious heroes from Ashmouth.
Yep.
That should check out.
Yeah.
Who came?
You are also a prestigious hero of Ashmouth. Don't let anyone tell you any different. You're special, beautiful butterfly.
Believe in yourself!
And so we're the prestigious heroes, and we heard about the masquerade ball and wanted to come and see the city.
Thinking I could be your local guide. I know the city. I can show you.
There we go. But if anyone asks, you've got nothing to do with the King Scoundrel, the King Market Scoundrel.
Why don't we
Trust
just
me,
don't
that
mention
wasn't
it?
our name. It was a moniker given to us.
Yeah. I can't.
And-
I can only deal with what I'm given.
I was thinking while you were talking to Stressma.
Stressy man.
Yep. I do have a spell that I haven't quite perfected that could potentially identify.
Yeah, thank you.
Foreshadowing.
Correctly identify the artifact, or at least detect its presence, albeit faintly, because I imagine he's
that's
going
how
to
we
be
could tell
carrying
it
it
was
on
him.
him.
Yep.
Yep.
So it doesn't
Yep.
matter what disguise he's in, if he's got the artifact on him, I can potentially.
Because I'm thinking, if we can go in here with 2 or 3 contingencies,
So that we can also get out.
we might be able to do a few things to help the process, help you guys. You know, right? There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Boy.
Sorry, apologies. You know, not only like if we get this artifact, he can't do the ooh, look at the hypnotist right?
Yep.
You know, might even have to save having to do the whole thing.
No. You don't want to take the artifact off him, because if you take the artifact off him, he's just going to try to get another way. The whole point is that we want him to think that
Yeah,
he's
but if we can do as many things as possible to just ruin his night, he's gonna have a bad night.
all right.
No,
I want to.
honey,
I get what she's saying, because basically the idea is that we need to expose him as a fraud.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have the artifact to
He's
bewitch
not
the
going
king,
to try and bewitch the king, therefore he's not going to
and
be exposed
like I said,
as a fraud.
that will be getting very close to Malcrook, which I don't recommend.
Staying away from him.
I just want the artifact though.
Oh, infinite power.
Yeah.
So how good's your singing?
My throat singing.
Yeah.
do it.
I mean, it's.
Second.
Do we know if they're looking for like entertainers?
That was magnificent. Still is magnificent.
Look, it'll be fine on the night.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Are they looking for entertainers? Do we know if they're looking for entertainers?
Why don't we go to the
Let's-
catering
I
district?
think
find out.
being a caterer is probably our best bet,
Okay.
or at least acting as a caterer until we get inside.
Did you say acting?
Right, let's go. Vamos.
You make your way through the market district, out of the textiles wing, and you make your way past a whole bunch of like food vendors and sort of like knickknacks and trinket
And paddywhacks.
vendors,
Is
and
there
giving a
anything
dog a bone.
particularly shiny?
Pardon me, sorry?
Is there anything particularly shiny?
You walk past a gemstone dealer who has all of his wares sort of on like a black felt sort of front at a 45-degree angle. Each of them is meticulously placed into a small like notched hole, and they shine
Raxus, I
brilliantly
want
in the
shiny
sun.
rock.
Not today. We can do that afterwards.
Raxus. I
Gemstones,
want the shiny
gemstones,
rock.
beautiful
Later.
topazes, lapis lazuli.
We have stuff to do.
What if I trip you into the thing and you fall into it?
Seal,
and I
you
just
do
take
this.
one?
You do this every time we have shit to do. Tomorrow, when this is done and we've got the day off, I will take you to any gemstone place you want to go to. Just not
Trip
now.
And trip into it.
Yes, we can trip into it, and I'll throw you into
Pinky
it.
swears.
Sure, tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow.
Cool.
Pentazar, you're sort of wondering if Lloyd really was right about this lot, but it's sort of like too late to change your plan now, and you hurriedly whisk them over to the catering district.
Follow me, I can take you to the catering district.
A whole bunch of like
Trust me, this is
hot
part of
dog on a
the process.
stick. There's like kebabs. There's people selling a whole bunch of, but not just like prepared produce. There's like fresh produce, and you make your way a little
there
further
tuna
into the
fish?
town. Pardon me, sorry.
Is there tuna fish?
I'm being
Yeah.
profiled again for my species.
There is a fish stall.
Bit species.
And a whole bunch of ice and fish inside.
I like kebabs.
And you were given like a short description of Lady Ramsworth by Mr. Stressner. You know that she is the head chef as well as the caterer for this evening's events. And it doesn't take too long for the obnoxiously loud voice of Lady Ramsworth to be heard from across the way.
Ramswold.
Ramsey.
That's what you're making of a meal of finger. It's Lady Ramswold.
That's one. Ramswold.
Oh, wow.
I get my words and my walds wrong.
To be fair, Ashmouth was correct, because that's on my notes from last season.
Hey.
So,
Ashmouth. Nice.
Ashmouth.
Anyway, you stumble into a very short halfling lady who is got a fiery temper. She's sort of like waving her fist over the counter towards one of the vendors who is selling like packaged sausages and like meats of all kinds of varieties. And
Can you
she's
hear why she's grumpy? Is she saying something particularly?
she goes, "What is so fucking complicated? All I need is a particular kind of meat, and I would have thought that you would have had it for tonight." And each of you
Spicy.
is taken aback by how confrontational Lady Ramswold appears to be.
Somebody definitely shit in her cornflakes this morning.
Yeah, it was the milkman.
She turns around in frustration and sort of like buries her head into her hands and rubs her temples and then sees you lot standing there.
What are you looking for? Like meat-wise?
Why, it's none of your business. Stay out of my stuff.
I mean, Mr. Stressner sent us to find you. I was
he
just
did?
offering.
Oh, fucking excellent. Well, tell Mr. Stressner that I've got everything under control and there's no need for him to go stressing around the kingdom all
That's
day
fair,
long.
but what time are you handing out the finger food?
Well, you see, the thing about the finger food, 9:35 is when it's going out, and that's not the only thing I'm in charge of. You think they would ask Lady Ramswold to be only in charge of the finger food? No fucking way. I've got the wine and all sorts and everything sorted as well.
Well, can we help?
Is there anything that you need a hand with?
Sorry, we just got raided.
Welcome in,
Metal Tavern.
one
thank
and
you for
all.
coming in.
The raiders from the illustrious
Silver Metal Tavern.
Oh, okay, sorry, I missed that bit. Silver Metal Tavern, welcome in. Sorry, I don't have my phone on me at the moment, but welcome.
Hello, guys.
We are playing some tabletop role-playing games, some Pathfinder today for your
Ramp it up.
enjoyment.
Wrap
Tom's miming things off camera.
You are the worst
You are
at
so
signing.
bad.
I've gone right into like, let's just do dumb charades on the side.
He's like, wrap up. No,
a wrap up.
the
Okay,
initial
go.
wrap up. Tom sucks.
Yeah.
Nice,
He's
got that
been
out of
on
the way.
side. He has handed us
Our
snacks.
intrepid adventurers have made their way to the Kingdom of Grandinor, a city of prosperity and of wealth, and they've come to learn that a villain named Miles Malacrook aims to throw everything into whack by monopolizing the market and bewitching the king into appointing him as the master of trade, which would stifle growth among all of the working class, and everything would fall to terrible nightmare. These adventurers have come up with some sort of a plan this evening. There's a masquerade ball the king is holding, and their plan is to switch the crown of the king with a replica crown that's enchanted to stop bewitchment. That way, when Miles Malacrook attempts his dastardly bewitching of the king, it won't work and he'll be exposed as a fraud.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. Plan's too strong of a. We're gonna just fumble our way
It's a
through
feeling.
this.
It's a
and
feeling
just,
of what's going to
When
happen.
when it's said like that, it kind of sounds easy, but there's a lot of things that need to get done in the
Wait,
second
wait,
half.
wait,
I
just-
feel like we didn't come up with this plan. We were given this plan and gone, okay, so we were kidnapped.
we were
Yes.
kidnapped.
They were
Kidnapped and tied up to
upset
then
about
be
the whole
told the plan.
Right? I mean, what's a
And
small
said-
kidnapping?
The light gassing.
Yeah, like a light, toxic, unconscious gas.
Look,
What's
if
what's
people
a
wanna
what's a
tie me
nice
up, I just would like to
kidnapping
know
among
beforehand.
friends,
Exactly,
right?
right.
Like that's the
Because
Because
I didn't get
consent is
kidnapped.
important, Trees.
yeah.
That's how you meet
Did you
people these days, right?
consent to be kidnapped?
I didn't consent to do half these things.
All right. Lady Ramswold, she looks over at you and sizes you up and down. You look all right. Your ears are a bit too set far back in your head. You look all right as well. And, well,
Right, thank
you're
you.
quite old. You sure you want to be taking up a job in my kitchen?
He's just showing us around. Say yes. Say yes.
Yes, I can hold my own. In
Brilliant.
the
Well,
kitchen.
we have casuals coming through all the time. Servants, waiters, waitresses, that sort of thing. If you really want a bit of coin, I can have that organised for you.
Perfect.
I have one question, Lady Ramswold. What's the entertainment like tonight? Like, what's the
Well, that's not a question for me. That would be a question for Amy Amazing.
Amy
Amy
Amazing?
amazing.
Yeah.
Where might I find Amy Amazing?
Well, I don't fucking know, do I? I'm the caterer. You'll have to go looking around the market if you want to find Amy Amazing.
So-
All I deal with is catering, and that's that.
Lady Ramswald, do you need us to do anything now for you?
Well, if you could go and gather some specific kind of wine, we need a Sauvignon Blanc that would be served this evening, all right? And it's very important, if you're going to be the caterers of this operation, I need you to know that the wine is going to be served at 9:20 and 9:45 sharp. So we need double servings of wine. No skimping out. This is a royal masquerade ball, okay?
That only goes for an hour.
No. It goes for more than an hour. It's
Bottoms up.
The toast is at 10.
Yeah, the king will be giving his toast, at which point he will be wearing his crown again.
Spot him easier.
We've got an hour.
No, we don't, because I have... Oh, no.
What?
These times are very important.
Yep.
These times are very important.
Would you like the clock back? You can write on it.
Yeah, I'll take the
Yeah. Because the thing is, if we end up helping with these jobs,
Can I have the arms? I need to
we will
visualize
probably
this.
need to
Of
help
course.
With these jobs.
with these jobs. Which
Right,
mean
well, if
our
that'll be
windows-
fucking all, then off you go then. Go and get that wine and get everything sorted out. And I'll see you all at 9 o'clock sharp, all right? Any later, and you can take your aprons and fuck off.
Where are we meeting up?
Well, we'll meet up in the kitchens, genius.
But how do we get in?
Well, you'll be allowed in. Just say at the head of front that you're a casual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, have you never done this kind of thing before? Should I be looking for other people? No.
We're good.
Fucking get yourself sorted out, right?
You're making me upset.
Oh, I just got it. I just Rams.
Thanks, Reese.
This is really well done.
I didn't get it.
What are you? An idiot sandwich.
An idiot sandwich, Chef Ramswald.
I didn't get it. I'm sorry. You were
Oh,
making me
no, it's
upset.
all
I was like, it's not my fault.
Anyway, off you go. And she sort of like gestures for you to bugger off while she goes and sorts other things out with the catering.
Oh no, here comes the waterworks.
Here.
Come here.
What are you? I'm an idiot sandwich.
This beef is so undercooked, it's tried to eat the salad. It's good, it's good.
I like her.
I was like going to read them out to you, but you're already on it. You got it sorted.
I want to talk to Amy Amazing because
She sounds amazing.
amazing name. Yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify, I've just left the black hand on the 9 because I can't do time like that. So 9 o'clock, we need to be at the palace. At 9:20 is the first round of wine.
Yes.
At 9:35 is the finger food,
Yep.
and then at 9:45 is the second round of wine.
Correct.
So it might just mean that somebody needs to be doing all that, or we take it in turns. Like, oops, I'm serving the wine. I've bumped into the king. I'll serve the first thing of wine and give him a thing of wine, and then I go, oops, and spill wine on him and accidentally go, as I'm mopping him up, snag the key.
I mean, that's
The
a
king.
legitimate. Yes, that's a legitimate strategy.
The key.
Snag the king.
Yeah, but
Snag the key
Isn't-
from the king.
yeah, isn't the key on the king?
Yes. So if she spills wine on the king,
I go,
I fail to see a
sorry,
problem.
sir.
I don't think you're going to get that close. But
if
yeah.
she's handing him wine, I think you could get that close.
Actually, another question.
Oh,
How do we tell who's the king?
Bro, I'm all about the questions.
He'll be in a mop.
yes, but he'll also be the person surrounded by a lot of other people.
Yeah, hey, what's the security like? What are we dealing with? Swords? Guns? Swords with guns?
Guns with swords.
God damn it, not again. Not again.
Swords. Yeah, so his military, his guardsmen will be throughout the building.
A lot of people? Not a lot of people?
Fairly extensive.
You're not exactly sure. You have seen the King's Guard before. They typically wear the sort of like the uniform of the Grand Honorian, King's Guard. And they wield long halberds, sort of like more sort of a threatening imposition than it is a practical weapon. But nonetheless, there will probably be guards at the Masquerade.
I want a cupcake. I already feel sick because I ate M&M, so can I have another cupcake?
You M&M.
You can have another cupcake, but you're not allowed one.
Right. Okay, so not quite sure how many. They'll be.
No.
So what's the point of dressing the king up in a mask and making it all woo if you then just surround him with guards so everybody knows who he is?
Formality, you know, he wants to take a part.
He's part of the masquerade, but he doesn't want to die.
Look, I've been around for quite some time, and I still can't figure out the novelty of masquerade balls. It's a rich people thing, and quite frankly, I don't have the time or the energy to try and deal with that.
It's like,
So,
His finger guns.
no one's. Thank you for the follow. It's the one time of year I don't have to flaunt my opulence. I don't. Rich people are weird. They do weird things. There's probably a sex dungeon in here. I don't want to find that. I ain't got time for that. I want to get in, get out.
Pentazar's like, oh my god, I've got to find that. Goes
you
into his crystal
side
ball.
quests, people.
Find the sex dungeon.
Find the sex. So add that to the list.
No, we're not doing that.
Seduce Malacrook, fuck him so hard that he can't bewitch the king.
My legs.
Brilliant.
I'm just saying, weird people, rich people do weird stuff. Just, you would too if you were rich.
That's right to know.
Possibly.
We probably should go and find Amy Amazing. Just get a bit more of an idea on the proceedings of the night. If, you know, wine is coming out at certain times, we probably need to know when, you know, the dancing is starting, when it's stopping, all those sorts of things.
There's fire.
Calm down.
Maybe.
She really likes to burn things.
I just realized. Look at me. No. Not tonight.
Focus.
Yeah. We can also burn things tomorrow. We burn things tomorrow.
All right, list for tomorrow. Go jewelry shopping and burn things.
Right?
Okay.
No.
You've
Go
got a full
jewelry
day.
stealing.
Oh.
And burn things.
Yeah, shopping, I see.
Yeah, I want to know more of the schedule. And then I also think it might be a smart idea if maybe we, instead of all of us being caterers, maybe some of us be performers, some of us, because look,
It'd be good to have people in different areas.
I would say
We do
you
have
as
communication devices.
Magic Man and me as
Throat Man.
similar Magic Man, we're more suited to performing rather than handing out food.
I'm covered in fur. Do you think I'm any better for handing out
I'm picking
food?
up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
You hand someone a cupcake and there's all fur on it.
We can
like,
work on our act.
Yep.
Talk to Amy Amazing. Maybe get picked up. Go Broadway. I'm liking it.
I think so. You know, next up Hollywood. You know,
bro,
this is where it's going.
Us. It's Broadway. That's the next town over.
But also, if we're going back to the market district, we should buy masks.
Yes, we need.
Masks.
That's the thing. I forgot. We should get clothes.
Yes.
Different
Thank
question.
God.
But we're caterers. Do we need to be dressed fancy if we're handing out
Yeah, because
food?
we're getting changed.
Well-
We go in there so we can walk around. So
they're gonna-
after I get the key,
Well,
Lady Ramswald's gonna be mad if we're not there for second one.
I really need this job. Get
it's
there.
gonna be so hectic.
If you will.
No, it's gonna be so hectic. She might not notice the fact
I
that.
highly doubt that.
Well, you can stay there, and I'll just.
Also, not to mention, it's less noticeable if two waitresses are missing or waiters are missing.
No, waitresses was right.
Yep. Wait staff are missing than 4 wait staff, right?
Yeah.
So then.
Which is why I'm thinking we do things one at a time and we don't all fucking fuck shit up.
Yeah. Because I'd also say we do.
Shit right up.
We do need clothes, in case we are in an area that we shouldn't be in. Might seem a bit suspicious if 4 wait staff are in the king's quarters, just chilling, just straight up chilling like a villain. Not good.
You know, rummaging through his drawer and stuff.
Yeah. See, more acceptable if you're a guest. I left my crown.
I mean, you two could like go into the corridor and make out. And then when they come, it makes them so. No, listen. It makes them nervous because then they come around the corner and they're just like, oh, what are these guests? Oh, they're getting funky.
Better they're gonna tell us to
not.
move on.
Not kissing
That
a cat.
is.
You don't want to kiss a cat? Am I too early for you?
What are you, first?
Well,
Doing.
what is going on?
This is devolving very quickly.
My brain went so
Let's go and get some clothes.
Let's get some clothes and let's try and find Amy Amazing.
Yep.
So you head down the district that you pretty much just came from, and actually you can see Mr. Stressner walking back from the textile and tailors district.
We've got to kill one.
What a bloody
And,
legend.
Exactly.
It's bigger guns.
You should be. My memory isn't quite what it used to be. You should be writing this down.
As
I have it written down.
You know where the wine should be.
Yes.
You go get wine
Okay.
with him. You don't get
split the party.
masks. We've got ear things. We can chat to each other.
She wants to split the party.
No,
You've got
when we
ear
go
things, you
in-
can chat to each other.
yeah. It's practically like being together.
You do have your stones in your
What
ears.
if we
at the
just
moment.
kiss? Maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
But what if?
Apparently, Reese doesn't want to kiss the cat.
JK, but what if? I don't know.
You head to the textile district. Once again, Mr. Stressner is making their way back up toward you guys, but he's buried his head so deeply into his papers, and he's sort of like stressing and strutting so quickly that he barely even takes any notice of anyone around him and just zooms past you. And you look back down the way and head over to one of the textile districts that does things like fancy gowns and ballroom dresses and that sort of thing. It's quite easy to gauge, where things are and things. And there's a lovely lady who's waiting to receive a customer. Oh, good day. Perhaps you are headed to the Masquerade Ball this evening.
Yep.
Yes, we are.
Oh, excellent. I suppose you've come for your dresses?
Yep.
Okay. Can I have a name of the order, please?
Well,
I attempt to sort of just stand back from the group and sort of sneak around to the side to try and use my cat eyes to read a name in the book.
Okay. Roll me a stealth
Need to check your
check.
ability.
Are you sneaking into and around the...
Mostly just like kind of just to the side. Like if we imagine that your desk, like your
Yeah, like here.
I'm just like trying to just do that.
All right. Well, just roll me a perception check.
Hang on, where's perception? 10.
It's not easy to make out the handwriting. This lady obviously has like cursive, which is difficult to read.
Because I'm a cat.
Yeah, it's because you're a cat. You're used to, claw marks and things. But one name that does stick out is the name Malacrook.
Damn it. Well,
A name, please, for your order.
Malacrook.
No.
I'm thinking we just give the name, and then when she goes, oh, that's not on there, we get really indignant and go, what do you mean it's not on there? 'Cause I don't know if giving the name Malacrook is smart, because none of us look like Malacrook.
No one knows what he looks like. He's a magician that changes his appearance.
No, they think he's young.
My ears are up here.
I'm like, what about, and this is out of game, what about if we just say we're here by order of Amy Amazing to pick up the costumes?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to do that. Yeah, do that.
Okay.
We're here to pick up costumes for Amy Amazing.
Oh, excellent. Yes, she said she would be coming round later on.
Yes.
There are only 4 of you. Are you going to be able to carry them all?
How many is there?
What do you mean, how many? You should know that.
She just sent
Oh,
us-
we just got sent.
Well, we were told to make 18 costumes, some identical, some of different flavour.
God. Ooh, what kind of flavor?
Apple. No. Oh, look, I'm not saying anything.
It'll be fine. We can do it. She
We can
probably
manage.
just didn't understand.
Very well, of course. I'll get onto it right away. Dennis! And she calls off to her assistant, who sort of wanders over and starts, like, heaving all of these ridiculously heavy gowns and dresses and outfits and things basically onto like a wooden cart.
Excellent.
And he carts them over to the front of the shop. You can see among them are sort of these like leather kind of, they look like pauldrons, but they're supposed to be for, like a jester or something. There's a whole bunch of different regalia for what you would imagine were acrobats and circus folk. And buried beneath them all, you caught a glimpse of an outfit which is very sort of, I don't exactly know how to describe it, but it looks like it would be something worn by a fire breather. It was very sort of like red with a whole bunch of like flames sort of sewn in to the gown itself, and it's very sort of tight to the skin so that there's no flowing fabric when obviously you don't want it to catch fire. And this assistant Dennis sort of wheels them over to the front and sets the wheelbarrow down. Here we are, my lady. And she says, well, how are you planning on...
One second. I put it on the credit for Amy. She'll...
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's been paid for already, of course.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
I was just going to thank them for allowing us the use of their cart in an act of persuasion.
Oh, well, persuade me then. What are you going to say?
Oh, thank you so much for putting this on a cart for us. We're just going to take this back to the headquarters, and then we'll bring it back to you guys. It'll maybe be about a half an hour tops, but don't worry, it'll be right back.
Actually, before we go, I just want to... I assume that our actual, like, masquerade clothes are here as well. Can I do a bluff check?
Yeah. Make me a bluff check.
So I want to do it with my versatile performance, so I can swap my perform modifier
in check of the bluff.
For bluff. So.
I just touch him and give him just a smidge of luck.
Yeah, okay.
So what's that do?
It's a bit of luck. So touch a willing creature to give it an advantage on all d20 rolls within the next round.
An advantage?
So you roll twice, you take
okay,
a higher
right.
result.
The higher one.
Yeah.
It's like Pathfinder has advantage?
No, I just made that up because it's easier to say than...
Yeah, fair. All right.
Put target card from the top of target player's library. No, just...
So that's an 18.
Mill 2.
And then, if this is a 20... No, an 8. So 18 plus 7 is 25.
Excellent. I'm dreadfully sorry. I wasn't told that there would be any regalia for attendance of the Royal Ball, only for the circus performers. I'll get it sorted for you right away.
I mean, we need them, like... we need them pronto.
I'll tell you what. We'll take the wheelbarrow, we'll go drop off the costumes to Amy Amazing, and then when we bring the wheelbarrow back, we'll come and pick up our masquerade costumes. That sounds like a fair deal.
That sounds good.
Like a fair deal, guys.
Yep.
That's
All right,
a great
we'll
deal.
leave it with you. We'll see you
My
half
plan
hour.
was while this was
Maybe an hour.
Yes, very well. Yes,
Also,
okay, all right.
also, don't forget the masks.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes.
I've got so much to do.
and I trust they've also been paid for. So, like, don't worry about it. Cool. Worry about it, but don't worry about paying. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, anything. Yes, of course. I've got a lot to do. Goodbye.
Bye.
You're now in possession of a cart of 18 costumes.
All me, and I get excluded from the high five.
Yeah,
I'll
we're
give you
good.
that.
We're good.
See, I was going to try and mix stuff while you two were starting to, like, go the full thing, but I didn't even have to.
To be fair, it was a team effort, right? We had
Everyone got
costume
high fives.
suggestion. We had everything.
I was waiting. I was like, the minute that they get too distracted, I'm going to see if I can, like, mix some masks and stuff.
Yeah.
But that didn't even
You're
need
good.
to
It's
happen.
very good. Very good.
No. Chef's kiss.
So you're wheeling your wheelbarrow full of costumes.
While
like,
we're wheeling it, I'm just gonna have like a bit of a rifle through the costumes, see if I can find like a magician's wizard robe.
You do find something which is akin more to it's sort of like, you know how someone would be like a show magician, they would have like tricks like pulling the rabbit out of a hat and like putting the handkerchiefs in the hand. So it's very sort of like, you know, embellished. It's a blue sort of gown with a whole bunch of stars and crescent moons all over it, with flourish on the bottom that you would imagine would make it, you know, sort of this opulent and regal sort of performer's outfit. And luckily for you, it's in your size.
Hey.
I'd like to
Success.
put it on.
Okay. No, I'll hold off. I just know it's there.
Yep,
So we'll see how we go with Amy Amazing. I'll continue leading the group to the market area where we should supposedly find her.
Is bluff deception?
Yeah, it's like when you try to deceive someone.
No, I'm just checking. It's actually deception and 2E.
In
So I
2E,
was like,
yeah.
where's deception?
They've
It's
changed
not
everything.
here.
You head down the marketplace, following in the steps of Mr. Stresner, who walked all the way back up to the central sort of area. Again, you're amongst all the caravans that are selling food, trinkets, and everything. And Panther's Eye, you reckon the best place to find Amy Amazing might be, there's actually like a green further off where families would go and have their picnics and things. The circus performers would obviously need some open space to practice for tonight, and you think that might be the best place.
Yeah, yep.
So you head down there, and sure enough, on the green, there's actually a small crowd gathered because for them it's like a free show. But there is a half-orc basically dipping her sort of like rag in some what you imagine is like fuel for fire, and then with a sort of like a wow, there's this huge plume of fire that shoots up into the sky and whiffles out, and the whole crowd just begins clapping and cheering and all sorts. And there's also like off to the side, there's a whole bunch of the circus performers who themselves are just sort of sitting down and having a break.
I was having a think as well as we were approaching. Obviously, timing is going to be the key tonight. If we don't have any luck in the first sort of half hour getting into the king's quarters to get this crown, obviously it's going to be hand delivered to him just before 10 o'clock, right? So if I manage to get on stage and be the magician, I could do some sort of distracting work, and we could do the old switcheroo in transit, you know, the cat in the box and the old man, as you would say in the thief speak.
Also an option.
I'm not a thief, so I don't.
No, I like the way you're thinking.
I watched my mother kill a spider with a tea cozy. Then I found out it was not a spider. It was my uncle Harold. That's
you have a...
that's an Ocean's 12 joke.
Oh, right. We have a lot to process.
Do you think we know who Amy is out of this lot, or guessing?
I mean, Amy, amazing. Surely she's the fire breather.
That would be pretty amazing.
You walk over.
Wow, she is amazing.
I'm just going to call out Amy and see who turns around.
You call out Amy, and pretty much everyone around you is clapping and cheering. They all know Amy amazing. She's sort of like built up a reputation around these parts as being this like amazing fire breather, this performer, this circus sort of chick. And she doesn't particularly hear you through the crowds, but actually some of the circus folk who are off to the side, they catch sight of you wheeling over the costume barrel, and they sort of give a over to Amy, and she stops her performance and puts her rags and things away and bottles on her kerosene, and walks over to the circus folk, and they point out you guys, and then she walks over to you guys.
Stressner asked us to help out. We have your costume.
Oh, yes, thank you for getting them so quickly. I was going to grab them later on.
Just wanted to clarify something. Amy Amazing is a half-orc.
Yeah, she's a half-orc. Actually, I will put it there for you guys. Amy Amazing.
We have to get the costume. Well, what tapestry shop? Help me out with words here, guys. What is it? A tapestry shop?
It's a clothing store?
Textile shop.
The textile owner asked us to get this trolley back to her stat. So if we can distribute these costumes, and then we can make our way back and see if Stressner has any other jobs for us.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Actually, thank you.
Stressner did sort of say you were... How are you going with entertainment for tonight, right?
Oh, we've got things pretty much under control. Aside from the costumes which you brought us, everything is worked out and ready to follow schedule. Mr. Stressner ought not to stress so much.
Well, I'm thinking...
He just wants to make sure that you know the exact times of the performance.
Oh, yeah. No. That's absolutely fine. Yeah,
him?
no, I know. I'm supposed to start 5 minutes before King Weymouth gives... Not Weymouth. King Panlion gives his speech as like a wowzer to get everyone's eyes on me.
Cool. And what do you have planned for that?
Oh, I'll show you if you like. Unbottles her kerosene.
I'm down for this.
Yep.
And holds up her torch high, and the rest of the crowd, who had sort of began to turn away and leave, and now realizing there's going to be another spectacle, they quickly grab their children to look at once more at the performance. And she goes, boom, takes a big mouthful of kerosene, whoosh, and there's this huge plume of fire that erupts up into the sky, and everyone's like blasted with this orange haze. Ooh, and everyone starts clapping again. And she sort of looks down at you guys and wipes her mouth.
That's pretty epic.
Some would say that's amazing.
That's amazing.
Oh, I get that all the time.
We were just asking, and are the other performers going to be just entertaining throughout the night, or they have specific times as well?
Well, Mr. Stressner made it clear that some of the dances are going to be occurring at certain times, and in those intervals we'll be in the break room getting ourselves ready and taking our rest. But yes, the band will be playing at intervals during the dances, and in between there will be some activities with jesters and magicians and all sorts of things. But really, I am the main show.
We were just wondering, because...
Just out of character here, the point is that Amy Amazing is the only one that we really need to be noting.
Oh, yeah. No. There was a reason why I was asking that. My good friend here, we're new to town, you see, and we're helping out, but he was also wondering if there was a potential employment opportunity.
Sorry, I'm a bit shy. I can't.
There's no need to be flustered, young man.
Well, I mean, look, it's just me and my old grandfather here. We've been.
How do you do?
Very nice to meet you.
He's a lovely boy.
Yeah. Adopted. We've just been working on like our own sort of performance.
Oh.
You see, I'm a skald. I'm actually a throat singer from the mountains.
Oh, excellent.
And,
well, give us a rendition then.
Oh, you're gonna put me on the spot, are
To
you?
make him look pretty so that he
Yeah.
knows that you're a part of it too.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
So what have you got?
I'm like, hey, we're gonna do the bit now. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Fucking put your improv
Granddad.
pants on, granddad.
Gross. Maybe not that one.
So
No.
just while he's trying to figure out, I'm just like, hold on, I need to.
Yeah, no, because then it looks like he's coming down from the mountains. Go, cuss, go.
Yeah.
Although you might want to do
Yeah,
one
I'm
of
gonna
these
do that.
because
Yeah,
then
yeah.
it's a thing and
Yeah,
you
true.
don't have to use a spell slot.
Yeah, that's my thought.
Yeah.
Are you got something picked out?
Pretty nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yep.
do. As you sort of begin, I'm gonna wait for the crescendo
Okay.
and then do a dancing lights
All right.
around you.
So start.
Braxis gets to the end of his throat singing song, and with a flick of your finger, you send a whole bunch of orbs in a tightly packed sort of like coalescence, shooting across the grass, and they spring up from behind Braxis, almost like up his spine, and then they erupt into the sky like fireworks. And there's this beautiful sort of dazzling, crackling display before the lights peter out at your command. And the rest of the crowd that was still watching, they all start clapping and everything, and Amy Amazing sort of stunned watching you. Oh, that was actually amazing, incredible, and everyone seemed to enjoy
You made
it.
her say amazing.
Hey, that's your name.
You could be Braxis Amazing.
Oh, you're gonna make a man blush? Oh.
Listen, I could really use talent like you at tonight's performance. Unfortunately, one of our musicians has fallen ill, and they've already made it known to me that they can't make in attendance. So, if you would, I would love to have you as a performer.
Oh, what do you say, Granddad?
I think it's a great idea. It's the opportunity we've been waiting for, isn't it?
It's the opportunity of a lifetime.
Exactly. My lifetime, anyway.
So what? Yeah. What time would you say? When do you need us to rock up?
Well, we're still nutting things out between the musicians and the circus performers.
Sure.
But what we do know is that the dances will be occurring at 9:10 and 9:35 p.m. exactly, and so our performances can't intrude or hinder on those dances at all.
Sure.
So any time in between those is fine.
Yep.
And each of those dances will last for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we have a few opportunities to slot you in. Make it known to me when you would prefer, and maybe I can shuffle some people around.
Yeah. Also, just another
so
thing.
This says 9:10 on it.
Once
9:10
and
and
9:35. Yep.
once we do our
That's the jig.
performance, do you need us to do anything else? Are we just free to?
Usually the performers, once they've taken their bow, they head back to the break room and just wait for the next lot of performers to go out. It's all very sort of regimented and scheduled.
Right.
And not to be a jerk or anything, but because of my fire breathing, I really am the main event. Of,
Oh no, that's fine. I'm just
So-
it's a long night.
Yeah, of
Are we
course.
able to like stretch our legs and?
Oh, yeah, certainly.
We're not like imprisoned in the break room.
No,
right?
no.
Okay,
You're
cool.
free to walk around as long as you're wearing the proper regalia. And
Oh, yes, yes.
I'll let Pudge and Larry know that you guys will be in attendance instead.
You could also write down Pudge and Larry.
I've got minimal space.
In a moment, things will come together for Pudge and Larry. But now, I think Tom,
That's not nice.
there is something very votes that we have to do at
He's
4
already started
PM,
the
or have you
votes.
started the votes?
Literally halfway through already.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
There was
I
very
was like
little fanfare with it.
getting really carried away with like,
I was like,
I
you
need to
guys
wrap
having
this
a
bit
great
up so that we have
I
to.
was just talking chat and stuff.
That's fine.
If anyone's listening in and hasn't voted yet, you get to pick the game we play at the end of every month. You click on the button, you get a vote, you get your input. It's gonna be a good
What's up,
time.
Bree?
Yeah.
Bathroom break.
Of course. Thank you, everyone, for watching up until this point. We will be taking this opportunity to have a bathroom break for Bree. I need to drink some water because my voice is going. And everyone is free to, get yourselves all nutted out for this plan that's going to occur. But while you're waiting, and if you're not watching our splendid and illustrious adverts that we run during our break time, definitely get your votes in for next week's game. I think there's a
week after.
Week after? The week after.
We've got
for the end of October.
Rum and Bones, Fury of Dracula,
Good game.
Doom, the board game, and Champions of Midgard.
I haven't had a chance to play Champions of Midgard.
I have
Apparently
not
it's pretty good.
played
Yeah.
any of these games.
Oh, a lot of them are good picks. Like, I would definitely rate Doom. Fury of Dracula's great.
Quality.
But it's up to you, our viewer base. You're all entitled to your votes, so get your votes in. Excuse me. And we'll see how the results of that poll go after our break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Masquerade Heist after these messages.
Coffee.
Yo, Lachlan, when did we get merch?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Where's my laptop gone?
That's right, Lachlan. We have Nerds of the West merchandise.
That's not my laptop.
Yep, so we have shirts available in different
That's
colors and
still
sizes.
not my laptop.
We have hoodies available in different
That's not
colors
my
and
coffee.
sizes. And also, we have mugs.
I love mugs.
I love mugs too, Lachlan.
I think we should stop saying that word.
I 100% agree. Anyway, guys, if you want any of this Nerds of the West merchandise, feel free to click on our link below. It helps support the channel and it gives you some sick new threads.
And if you want to see anything new, then let us know. We're always working on new designs. Like, if you want to see hats, let us know. If you want to see more mugs, let us know. I've said mugs.
For reals though, be sure to visit our Nerds of the West store at nerdsoftheweststore.company.site, where you can pick up your hoodies, t-shirts, mugs, and any new cool stuff we release in the future. Anyway guys, I've been Reese, this has been Lachlan, we've been Nerds of the West, we'll catch you all next time.
2020 has been an insane year for board gaming, starting out with PLDRs, ending up with no one being able to play games together.
What a year! What a year!
What a year!
What a year!
Shipping delays, Kickstarter delays, everything delayed, but still over 2,000 games released this year alone. So we're here today, myself, Tom, and my friend Reese, to try and show off a few of our favorite games that came out in 2020 or late 2019, if we're being honest.
Shut up! Shut up! You're ruining the illusion!
The point is, we love games. We talk about a lot of games. We play a lot of games here at Nerds of the West. You can catch that here on YouTube or at twitch.tv/Nerds of the West. This is just a small selection of games. We have our full board game list of games that we played in 2020 that we will be going over at the end of the year, December 19th, over on our Twitch channel. You can catch that there, or if you're coming to us from the future, hello, we hope things are better, and you can check out the video here on YouTube. To start us off, Reese,
Yo.
got any games you loved that came out in 2020?
So, look, Tom, we played a lot of games. We played a lot of games against each other, but we also played a few co-op games.
Do love me some co-op.
And I have to say, I played one of my favorite co-op games that I have ever played in Horrified.
Good start, my friend. What's so good about Horrified?
All right, so Horrified is 1 to 5 players. And look, I'm a huge fan of movies, of film. You are villagers tasked with trying to take down the universal horror monsters.
Remember when they tried to start a movie universe about all those monsters?
Yeah,
that went well.
We don't talk.
We don't know about that, but there's a game about it now.
This is a really good game. It's very similar. It's sort of a condensed version of Eldritch Horror and Arkham Horror and those sorts
So
of
you're
games.
walking around the map, finding the items you need to take down the monsters?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty
sweet.
much. It simplifies the rules enough so that anyone can play it. And
Medium to lightweight co-op.
yeah, and you still get a lot of fun out of it. So yeah, that's one of my picks for this year.
Only recommend. What have I got over here? Oh, lightweight, party time, muffin time. This game came out of nowhere for me. I've been a huge fan of Asif movie ever since it first came out. Was not expecting them to ever come out with a board game, let alone a board game that I had so much fun with. This is 2 to 6 players, anyone can pull it out, have a great time. There's all these trap cards that you're basically tricking your friends into saying the wrong word or doing the wrong thing, and suddenly you're stealing their cards.
Yeah, when did we end up getting that shelf of Big Potato Games?
I think it's been there for a while.
We've had it for ages, because we got them back in
time.
the old studio.
Yeah.
If you guys have been sticking around since our last one.
Backstories! If another player recalls an event from over a year ago, they discard 3 cards.
God.
Aim of the game is just to get to 10 cards. It can take anywhere from 10 minutes, half an hour. You're gonna have a good time the whole time though.
Memes the game.
It's pretty accurate, man. YouTube memes the game.
Speaking of party games,
Ooh.
I do have to give an honourable mention to one of our favourite party games that has been getting played nearly every week. Taco Cat Goat Cheese Pizza.
But that came out in 2018.
Yeah, but it's a good game. I highly recommend it. $20, you can get it from anywhere.
Literally 10 stores
anywhere.
here in Australia sell this. That's how available this game is.
And trust me, you will get many plays out of this.
Until you break your hands and mend the cards.
I have bought 3 copies of this because we have played through all of them.
Yeah, actually.
Yes. Yeah. I have personally destroyed 2 other copies.
Hard hand ready to go.
Sure.
Taco. Cat.
Goat.
Cheese.
Pizza.
Dang it, that's me.
Because we play this so much. So Taco Cat Goat Cheese Pizza.
You're a special man.
I'm a fun guy.
Speaking of crazy party games, I'm not actually 100% sure if this got released yet, but Secret Neighbor, the party game, based on the video game. I didn't get to play this with you guys, but I had a lot of fun with this. I think 2 to 10 players? 5 to 10 players. You need at least 5. Ignore the fact that I said 2 because it's a party game. Of course you're gonna need multiple people. But lots of cards, lots of fun art, and plastic little keys that you hold. It's
interesting.
cute. I love it.
Well, Tom, while you have the number 2 on your mind, right? Sometimes I don't want to play with 5 people. I don't want to play with 10 people. Tom, I don't like people, right? So, one of the best 2-player games that I played with one of our fellow nerds, Lachlan, check out the YouTube video, is Fox in the Forest Duet. Now, we played the original Fox in the Forest, which we had a lot of fun. The original Fox in the Forest, you guys are playing against each other, whereas in Fox in the Forest...
We have had our toilet breaks and Tom's about to fetch us some drinks so that we can keep going, keep on keeping on with this Masquerade Heist. For those of you who are either just tuning in or need a recap, would anyone like to recap or should I? Go, Gary.
We got to Grandmoor and were abducted in the night after having an excellent night at the pub. We were abducted and then we were asked / sequestered and requested that we perform a heist to save the trade routes of the city. And
what a bloody
therefore save the kingdom.
Oh, Zoe, thank you for the song. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, we're requesting to perform this heist. So we are now currently in the process of gathering information about characters in this heist and what we need to be aware of. We have exactly 1 hour to steal away into the king's chambers. Replace his crown with an unbewitchable artifact.
Replica.
Replica thing. Like,
Buddy, you needed to not. I know you're hot.
No, it's fine.
Damn right.
M&Ms do work good.
They do.
Yeah. Anyway, you made
Fans
bad
going out of
choices.
control.
So we're in the process of gathering clues, and yeah, that was bad. That was so bad.
Well, look, I think we're almost finished. We're currently gathering up the last of the things. Then we're going to make a plan, and then we're going to try and smash out the plan, and nothing is going to go wrong.
Nothing is
going to go wrong.
Nothing at all.
Nothing will go
at
wrong.
all. So, the last moment before our break, you were all talking to Amy Amazing about the possibility of getting a part-time casual job as performers at this one and only heist that's going to happen.
You two are performers. We're the kitchen staff.
And Amy Amazing has said yes, she would love to have you on as a tag team duo, son and grandfather, with a throat singing performance. At a time, she'll assess with the rest of her circus once you've gotten back to her, and that she'll also let Larry and Pudge know that you guys are going to be attending and flitting about the corridors.
Cool. Awesome. All right.
Well, if there's anything else you need, otherwise...
we've got a few more errands to run.
Of course.
I mean, just food for thought. If you could put us on earlier, just Gramps likes to not stay up late, and just helps us. But totally up to you. I understand. We are the talent. You are the manager. You do you, boo.
Well, look, if it's an earlier position that you're hoping to, perhaps we can have you as an opener. See, at 9 o'clock, the doors will be opening, and at 9:05, the doormen have all been instructed to meticulously count the guest list, verify everyone's inside, and then shut the doors so that, none of those rapscallions from the lower class make their way.
No one can escape, right?
Oh, yeah, that too. But if you would like the 9:05 spot, as guests are filing in, and you can welcome them with a small performance before eventually the waltz will begin and finger food and wine start coming out, that would be perfect.
Yeah, that's... What do you think, Gramps?
I think that's a good idea, but you'll need to go in a little bit earlier, right? Or are we going to be able to get through earlier? Because you're going to need to do your warm-up.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, warm-ups, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit... 5 minutes is not enough time to warm up.
Well, look, we'll be in the break room pretty much all day, 7:30 onwards.
Okay.
And we'll be, getting ready. I'll be making sure that I've definitely got the Dragon's Balefire in my cask, and it's all ready and fit to go. There's a whole bunch of safety, obviously, that needs to be accounted for. I'm a fire eater after all, and we don't want everyone burned to death now, do we?
Who is doing safety? Is it the guard? If anything was to get out of hand?
Well, they're more security. Safety is something that we take into our own hands. We're a very professional troop.
She's on the not set fire shit.
In my long career of 22 years, I have not set fire to anything but myself, so...
Exactly. Smart.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about it.
That's fine. That's fine.
Anyway, if there's anything else you need, definitely come back and speak to us. But we're sort of just practicing here on the green. You're welcome to practice with us if you wish. But definitely, by all means, if you want to get there early, walk in. I'm sure the guards will know who you are.
Yeah.
What's the best place to buy wine in the city?
Oh, wine? Oh, that would be from the alcohol district, I imagine. You wouldn't want to go and get that from...
I like this city.
Yeah, it's in the upper class area.
This is Grandanor, after all.
Exactly.
Gramps is right. I imagine you might have lived here your whole life, right, Gramps?
Exactly.
There's a district for everything in Grandanor.
I'm just it's not fucking Panthers. Gramps.
Gramps.
Yeah.
Whams.
You are not Gramps.
Apparently.
There are some bulk alcohol vendors, and I can't imagine that they wouldn't have been told about the Masquerade. You might be able to just file through and then pick up your produce.
Yeah. Just in and out. All right. Well, anyway, we're gonna get this cart back. So,
How's time going now?
What do you do?
What's time now?
It's about midday.
Okay.
Actually, you have got sort of most of the day to plan and do some reconnaissance of everything. But whenever you wish to, move ahead to the Masquerade Heist, just let me know. You all flit back into the marketplace and flit. You will scurry back into the
So
marketplace.
what actually happens is now that the costumes are gone, I sit in the cart and make them push me back.
That's exactly what happens. Thank you so much.
thank you for that. I don't know where that was, but
Oh wow! Redeemed a game to the monthly viewer.
Ooh,
Giant killer robots, heavy hitters.
that sounds like a game and a half.
Yeah, right.
Giant heavy robot killer robots heavy hitters.
Yeah, giant killer robots, heavy hitters.
We've been trying to get it to the table for like a year, so
That gives us an excuse to get it to the table. Well,
so
Just
no,
saying.
is that for October games or will that be November? Yeah.
for the November game, yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Because don't we have the October games sorted before October and then they vote on it?
We're getting close to it.
first week in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can still
Aha, what a bloody legend. Here's some
Here's
bigger
bigger guns.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Holy
much.
bear.
All
All
right.
right. Anyway,
Mauricio jumps into the cart and you wheel her down the avenue once more to the textile district, and you sort of like thrump her forwards onto her feet as soon as you reach the gown maker, who is sort of like currently stressing.
What a bloody
There's
legend.
papers
He's
all over
finger
the
guns.
floor.
27 months. 40
With the
27
months.
Thank you. That's a long time.
Tip of the hat from Sheriff.
Tip of the hat. Sheriff Freeze, Sheriff Town.
Where did, like, I know where that came from, but also, like, did that just come out of your brain?
Yeah.
Most things do, actually.
Yeah. He's genius.
No. Just bad jokes.
You're back. I'm dreadfully sorry about that mix-up before. I mustn't have been clued in by Mr. Stresser. Anyway, your Masquerade outfits are all ready and sized up. We had a couple of spares, thankfully.
Cool.
I hope they'll fit. I'm quite good at judging you, size-wise. Anyway, here they are. The cart can't need that.
Oh, the cart!
Mauricio onto the floor, and I'm like, here you go.
I was already out.
I'm dumping you again.
You just scoop her up, then dump her again.
Why don't you love
Thank you. Dennis and
I didn't want
Dennis.
to cart your ass
which
across
one
this
is
town.
mine? My costume.
Oh,
My
well, an
dress.
elderly gentleman like you, I would have nothing better than this to show. And she pulled out this, like, incredible, like, green, regal, long flowing robes with, like, this decorative gold filigree all atop the shoulders and the neck, and then these long and sort of like flowing sleeves. It looks very wizardy, sort of, from what you were wearing before.
It sounds great.
This is something we've had in storage for a while, so I apologize if it's a little dusty. We haven't had time to clean it yet, but there you go.
Thank you.
Perhaps it's a good time now to speak of costs and such. Of course, this is not a transaction that we foresaw coming, so each of these gowns is going to cost
How much?
15 gold pieces per gown.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Working with all this dusty fabric.
Dusty fabrics.
You got 15 gold pieces? Okay, cool.
What's
It'll be 60 all up.
Yeah, that's fine.
60 all up?
15
15 per
gown.
That's how maths work.
These things aren't exactly cheap to make.
No. That was out of I'm bad at math.
Oh, yeah. So 60 gold you send over from among yourselves.
15 each.
15 each.
How do
I was going to be like, whoa, hold on. Let's.
Wait.
We did say this.
62 take 15.
47. All of them are very stately, very upper class.
And the mask, right?
Gary, you've got this like really excellent looking sort of suit with laces and sort of a ruff at the front with some sort of increased height shoulder pads for your like stately stature. Braxis, you receive a very modest yet regal and not opulent. What's the word? A nice gown for
You look
attendance at the
good,
Masquerade.
I look like a fucking
it's a nice smart black. And Mauricio, you gain a lovely blue dress for yourself.
Midnight blue?
Yeah,
Yay.
absolutely. And it comes with all of the aforementioned, pizzazz
Pretty
about it.
silver things.
And you all, are you going to don your dresses now or wait until before?
We will wait.
We don't want to get these dirty before.
Yeah.
Good idea. Well, the vendor bids you her farewell and gets back to her duties, and all of you now.
We had masks
All
too
right.
as well that match the thing.
Oh yeah, they all come attached to your
Like
thing
pinned.
pinned on. They all look stunning. Yours has like nice feathers coming out of the top, and yours is like a filigree that matches with your smart green robes. Each of you has equally nice masks to wear. Cool. They're only sort of like bandito fucking. It's not like a whole face mask thing. It just covers the eyes.
All right. Well, now that we've got these, we got to keep going on with our chores. What are they? Errands?
We need
Work?
Jobs.
So
To the alcohol
To the alcohol.
district.
Okay.
I've never been so excited.
You
in
head
my
to
life.
the alcohol
They have a gem
district.
That'd be cool.
No, they don't. They don't.
Y'all have been running around for a while now, so you're thankful that now you're in a place that you can get behind. You can dig the alcohol district.
All about it. Get on the chinnies, lads!
Yeah, Pet Bazaar leads you to the upper sort of end of town where there's a whole bunch of vendors for different sort of like stately and upper class goods. And you eventually come across, the, what would it call, the brewers.
The brewery?
Places that make wine.
The winery?
The winery. The vineyards.
The vineyards?
And
Sorry,
there's a nice sort of a shop front where wine that had been sort of grown and produced from out of the city would have been carted in. And yeah, grapes. That's the one. What do you put in a toaster?
Wine.
Toast.
Can you grow wine?
And you make your way into this sort of like, as you open the door, there's like a little ding-a-ling, and it's the whole sort of like shop front setup with like cases of wine all sort of racked up on the back wall, and a couple of drums of wine over in the corner, just sort of like for display purposes. And a short halfling sort of comes out from behind the back room and steps up onto a small stool and sort of like puts his elbows up on the counter. Hello, what can I do for you?
Mr. Stressner sent us to pick up the
Sauvignon
Blanc.
Yes, of course. It's quite a sizely amount of Sauvignon Blanc. You might
Do you
require
have a
some...
cart that we can...
Why, yes, of course. Mr. Stressner had things nutted out. The cart is ready for you to take. If you would like a couple of burly individuals to assist you in taking it to the palace, by all means. Otherwise, yes, okay.
Yeah.
And he sort of whistles back to his friends Roger and Sam, who each of them sort of like, one's a half-orc and the other's a human, and each of them is kind of like a big burly sort of... They basically just work in the factory, the winery. I'm saying all the wrong things.
The wine factory.
Yeah, the wine factory, where they, grow the wine and they...
The vineyard?
Yeah, and then they put it on the conveyor belt.
Yeah,
and then it goes through the machine.
And
Did they work
then the
in
IBM robots put the wine together, like...
Yep.
And they sort of like get around to the back, and the order's already been filled out and paid for and everything, so they basically just like take two sort of sides of the cart, and they're basically contracted to just like do these kinds of things. They're used to this kind of thing.
Contracted to push heavy shit.
Yeah.
And each of them.
What a job.
There's nothing else we needed to grab?
From here?
No.
At all. I think this might be the last.
I think this is the last thing.
Yeah, I think
Look, we'll grab this, and then
Yep.
we'll go with the lads to the palace.
Yeah. Well, we need to take...
Oh, what?
Who is it? Who's the winner?
What has happened, Tom?
Why does that not have a message? Slippery Beef just donated $50.
Oh my god, thanks dude, thank you, Beef.
Love you, beautiful people, and your awesome streams.
Oh, that's too sweet. Thank you,
Beef,
Beef.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope you're enjoying the
and
stream.
I know he did that from the bottom of his heart because the donations don't show up, so he didn't do that to try and get ahead.
He didn't do it for clout.
He didn't do it for the clout. He didn't do it to try and get ahead
Did
of
it because he
curve.
loves us.
Oh, Beef,
That's
thank you so
sweet.
much.
Thank you, Beef.
So we didn't need to drop this off at the
Palace.
catering area, did we? We could just take it straight, obviously, to the palace.
Yeah,
'cause
we
that's
just
where it needs to go.
take it straight to the palace.
Yep.
Yeah.
You tell the burly guys, Samuel and his mate, to wheel the cart of wine. Oh, actually, there's quite a number of like bottles, and the reason they're in bottles is, of course, that the waiters will be taking them around individually. So it's not like you can just take a barrel.
Oh, before we leave, I turned to the owner of the shop, and I'm like, we have double wine, right?
Yes, that was made very clear by Mr. Stressner. Yes, there'll be 2 servings of wine.
Oh, yes, of course.
Two
yes.
servings.
Yes, well, 160 bottles up from 80 is what I heard last, but everything is accounted for.
Yep, perfect. That's great.
Well,
just needed to check.
Yeah,
Yep.
by all means,
All right.
off you go.
As his name suggests, Mr. Stressner is a stressin'.
He's a bit of a stressy guy, isn't he?
I've
Did you
known
get that?
I've known him for 5 years, and that's the first time it's popped up.
Right? He just needs to relax sometimes. I
Yeah,
feel like.
he's going to put himself in an early grave.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
what-
Mm.
I said that to Mrs. Stressner, and she was, whoo.
Oh, Mrs. Stressner, yeah, she stresses more than he does. I
Yeah.
know. They're not a good match for each other
No,
at all.
not at all.
No,
Just-
no,
just-
they just
just-
perpetuate the same.
Heart Attack City.
Yeah.
Bro.
can't
You know
imagine.
what's up, man.
Dude, yeah, no, I know what's up. All right, well, what was your name again?
Don't worry about it. We'll see you later.
All right,
yeah.
well, I'll catch you around.
No worries. I'll be back.
I'll be
Did you
back.
just make a friend?
I don't want to leave my name here. They're gonna be like, oh, the Braxis guy. Who?
You head off, and your two burly wine draggers follow behind you, and you pretty much gun it straight to the palace, so you're not wasting their time.
Yeah.
And you make your way into the inner sort of. There's actually an inner wall around the palace, almost like it were, the walls of a city. Tall white stone. You pass through the entranceway, and pretty much anyone's allowed in, but the guards try and keep the place sort of like clean, so peasants and the lower class are usually turned around, but they see that each of you has obviously got some sort of purpose. You're carting lots of wine and Masquerade Ball. These are probably here for the Masquerade Ball.
And we've got our costumes and stuff we're carrying.
Yeah, they're sort of slung over your arm, and they let you through. And you make your way up to basically like the front exterior, the facade of the palace, which itself is this grand, enormous stone building with lots of rooks and terraces across the front and everything. It's actually quite impressive. This is definitely where a king would want to live if you were a king. And there are a few stairs, so the blokes have to sort of like hold one of the handles of the cart really sturdily as they sort of hop them up the stairs, and you guys probably would help sort of push from the back. No ramp access in this palace. And you pretty much just gun it straight to the front door, and there's two guards that are sort of just kind of standing there. And each of them were just sort of like looking and laughing with one another. But as soon as they see you coming, they sort of stand to attention with their halberds ready.
Do you know where Mr. Stressner wants the wine?
Wait a minute, you're here for...
To drop off the
wine?
For Mr.
Right.
Stressner?
Just point at the cart that's currently that we've...
party tonight?
Well, look, I don't exactly know a whole lot about what's going on. Do you, Larry? And Larry says... I don't know.
Wait, hold it. Larry?
Yeah.
That must mean you are Pudge?
Yeah, that's me.
Fuck, dudes. Lads.
We all said you had to talk to Amy Amazing.
Amy Amazing. We are
to tell you.
I don't know if the message has been passed along.
What's the message then?
Me and Gramps here, my grandfather. We are entertainers for tonight. Amy Amazing has put us on the show. We're going to be helping out. It's going to be sick. We've also got some of the wait staff with us.
Look, I think I can see what's going on here. I'll need to hear it from the horse's mouth before I can let you in. But for now, you better stow the wine and get yourselves all sorted out. And as soon as Amy Amazing gives us the word, then we'll be happy to sort you out and get you set up.
No worries. Open the door. We'll take the wine straight to the kitchen.
All right. Larry, you better go with them. Are you sure? What if I get something wrong? You won't get anything wrong. Come on, just follow them. Oh, for God's sake, I'll come with you too. Thanks. And each of them...
Do you want me to wait at the door to make sure no one that isn't supposed to get in comes in?
Leave that to the King's Guard, I would say.
Okay.
Sick.
Pudge and Larry make their way with you through the entrance itself, which is sort of like a foyer area.
The lads.
This polished, sort of treated wooden floor with these like great braziers in which fire would be if it was, evening, and these polished marble sort of walls and interior tapestries hanging all about the place, chandeliers. It's quite opulent and amazing. And you make your way through a series of corridors along to the ballroom.
Yep.
So you can use your nifty character chits.
Oh, we're in.
We're in. We're on the board, people.
Now seeing through the looking glass.
Mauricio, would you make me a perception check, please?
That's a 9 plus.
So 9 on the dice.
Yes, I'm just trying to find my goddamn. Sorry, I'm used to different ones.
Perception.
Is it?
Yeah, 7.
So 16.
There we go, maths.
16, not bad. The first thing you see is this grand ballroom. It looks like any ballroom from your wildest dreams. It's large. There are these central sort of pillars coming down all across the length of the room. And everything has been set up in anticipation for the party. So there are tables with white tablecloths. All of the lavish decorations have been put up. And actually, there are a few people in here sort of making the last little tweaks to the decorations and things. And there's also this enormous chandelier that hangs from the center of the room, and 4 other sort of smaller chandeliers that adorn the ceiling of this grand and tall ballroom. And Pudge and Larry quickly chaperone you sort of away from all of what's going on in the ballroom, all the preparations, and they shoehorn you down into the kitchens, which is that doorway there.
The chandeliers are really important.
Are we in the kitchen jet or in this this area?
So that area there, now that you're here, you didn't gain this much from your scrying, Penthazar, but what it is essentially like a low sort of countertop over which you can see into the kitchens, and that way the chefs who are preparing the food can just put the plates on top of this shelf sort of thing, so that the waiters and the service folk can just kind of collect them, take them out, distribute the wine and the finger food, and then come back and throw the dirty plates back over the counter. Following down this way along the corridor, yep, perfect. That's exactly how to get into the kitchens. There are a few kitchen staff in there, but of course Lady Ramswald is not there quite yet. They're just sort of cleaning things and getting things prepared. They pay you really little attention. And you're ushered that the wine should probably be kept in the storage sort of area, the great cupboard, and you sort of spend 5 or 10 minutes just stacking it neatly up on one of the shelves. So
I want to tap Larry on the shoulder. Is there a bathroom anywhere here?
Oh, gee, yeah. Well, there's one down the corridor. Larry, what are you doing? You can't. Right.
You can come with me. I don't really mind. I just really need to pee.
Come on, Larry. You've got to be a big boy now. Pull your bootstraps up. Oh, you really want me to go with a girl to the bathroom? No, not in the bathroom, idiot. Just take her down there and make sure she's not doing anything stupid. Oh, gee. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll show you. And Larry sort of heads with you down the corridor, past the stairway, and this way towards. There's a bathroom sort of down there. As you're turning into that corridor, you sort of take a small glance to the left and the right just to ascertain where you are. Would you make me another perception check, please?
16 plus 7.
That's 20.
It's a lot.
2? 20? 23.
23.
I'm sorry.
You see, it's a really lavish and opulent palace. Everything is pretty much pristine. It's probably looked after really well. It's clean. It's decorated. There is one anomaly that catches your eye in a place that's so, pristine. There's a small mouse hole that's all the way down the end of this corridor pretty much where your pencil is pointed to on that wall. And someone has obviously, haphazardly tried to put, a potted plant sort of in the way so that it can't be seen, but you do manage to spy it from behind the potted plant. And that is where Penthazar had scryed earlier that the break room would be.
Interesting.
Where the break room would be.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
break
yeah, that's
room.
the chill zone, but it's here. The mouse hole.
Yeah, in the corridor, just in the field of view.
Do you like my pot plant?
All right. So while
You're in the toilets.
Marisol's doing her business, Mauricio, Jesus Christ, it's just you by the queue.
Yeah, pretending. Yep.
Pudge, Chief.
Yes.
What's the dealio with weapons and stuff tonight?
Oh, no weapons allowed, I'm afraid.
Look,
Do you have some? I'm not here.
Look, the King's Guard, such as myself and old Larry, God, he's such an idiot, will, of course, be making sure that anyone who comes in is only allowed their ceremonial blades and things, and all items that aren't allowed will be confiscated at the door.
Okay, cool. Just heads up, this right here, ceremonial blade.
I don't think so, mate. What do you think you're playing at? What do you think, I haven't been a guardsman for 25 years of my life?
Look, I'm gonna be real with you, man. It's more of a
support.
It's just seeing eye blade. Vision's not great. I gotta.
I've got my eye on you, man. If you try any funny business,
well, he's got his blade on you to see you better.
See, here's the thing, man. I'm the comedian, right? I'm trying to tell you with the performance, man. It's fine. When Amy comes in, you'll have chat to her.
She's got a lot of explaining to do.
When you see his performance, you'll be blown away.
Yeah.
I'm sure I will be. Yeah. But I imagine that weapons aren't part of your performance.
No.
No, it's more just a ceremonial thing, but it's fine.
It'll be confiscated.
Is there a place where I can put it as we come in?
Well, anything that's not a rapier will be taken into the housing, the closet with everyone else's personal belongings and valuables and things.
Cool.
and you can give your name over at the bench, and you can retrieve it afterwards.
All right. Whereabouts is that? Just so I know where to go after we're done.
There'll be one over at the front there. And he sort of points. You're not in the room, but he makes it known that it would be sort of
cloak
like
room.
Sort of like a small. It's not a cloak room, but someone has just been in charge of some lockers.
You get given a
cloak
ticket
hole.
for your sword.
Yeah.
Get my sword back.
Yeah.
But I would suggest not bringing it in the first place. There's no good reason that any attendee of the Masquerade Ball would need a sword unless you're planning something funny.
We've got nowhere to stash it.
We don't have a place. It's fun. Yeah, it's cool. It's fun.
Everything. Everything.
Look, man, I
except-
just prefer to put it in the I'll just put it in the cloak.
fine. But you're not having it back, all right?
Everything once I finish.
Well, of course you have. When you finish. What do you think?
Why are you trying to argue with me, bro? I'm trying to we're just here doing
I
a
sort
job.
of step forward and I kind of look.
Oh, Gramps, talk to him.
He's partial to the sword because his performance is throat singing, and that is, as I'm not sure if you're well known, but it's from the mountains, and is a actual. And I don't know. Am I trying to bluff? Because I don't know.
Look, I felt like I should have rolled a bluff for the peeing thing.
So I'm going to try and bluff. I'm going to just make it up, saying that it's from the mountains. It's a welcoming song is what he's going to be singing. That's the reason why we'll be performing at the start.
So it's more of a traditional.
Traditional. So to be wearing his sword and stuff like that is part of that. It's part of that whole heritage of the song he's going to sing, and that's why he wants the sword with him.
Just make me a bluff check.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't fuck it up. Next minute.
13 plus 2, so 15.
I don't exactly know. I think I ought to hear it from Amy.
Yep.
The young girl, her rapier, that's fine, that's ornamental, that's ceremonial, but that longsword is, is a brutish weapon, and we're trying to keep a good look here in the kingdom.
Really gentrify these kinds of masquerade balls.
Exactly.
When you see him in his performance clothing, wearing the sword, and obviously after you've spoken to Amy, I'm sure you understand. But we understand where you're coming from right now.
Good.
It's okay. We'll sort it out later.
At this moment, Mauricio, you return with Larry to chaperone you to the toilets. And each of you is
I feel like we're closer, Larry.
Oh, well, gee, I was trying to stay away.
No, like emotionally closer. You listen to
whatever
me
you
pee.
say. What's your name, by the way?
Give my name. I'm Mary.
Lovely to meet you, Mary. But look, if you're going to be in attendance at the ball, I won't even know who you are, and I've got a job to do.
That's fair.
Run away with Larry.
Mary, I've only known you for an hour. Let's elope.
Well, unless there's anything else you need.
No, I think that's everything.
We've done
we can
everything.
head back out, and we will see you guys back at 7:30 when the rest of the performers and everything starts showing up. So we can do our rehearsals.
You'll see me, but Pudge will be upstairs.
Okay.
Don't tell them everything. What? They were curious. Look, our scheduling is none of their concern.
What
are you doing during the party, Pudge?
Well, I've got to be guarding the king's quarters, of course, and then later on, when the finger food is served, I'm going to have to basically test it to make sure any piece of food that passes into the king's hands has to be tested before for poison or subterfuge or anything.
You'll be guarding the king in his quarters. That's pretty prestigious, isn't it?
Well, not in his quarters. You see, there's a small sort of landing space that the guards can sit down, play cards. Well, I mean, we should be in attendance, really, but it's just outside the king's quarters. Anyway, I'll be taking the post there until 9:30, and then Larry relieves me.
Larry relieves you at 9:30.
He knows.
Write that down.
Yeah, well, as soon as Larry makes his way upstairs, 9:35, as I'm sure you'll know, is the finger food, and I have to be down here to make sure that I test it for the king.
Fair enough. So you'll physically be testing the food before he consumes
That's a pretty big job.
Yeah.
I'm going to be trying to be a bit subtle about it, and I'm not going to make sure that everyone knows that I'm a guard. I'm going to be sort of dressed nicely and all that.
Have you had this type of food before? I hear it's going to be quite good.
Pretty much everything that goes through the kitchens, I have to test before the king eats it. It's a pretty good job. If I get poisoned, then sort of not that good, but everything else tastes quite nice. It's very kingly, of course.
Always look on the sunny side of things. I like you. I like you, Pudge.
Oh, thanks. I like you too. What's your name?
My name is Vex.
Vex? Oh, what an interesting name.
Let's go for it.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's quite
Pleasure to meet you
sexy.
too.
Well, you seem like an amicable type. And the rest of you?
Does not need to
My
roll
name is
deception.
Gary.
Gary? Oh, nice to meet you too, Gary.
Not Gary.
I'm Braxis.
Oh, Braxton's nice to meet you. And you're all going to be performers. And you
Oh,
I missed your name.
no. Caterer. Mary, caterer.
Oh. Pleasure
Yes.
to meet you, Gary.
Yeah.
Mary, sorry.
2 performers, 2 caterers.
Right, okay. Well, I'll have to talk to Lady Ramswold as well to make sure that
She
everything here is
said as
night
soon
out.
as we came, if we came to the doors and said we were casuals. That was
What
about
she said.
it.
She swore a lot.
She
as
did
well.
swear a lot.
Yeah, she does swear a lot.
And then she also we asked where we have to go and how we get in, and she'd just go, tell them you're casuals, and then walked off. So
Look, all right.
that's kind of all
I
we've
fully
got so
anticipate
far.
Amy Amazing and Lady Ramswold to be here soon enough to start setting up. I'll have a convenience with them, make sure that everyone's on board with what's going on. 2 caterers, 2 performers. Everything should be hunky-dory.
Hunky-dory.
Unfortunately, I can't make that authority call myself.
Oh, no,
but
absolutely.
after everything has been nutted out, I'm sure things will go fine.
Understandable.
And look, Pudge, I just want to apologise for my temper got the best of me. Totally understand you're just trying to do a job.
That's totally fine.
I just hope we can have a good night, and then afterwards we'll have a few beers.
Oh,
do we need to leave
Few
straight
beers, eh?
after the
Oh,
food?
I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm more of a wine drinker myself.
Oh, that's right. You can have some wine.
we picked up some
Are
wine.
you sure about that? There's going to be wine at the party. I hope you won't be drinking that. Well, what do you mean not drinking that? I can't let a good wine go to pass. Yeah, but whenever you drink, you sleep like a baby. You're supposed to be on duty. Don't tell anyone.
Write that down. Write that
No.
What does it say?
Sleeps like a baby.
Nice. Okay.
So for anyone in chat wondering, Chris, every time he reveals a piece of information that we need to keep note of, he just throws a piece of paper at us.
Dude, I love this. This is
good.
sick. People need to do more of this.
Yeah.
It's like Lachlan, take notes.
Don't go around telling everyone my antics.
Helpful clues.
I've had an on and off relationship with wine for my whole life. I know how to take a drink. No, you fall right asleep like a baby. I've seen you. Yeah, baby? Well, you're the one who's a baby. You're scared of mice. I'm scared of... Don't tell everyone that. Well, you just told something about me. All right, well, don't need to be so aggressive about it. All right, come on, you lot. You better get out of here.
Can you promise not to kill Larry?
What? Kill him.
Don't kill Larry.
He's a good guy.
Do you like him?
All of you get chaperoned out of the kitchens now that the wine's in where it needs to be, and you're sent out into the courtyard once again. Larry and Pudge bid you their goodbyes, and you make off into the market district for some last-minute prep before eventually waiting until evening.
All right. Well, I want to go and double-check this spell that I have at home. So if you guys want to follow me back to mine.
At home? Of
Yes.
course.
Because I
Wait,
do
lives
live
Do you
here.
not remember the hovel that we woke up in this morning?
That was not my home.
That's not a home. That's a
Sure, it's a
hovel.
home. It could be whatever you want to make
It
it.
sounds like, sure, it's a home.
Don't
Judge me.
It's where my heart is.
But yeah, so as we sort of walk back, if you guys are going to follow me,
Making
that's
our way
some interesting information we just learned.
Walking fast, faces pass, and we're homebound.
So we know that Larry is going to be the one more than likely guarding the room with the crown in it. And
Pudge.
No.
So-
it's going to be Pudge is going to be guarding it first, and
Yeah,
then he's going to
then Larry.
switch.
Yeah, so
With
at
Larry.
the switch, we could be like, Pudge, would you like
Well,
some alcohol?
Well-
Larry, mouse!
Larry Mouse, or what, you and him just started going on.
I didn't start anything.
Something.
Give him a little
No,
name.
those two are making out. I'm not making out with the guys.
Nobody loves Millhouse. Let's.
Oh, Rip Millhouse.
You know,
Was he
seemed
attractive?
quite flustered.
I would like to stop by a grocery store
Okay.
on the way, and I'm gonna buy a block of cheese.
Why don't we just go to the animal district and buy a caged mouse?
There's an animal district.
Good idea.
Is there an
There's a
animal
district for everything.
Well, we'll take the original suggestion.
There are no pet stores.
There's no mouse district in this kingdom,
Is there
unfortunately.
a pet
It's a
store,
bit
though?
too
And
niche.
you have to
Damn.
buy mice for your snakes.
There are pet stores, yes.
You have to buy mice for your snakes.
And for your cat.
Is there a practical joke store where, say, a fake mice or mouse would be?
Between you come up with some ideas as to how to get your hands on a mouse.
Way of saying, shut the fuck
And
up.
to railroad you go to the grocery store.
So where would you like to go? Practical joke store, cheese shop, or mouse shop?
I do think it would be
Beck,
more.
get the cheese. You get the practical joke.
I don't think we need to
I'll
do
go
all
get a
three.
mouse.
I think we should just go and get a mouse. We can guarantee that a mouse will be where a mouse needs to be if the mouse is on us.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking, get a mouse, hide it on persons. You can put it in a pocket and just hang on to it. And then, the time arises, we can be like, "Hey, Larry, here's a mouse. What do you think?" And then hopefully he legs it, and then we just go free entry to the room, right?
And
It's a
I
plan.
will do my very best.
To eat it.
To eat it?
You're like, oh, sweet mouse. You'll head to the pet shop. There are a whole menagerie of creatures, dogs, cats, lizards, all wonderful creatures. And of course, the pet shop owner takes you over to a corner of the shop and says, we've got some mice, some are brown, some are white, some are grey.
What about a rat?
No, mice. Definitely mice.
But aren't rats like easier to handle?
He specifically said mice.
Yeah.
I think we just
go for a mouse.
Rats are just big mice. He's not scared.
He could be like, "That's a rat." I've seen
I know
a rat.
my rats and my mice.
Yeah, that's not a mice.
That's not a mice.
Yeah, that's not a
mice.
singular
It's
mice.
not a mice.
Not a mouseies.
She pulls out this lovely white with brown speckles specimen. Well, his name is Jimbo, but I mean, of course, as his new owners, you prefer his name.
Is he trained?
Single tear leaves my eye.
Will he be happily to sit in our hands
Oh, well,
as we were
he's,
to?
he's rather sweet. Why don't you hold him?
Yeah.
You hold Jimbo in your hands. He just sort of like sits there with his eyes wide open, and you sort of like brush him from front to back. And every time you touch him at the front, he sort of closes his eyes and then.
Sounds good.
We do travel a lot. Is it possible to get just like a small cage to make sure that he's not free roaming?
Well, of
while we're on
course,
the road?
definitely. Would you like the large cage or the small one?
Just like a small one.
Oh, okay.
Just something that we can carry on our belt for when we're walking around.
Carry on your belt. You are a strange bunch. Yeah, of course.
It's not the first time I've
the
heard.
cage will be 5
Today.
silver pieces, and Jimbo will be 2 golden pieces. So 2.5 gold. That comes to you.
That's fine. I'll hand it over.
Nice, 2.5 gold. Oh, thank you. Take good care of him.
Here, hold
Jimbo
out the cage, and we'll put Jimbo away.
Jimbo just sort of like very timidly is put into the cage, and he doesn't even move for a moment. But as soon as he realizes that he's in the confines of the cage, the lid is shut, he sort of sniffles around and sort of has a look at each of you guys.
Jimbo instantly knows what the plan is.
He's like, I got you covered.
Yeah, I got you, pal.
He has
speak
some
to
cheese
animals?
as well to
Or
feed
food?
Jimbo.
Well, we have pet food.
Yes.
Yes.
If it's cheese specifically you want,
No,
then
No.
Anything.
It's just
Okay.
that's what we thought that's what.
We were born of memes. Cheese is not necessary.
it's not actually that good for mice.
Yeah, that
so
makes sense.
the pet stop owner says that, definitely get some nuts and raisins and all sorts of things that mice like to eat. And she gets a sort of a baggie for you and hands it over. That will be 5 silver pieces as well.
No problem. I'll
Half a
pay.
gold.
I'm gonna try one of
Pencil.
the raisins.
All right. That had been mixed in with all the other food.
Are you allergic to anything? Okay, good.
Yeah, Mauricio's not allergic to anything. Bree, on the other hand.
Yes.
Let me live my dreams!
And you take Jimbo the mouse with his food or with you on your travels. You find a spare leather strap or something to hitch Jimbo onto your belt.
Okay.
Is it nondescript having little Jimbo on my belt?
Like,
Well, the
can you
cage is
cover your
probably
cloak on
that
it?
big, and it sort of clangs around as you walk. You reckon if you're going to smuggle Jimbo into the Masquerade
You
ball,
should put it in your pocket.
you probably don't want the cage hindering
I have
you.
large
Sleeves.
sleeves. Wizard.
Sleeve of wizard.
Sleeves. Mouse! And it flings out and attacks your enemies. You make your way back up to the district. You're sort of heading into the afternoon now, sort of maybe 2, 3 p.m. If there's anything else you wish to get sorted out, let me know.
So other than going back to mine and checking the spellbook, that's all I want to double check to make sure I can definitely get this.
Do this thing.
Yeah. Which is going to.
And I think then we make up a plan, and away we go.
Cool.
Foolproof plan that will never fail.
Never ever. You head back to the hideout, down the dingy drop in the alleyway, through the grate, into the landing space, down the ladder, and eventually you meet up with Kieran and Lloyd, who are both sort of sitting around and waiting for you to get back. Welcome back. How's it going?
Good.
We think we have a plan.
And we have a new pet.
Meet Jimbo.
I thought you were supposed to be getting ready for the heist.
We're all ready for the heist.
Don't worry, Lloyd. This is all part of the plan.
All right. Well, I trust your judgment, Pensar.
So, while we're all here,
I need Jimbo to come back.
let's go through the plan.
Also, a cat person with a pet mouse. Just
7:30.
tickle me pink.
We enter. Enter and go to the
break room
and start rehearsing. I would imagine we're free to walk around as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've probably got to test the acoustics.
Exactly.
Right, so figure out what's going on. Just figure out how far we can get before someone stops us.
Was there ever a servant's entrance?
No, they told us to just come through the main entrance.
Yep. Then I would imagine you guys will enter 7:30 as well.
Try to, otherwise
the kitchen.
they may just have to wait till they can come in.
Yep.
Hey, Tom, can you fill up my water?
Then
Water more.
we basically wait. We find out what we can find out. Obviously, we can stay in contact with our sending stones.
Yep.
Got it.
I will attempt to spill wine on the king, hopefully. but
Well,
I don't know if
let's
that's
get
gonna
there.
work.
Oh, true.
We still need to get
I
the
forgot
key.
the key.
We
that
got
we
so
need
many
to get
clues.
into the room.
We got so many clues that the key got kind of hidden in there.
No, I remember it, because I'm going to
the
try
king
and do
has
the
the
wine.
key, right?
Yeah, so King Panlion's key. Lloyd and Kieran told you that King Panlion will be wearing the key to his dormitory around his neck all evening.
Where will it be before that? That's
Around
the
his
thing.
neck.
If he's always got it around his neck.
The king takes his key pretty much wherever he goes. The only time he won't need it is when he's inside his dormitory.
What about? Well, the crown is going to be kept inside the dormitory, and he's not going to be there. So does that mean that Larry's going to have the key to get into the dormitory?
You bumped into Larry and Pudge.
Yes,
Yeah.
we've met them.
Perhaps it would have been worth bringing that up with the rest of you. You see, I didn't know exactly what's going on, but if they're going to be in charge of guarding the king's quarters, you might have a good shot at this. They're both oaths.
Well, there's a reason why Jimbo is now a part of the crew, and hopefully he'll remain a part of the crew, but we'll see how
What
it
does
goes.
Jimbo have to do with all this?
Larry's terrified of mice.
You found that out?
Yes.
Well, you're really good. I'm feeling good about this. Well,
We didn't just go and get a pet mouse for no apparent reason.
I mean,
well,
you didn't do that.
okay, it's all coming together now. So you're going to get in and get the key.
Yep.
And then you're going to use the mouse to scare Larry away from his post outside the king's dormitory.
Correct.
Gain access to the room.
Yes.
And the crown will presumably be inside. You
Yep.
can swap it out with the replica.
Exactly.
That's the hope.
And then what?
Then exit the room.
Well, we're going in as waiters. These two are going in as performers, which means we all have a role there and we're allowed to be there, but we also have costumes to be able to swap around
We
at any
won't-
point in time.
Excellent.
I
This is
would
all good.
say we do not want to leave the room with that crown. We don't want to get found with the crown on us. We need to hide it in the room somewhere else so that the people go and grab the fake crown and the other one's like stashed under the bed or something.
Well, what
good
I'm
idea, good idea.
thinking is...
Flush it down the toilet.
I mean, we necessarily don't have to leave the room with the real crown.
No, we
No,
can
that's what I'm
put it in a
100%
room
saying.
somewhere.
We don't
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to leave
Like
the room
shove
with
it
the
in the
real
bottom
crown.
of his
We put it
socks drawer
somewhere
with
that they
his
can't
crusty
find.
socks.
Yeah, we just need to figure out how we
Hide
get
it.
the crown to the room as well.
Yes, you'll have to take the crown with you into the masquerade.
Otherwise, if we're walking around with the replica of the king's crown, not great. Not gonna lie.
I mean, do we even have to go in? Do we know who's giving the king his crown? Is the king coming up?
It'll most likely be a page boy of some description. He won't be needing it until his toast at 10 p.m., remember?
But does that mean that the king would be giving the page boy?
Well, the king will be down in the ballroom.
That's what I'm saying. How are they getting?
Yeah, how are they getting the crown?
The crown.
Oh, that's something we didn't.
Well, he would be giving the key to the page boy. The page boy would go up, collect the crown, take it down, lock the door behind him, return to the king after the fire breather has finished the performance.
Right.
And then everything from there goes
Because
haywire.
if the page boy unlocks the thing, maybe Pudge.
Do the scoundrels know who the page boy at the castle is?
No
Surely.
idea.
No.
Some indeterminate boy. I'm sure they go through page boys like they're
A boy called
nothing.
Page.
His name's
Well,
Page.
Pudge is here.
And if
Right,
we give
up until
wine to Pudge, he
9:30.
takes a little nappy nap.
Exactly. But then he swaps with Larry.
Yes.
Does Larry have the key and bring it up? And then he goes in, because Larry, I assume, will be then...
Well, no, because that would be too early for the crown. The crown isn't going to be going down until close to 10 o'clock. The swap happens at 9:30. There's going to be an individual person that will go from the ballroom up to the king's dormitory and bring the crown down.
Okay.
So as long as the crown's in the dormitory before that time, the page boy won't know any better. He'll take the replica by accident.
Try to get the key off the king, because then there's going to be suspicion when he doesn't have the key.
The point is the crown needs to be swapped before the page boy comes to get it.
Well-
So we need the key to swap the crown.
Could we not pick the lock?
We could try, but we'd need lockpicks to do it.
Trust me, we've tried many times to go lockpicking and dabbling into the aristocracy and things.
Doesn't work.
The scoundrels have made many attempts on the palace, but yeah, most of the time their locks are quite robust.
I'm still hearing a suggestion to seduce the king.
If it works, it
look,
works.
My question is, I don't know if getting the key off the king is the best thing, because then when the king goes to give it to the page boy...
You might just find a way to put the key back. Suppose you stole it. You untook it from his neck, took it to swap the crown, brought it
Getting
back
it
down.
off the page boy is our best bet.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, hold on.
That's what I'm
And
thinking.
then-
No.
Because taking it off the page boy and then putting it back.
Braxis is having a brain idea.
We're gonna have to. So there's 2 wine times, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Wine time 1. Lift the key. Lads, whoever, whatever, someone goes, deals with Pudge, give him some wine, put him to sleep. Just off him.
Time for Pudge.
Unlock, do the swap, done. Hey presto, your crown's in there. Come out, have key ready for wine time number 2.
Yeah.
The sequel, prime time.
Electric Boogaloo.
Where we then put the key back onto the king.
Oops, another wine spill.
Spill more wine.
clumsy.
By the way, you dropped your key, sire.
Yeah,
You wouldn't believe where we found it.
You just left this.
Do you think it's on a rope or on a chain? If it's on a rope, we could snag the rope and then be like, "Oh, sir,
I would
is
think
this
it's-
yours?"
I would think it's definitely on a chain.
Well, we could still break the chain a little bit.
Oh no, around his neck. Never mind. I was gonna say it's in his pocket.
Well, this all sounds like an excellent plan. I say that
We're gonna
if
have
you
to
know
think
what's
on our
going on,
feet.
we don't have anything better going on. So as long as you're all fit and ready, you've made preparations, you're all suited up
We've
for the masquerade.
tried. Yep.
Well,
Now it's time to fly by the seat of our pants.
yeah, this will
I'll
be
get
our
the
last
key
chance.
and then we'll have to figure out if it's on a thing. Look, we'll make it up as we go along.
And remember, I know that you don't know Malacrook and Malacrook doesn't know you, but Penthazar's with you. He could be recognized, and Malacrook might suspect that the King's Market scoundrels will have something to say about his dastardly plans. So I would say that he would be having a watchful eye over you the whole time. Be careful of Malacrook. As Penthazar has pointed out, he is a very powerful wizard. If he suspects even the slightest intervening, he will surely act on it, and, well, Penthazar's had a few run-ins with him before, and it never ended well. I don't fancy your chances.
Is that a clue or a...
Yeah, that's a clue.
It just says that Malacrook's going to be watching you. Well, not you, but he's going to be watching out.
So...
Well, I bid you good luck, and really, truly, you are doing a service to this kingdom that they could never understand.
So I think. Does anyone have any other ideas?
Look, we go in.
There's a sleight of hand of 8 over there.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I
think
the
that's
plan.
our
I think we're
best.
just lifting the key. That's what we're hoping.
So lift key, first wine time.
Put key back, second one.
Make Pudge sleep.
Yeah.
We then got to deal with hiding Pudge.
No. He can just be asleep.
No, because second
But then
wine
it-
time is after the swap over.
So here's what I'd think. There's no way that Larry would let Pudge continue to be asleep when he needs to go. So he'd probably wake Pudge up and be
And
like,
maybe carry him down the stairs.
or at least just slap him across the face a little bit
I
and be
don't
like,
think
get back on
I
duty.
don't think Larry's slapping him across the face. But I think we're going to have to deal with both guards. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because the way that the times work.
We've got a mouse.
Yes, I'm just... Alright. Are we happy with the plan that we
We're
have?
gonna try.
Everything sounds great except for the key bit.
Yeah.
That's
We're
the
gonna
bit,
have to-
that's
look,
the clincher.
but
If we
that's
get
the only
past
bit.
that,
We'll be
then we're
okay.
good.
You're going to have to give us some luck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, if
Yeah.
everyone's happy,
He's
Let's do it.
Hands in
hands in the middle.
if you agree with the plan.
This is a great plan. Nothing
Alright,
could go wrong.
One.
No
Let's steal the
Let's
key.
fly
Alright,
together.
cool.
Time moves on into the late afternoon, and each of you just rehashes, goes over the plan once again. Okay, you're in charge of catering. This is the time that Pudge will be asleep. Hopefully, we can get the king off the crown, the key off the king to get the crown. And eventually, it does roll into the evening, and each of you sort of your heart pace begins to sort of ramp up as you're getting amped and ready. Lloyd and Kieran bid you farewell when it's time for you to head off at 7:30 and say good luck, best of luck. Hopefully we can arrange something with the stage coaches so that if you do need to make a desperate getaway, we'll be in touch with you afterwards. Penthazar, best you go in, give them the best hand that they can get. You've all got your earpieces. This is it. This is to save the kingdom and save commerce within the kingdom.
I'm so nervous.
I'm so nervous.
What window do we have to act, right?
Okay.
I'm
So the
doing
wine-
it first wine time, and then after first wine time, I gotta try and hightail
Actually,
it up.
I've just realized there are dances leading right up to wine time 1. So it's a waltz.
Yeah.
All we need are people waltzing on the floor
Yeah.
to just slide past the king and just...
We need to figure out who the king is first.
Step 1, figure out who the king is. Step 2,
Still king key.
still king key.
Kinky.
Kinky.
Will the king be waltzing?
We'll find that
excuse me.
out.
Yep.
We're gonna have to look. We're talking,
Look,
so we can all discuss.
here's the thing.
We don't know until we get there.
Yeah.
So let's just get there. Come on,
he-
boys.
Here's the thing, Penthazar. We figure it out on the fly. I'm not gonna lie. This is
Not the first time you've improvised.
This is my first rodeo.
Yeah.
Look, and we've got
As I
plans.
said at my second rodeo, this ain't my first rodeo.
And you've got plans, but you need plans for when if your plans don't fail, and then you need plans if you back up plans. But look, we've got lots of things that we can do. We're just gonna have
good
to
at just
see what happens.
letting it go up in
And
the
also,
air.
we don't know. Is the king gonna dance? Is the king gonna be surrounded by people?
You'll
We
make
need
your
to
way
wait.
to the palace. It
We got
nears
it, we got it.
7:30.
We gotta wrap up.
You arrive at the palace gates.
what a bloody
7:30.
Oh, who's got the mouse?
Oh yeah, who's got the mouse? Who's got the crown?
I've got-
Still on the waist.
The
Alright.
mouse is hiding in
In your sleeve.
Balthazar's.
Yeah.
Sorry, Balthazar.
Sorry.
Penthazar's wizard's
Penthazar's
sleeve.
sleeve.
Yeah.
Each of you is dressed in your gowns, your opulent regalia for the evening, and your masks, etc.
I'm gonna say we're gonna have the crown in the break room
Yep.
with us.
Okay.
Because I don't, unless you guys have a better idea where to.
Gary put the crown around her thick little thighs and pulled it all the way up.
Well, I'm thinking we can pass it off as a prop, and we just don't end up using it.
Well, we can just take a bag in and just
Yeah.
say it's something to do with our
And we keep it in the bag.
performance.
and
Yeah.
then,
Better idea.
Easy, done.
That's what you do.
Yep.
You head in. You've got both costumes with you, as well as your outfits for the performances and the catering and stuff, aprons, etc. And you make your way up to the front steps. Pudge and Larry are standing there doing their duty like they were. They recognise you. We had a word with Amy Amazing and to the chef, the obnoxious Chef Ramsworth. You're all welcome to come in.
what a bloody legend.
Recognise who you are and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did
Thank
we
you, Pudge.
settle on a thing with the sword? Is that good? Is that bad?
You're gonna
I
have to
don't
hand
want.
it over.
Alright.
Okay.
Weapons, please.
Here you go.
Do I give
sword.
him my
Pull out
rapier?
my morning star.
My rapier's okay though,
One star.
right?
Rapiers are more of an ornamental.
Yes.
You can't actually
ceremonial.
kill anyone with those.
You are allowed to keep your rapier. It's like a symbol of like stateliness.
Yes.
Yeah.
I turned to Pudge and I'm like, you won't part an old man from his walking stick, would you?
As if I would. Come on, who do you think I am? Some sort of monster? Go on, in you go.
Thank you. You're a good friend.
What's that, a Tolkien reference?
Sadly,
Yes.
your Morningstar and Longsword have been confiscated, but Pudge hands them off to Larry, and Larry sort of haphazardly tries to wrangle them over to the dress area and sort of stows them away in a tall locker. And he takes the key and pretty much gives you guys the key to the locker so that you can go and retrieve it whenever you like, but it will be under watch. And in you go. It's 7:30. Whoever of you are the caterers, make your way now to the kitchens and say your farewells.
I'm green.
I'm yellow.
You are in the performers.
We'll be in contact.
Mr.
Can you
President,
just like,
get
I'm
down.
just go, hey, can you just tell me what's in that room that we didn't know what was in the room?
Yeah, we'll let you know when we get
Yeah.
Thanks.
10 for rubber ducky.
Red one standing by.
And
Go, we'll leave
unless
it.
there's anything you want to do preemptively now, basically Lady Ramswold is just shouting and getting everyone ready to, get the preparations ready for the catering, the finger food, all of the meats and cheeses and dip and sweets and fruits. And you guys are pretty much waiting in the green room, sussing out with Amy Amazing. You're going to be doing a performance at 9:05. The throat singing, followed by the fireworks display, as the guests are filing through, and doors will close after your performance is finished.
As soon as we're done, we need to get into our masquerade clothes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, won't we be in them already?
Oh, yeah, true, because we're performing.
Exactly. So we.
That's why you're here, man.
Hey, thanks, Grant.
My memory's bad.
It runs in the family, brother.
What is this room?
You open up the door expecting something incredible to be back there. It's a wardrobe.
Oh, good. Somewhere to get changed.
Yeah, it's a changing room. There's like a whole bunch of different gowns and props and things that would have been used by the troupe at other points at different events. Anything you would expect to find in a prop room or in a wardrobe.
Is there a prop key in there?
No, there is not a prop key. If there were to be one, it would be large and, obviously.
It's the key to the town!
Why didn't we buy another key and then the
Because we don't know what the key looks like.
Yeah.
He's right. No.
Just a heads up, guys. Gary is a big old dum-dum, and I have a cantrip called Detect Magic.
Genius.
I can detect
Magic.
Oh, wow.
And,
To be fair, I also have
detect
spells.
That too. Don't
Yeah,
need to
well,
do
I
that.
don't, but yes.
I can detect the magical aura of the artifact that Malcrook might be
So we know
carrying
who
on
he
him.
is.
We might be able to figure out who the fuck it is.
Well,
maybe?
all right, so that's your job during wine time one.
Yeah.
Right? And then Bree's job. Sorry.
Bree's job is to get the key.
Marissa.
Your job is to
Marissa.
detect who it is, but also you could bring Pudge a little drinky drink in wine
Yeah.
time one. So you do drinky wine time one Pudge, I do king wine time
Out of
one.
curiosity, with this over here, is there any balcony overlooking the ballroom?
No, there's not
does
like
that-
an upstairs. No, there's
No,
no sort of
okay.
balcony. It's
So
pretty much
it's
just a grand
separate-
hall. Yeah.
separate, yeah.
Yeah.
So after I get changed, I want to go for a little walk down here and just see if I can go up those stairs and what I can find.
Okay, you head out into the corridor, and as you pass along the corridor there, you notice on your left, which would be that tiny little indentation, is actually a dumbwaiter, which they would use to cart wine and dishes and crockery upstairs and things. So
Put the mouse in the dumbwaiter.
it was actually
It
covered
was-
by like a wooden sort of board with a small handle
And
on
I'm
it.
guessing it
So
comes
the
up
idea
here.
being lift up the wooden board, put the crockery in, and there's a winch next to it to pull the dumbwaiter up.
So we can send up some wine. And some...
And you make your way down toward
Yeah.
Or
stairs.
you can make someone small.
Yeah.
Half size.
Good perception. You begin to climb up the stairs, stepping one at a time, these grand sort of wooden stairs with a regal red carpet flowing down them. You make your way toward the top and there's this audible sort of noise, and you determine that the staircase is actually a little squeaky on the second floor, the second stair from the top.
We've got a squeaky staircase, guys.
And you poke your head up and around. You don't really want to get too sort of shifty. But you do see you're sort of now on that end, just under Reese's book. Looking left down the corridor, you've got the area where the dumbwaiter connects to the top.
Yeah.
Pudge and Larry would be stationed outside of this little alcove, waiting and guarding the king's dormitory. And from your scrying, you've determined that the king's dormitory is on the right-hand side. It's a large room, plenty of beds and wardrobes and things, pretty much anything you would expect to find.
Is there anybody up here?
Currently, there's no one up here, but you know that, of course, Pudge will be up at 9 o'clock when the doors close to guard the king's room.
Yep, good. That works. Yeah, it actually works. It's fine.
I wrote upside down.
Where? So where would the king be now? I'd imagine in his quarters, right?
He's probably got other matters to attend to. If you were game enough to go and try the king's door, you sort of make a quick check for guards and sort of skitter over there and try the knob.
I don't like that noise.
It's a horrible noise.
Guruk, hate
Guruk, hell yeah. You try the knob. Sure enough, it's fast shut. There's a very obvious keyhole on the front of the knob, and it's not before too long that you start hearing some voices and the clanking of armor, and you think it best to sort of scurry back down the stairs. As you're heading down, there's that squeaky stair, and you head back down into the
Do you
ballroom.
convey this message to me, please? Thank you. Second stair, squeaky.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I let people know as I go. Okay.
Good.
So, I imagine there's going to be bustling. There's going to be people going back and forth. Do I note any pages and stuff running around?
There's plenty of them. Page boys and servants pretty much just do everything in the palace: laundry, dirty crockery, any menial tasks that the king has no time for. The page boys would be in charge of, and you can make small requests to a page boy if you're like, hey, would you fetch me a glass of wine from that waiter? They would just sort of run over and do it for you.
Actually, I will do that. And when he comes back, I thank him for it. And I just ask, so, you're quite good at your job. Like, have you got any big roles to fill tonight?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to be the one in charge of taking the key from the king and getting his crown. It's very exciting. I've never had anything to do with the king before. I'm not exactly sure why he needs me to do it, but I suppose. But he says the guards will be looking after me the whole time, and this is my big chance to prove myself.
That's awesome.
Just a quick question. Surely, are all of the... I know there are no ID cards or anything like that, but if someone were to hypothetically swap with this page boy, would anyone notice?
That you kidnap a child and swap?
I mean, the child would know.
The king probably knows who the page boy is. He probably runs errands for the king all the time, like dirty laundry and changing the sheets and things. So it might raise suspicion.
Okay.
What's your name, young man?
Ben.
Hey, Ben. How you going?
Well, good to meet you. What's your name?
I'm Zar is my name.
Zar. Wow. Zenzar. That's an interesting
just
name.
Zar. Just Zar.
Oh, just Zar.
It's just Zar. Yeah.
All right. Well,
You leaned into the mistake.
I'm a performer, so I'll be, doing the first act. So if you get a chance, definitely watch
I'm
it.
afraid I can't do that. You see, I've got errands to run. I've got to clean out the stables and be back here by 10 o'clock to help the king.
Okay, so I understand you've just told me you've got a really important job. When are you going to be doing that?
Well, at 10 o'clock.
Exactly at 10 o'clock.
Well, maybe a little before. It's 9:55 maybe.
Yeah.
I just got to try and do it as quickly as I can and discreetly so that no one knows who the king is. He's going to be behind a mask, you see.
Oh, okay.
What does his mask look like? I ask you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Look, I'm getting a little flustered here.
No, that's okay. That's totally fine. I hope.
Is the king not going to be identifiable by his guards?
Yeah.
I've got some things to do, so I'll see you later.
Yeah, no worries. Nice to meet you, Ben. I hope that the king learns your name.
Oh, thank you, Zar.
No worries.
Well, he scurries off, and he's obviously got some washing to do or whatever page boys tend to. And it's not before long that the night rolls along. You start inching closer and closer to 9 o'clock, and already you can actually hear like the hubbub of a crowd gathering just outside in the foyer. And the rest of you now, the caterers, you don your aprons and start listening to
Are you stressed?
Yeah.
You start listening to Lady Ramswald as she starts like sending F words here, there, and everywhere, getting everyone on top of the finger food. And you two in the green room are sort of like amping yourselves up. Okay, the performance is about to begin. I've done this a million times. Let's go. And 9 o'clock hits, the doors open, and the guests start filing in, very orderly, in pairs, those who are attending as couples, otherwise, guests are let in one at a time. It's all very orderly. It's very sort of like, upper class, like swishy-swashy. And eventually the ballroom starts filling with guests. Everyone is dressed immaculately. They're all nobles from all over the land. They've got their masks on. You can almost guarantee that, they've done this thing a million times before and they waste no time in getting to the dance floor and setting themselves up. Braxis, you and Penthazar make your way down the corridor, still sort of getting ready, and into the left-hand side of the ballroom and down the wall, ready to begin your performance. So we find ourselves now at the 12 o'clock mark. We're going to be moving around as we go.
Yep, no worries.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
Boys and girls,
all right.
the heist begins!
It's crime time, everyone.
Let's go.
Music got really heavy.
Here we go.
Alright.
Is anyone else panicking?
Use a dice or something to weigh it down.
I was actually just thinking the clear bowl would probably do quite well.
No, it's fine.
Because I'm also like we have a time we have to actually finish tonight, so we gotta.
Okay, let's go.
Here we go.
Woo! All right.
9 o'clock. Here is what happens. Pudge, who was standing over at the back wall, sort of chatting with Larry, sort of bids his farewell, heads upstairs.
Cool.
Those of you who watch him go, that's what happens. The guests arrive.
Pudge.
Yep.
Any actions anyone would like to take right now?
Can I see if I can perceive who the king is or any sort of I'll be like, do you have any idea what the king looks like? Any discernible features?
I tell her what I know from what I've seen of him when he presents to the population.
He's a very tall man with short blonde hair. He usually dresses, of course, very regally, but I mean, he's in costume tonight, so that won't help much. As far as you know, he might be someone who's got a key around his neck. But until he takes the mask off, there's no real surefire way of telling who's who. There's plenty of people with blonde hair, plenty of people who are half-elves or orcs or all sorts of different kinds of people. There's probably about 150 guests in the whole room.
Is there any guests that are not entering from the front?
No, pretty much all the guests are filing through, ticking their names off at the front door as they come. Mr. Stressner is there, sort of like pulling his hair out as he's like trying to find someone's name on the list to hurry the line along. 9:05 hits. Ding dong. All right, Braxis. And
Why don't you do the little one?
No,
that's
the big one.
The big hand.
So first things first, I'm using my second instance of bit of luck, and I touch. Seal.
How long does that last though? Because it's not wine time yet.
3 times per day, you can touch one of your friends to bestow an advantage on all d20 rolls for 1 round.
So 1 round.
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
Yeah.
So don't touch it yet, but keep
hold
that
it,
in your
hold
mind.
it for now. Braxis, you begin your performance, welcoming all the guests. You pretty much take the center of the room, and you're getting really flustered and your heart's pumping, but this is something that you got to do.
Before I begin, I just want to, me and, we're together. I just want to have like a preamble and like, hello, I am Braxis, this is my grandfather. We are from the mountains. This is a very ceremonial song for our people. I dedicate this to the king, wherever he may be.
And everyone sort of chuckles as though it's sort of like a joke.
Yeah, and I'm like,
yes, we're all in Masquerade.
totally a joke. Do I notice anyone being like, oh?
No one stands out from the crowd as being overly bashful.
My foolproof plan didn't work. All right.
While he's doing this, can I be like trying to scope out to see if I can figure out who the king is? Because it's a distraction.
You're a service
so I'm
person,
like,
so you're not exactly in the kitchen preparing food, but you're sort of just gaining a gauge of how many cups of wine you'll need.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
So I'm darting in and out. You go first.
Performance begins.
Oh, I forgot to mention I should also cast a cantrip summon instrument, which summons a drum.
Ooh.
Do you want me to do a performance check?
Go on then. Let's see how well you do.
That is a 15 on the dice plus 7.
Wonderful.
22.
22. And Pentazar.
Yeah. And as he's beating the drum, I'm like tapping my quarterstaff, and then as he reaches his crescendo, I twirl the staff and point it in the air, and then shoot the lights out.
There's this whole burst of lights. There's probably 4 or 5 orbs, all in different colours, one red, one green, one blue, and all of them spatter out into the ceiling, almost like stars in the night sky, before each of them crackles and pops and disappears from existence, just as Braxus comes to the ending crescendo of his song. And there's one final bump of the drum and the tap of the quarterstaff, and the performance is over, and the whole crowd erupts into cheering and congratulations, wow, it's incredible. Mountain folk before.
So during this time, I've been scouting. Let's see.
Oh.
Fuck, no.
5.
I know nothing.
Plus, what was it? It's down here.
5 plus 7?
7.
So 12.
12.
No, I'm like,
What exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking to see if I can find somebody with a key around their neck, or somebody that I think matches the king's description, or somebody that's reacting in such a way, or if the guards are looking at anyone in particular. Like, just...
Okay. There's a lot of very pishy-poshy people here. Each of them is sort of like making a pizzazz, a show of themselves because they're all upper class. They probably do this all the time. You scope around for a little. You're looking specifically for someone who's wearing like a necklace or some sort of chain or something. And you do spot a number of people who are wearing obviously like pearl necklaces, and one of them's wearing sort of like not a diadem, what am I trying to say here?
Diamond?
Yeah, a diamond.
Like a pendant.
A pendant, that's the one. A pendant. One person in particular catches your eye. They match description. They're, a male, tall. They're probably handsome, should they have not had their mask on. And they are wearing a golden, a sort of like a thin golden chain. And the thing on the end of it is tucked inside of their very proper outfit.
Just go for it. That's your mark.
I'm thinking we may need to mingle once we're done.
Yep. Definitely.
Anything you want to do, 95?
I'm going to come out and join Merciel, and I say a quick prayer to my god Shamrock and pray that he gives me guidance.
It's not wine time yet, is it?
No, it's not wine time yet.
Reaching dances time.
Yeah.
But pray that he gives me guidance, which gives me +1 on a skill check. And I'm going to try and back up Merciel's perception.
So you give a bonus +1 to that roll.
Yeah.
The guidance of Shamrock, almost an ethereal presence of your god. Maybe that's what caused Merciel to catch a glint of light coming off of the golden chain of whomever this guest is. And Merciel, you're ready to move in.
That's him. All right. I'm all like, guys, this is the one. But it's wine time. I do it at wine time, or I do it at the dance.
It now might be the time to go double check that it's him.
Yep, I'm gonna do a scouting mission, everybody.
Yeah. I assume me and Penthazar, we're going to be just getting changed very quickly. Like, oh, we're done, guys.
Nice. Yep. So you head off to the green room.
Yep.
I'm gonna try and trip in front of the person that I think is the king.
Okay. We'll go step by step.
Yes.
9, 10 hits. You can already see as you're walking through the corridor back to the green room that the band is starting to file through, and they have all of the necessary instruments for the waltz, which is happening at 9:10. They start filing into the ballroom and getting themselves set up and ready to go. Mr. Stressner is pulling his hair out and hurry. And Merciel, you make your way over to the gentleman you had spied with the golden chain. And what are you going to do, Trip?
I'm going to attempt to pretend that I've been looking around and I'm not watching my feet, and I go woo and fall, just because I want to see if I can.
Okay, make me a bluff check.
That's a 20.
Natural 20.
No.
You pretend like you're some stately upper-class woman of power and wealth and fame, and you make your way over to this individual and sort of bump into them by accident and sort of lose your footing and fall into this gentleman's arms.
I apologize profusely.
Oh, well, that's quite all right.
Seduce the king!
That was your job! Help. What do I do now?
Hey, my name is
My name is Mary. Who are you? I know we're all being secretive.
We're all just
with these
Oh,
beautiful
my
masks.
pleasure, Mary. My name is Miles Malacrook.
Abort.
I must say, I'm totally enamored. The waltz is about to begin. Perhaps you'll give me this dance.
Dance with him. Just do it.
Sure. Yep. Hopefully I don't trip again.
My lady, and he takes your hand, and as the waltz begins, the band starts playing.
All right, change of plans, Gary. You're now got to try and find the king.
Malacrook takes you over to the ballroom, and you begin dancing. Would you make me a perform dance check, even though you're not
just
trained?
Performance or what?
Yeah, perform. So it's plus 2,
10,
so 12.
12.
You're stumbling. The graces of the courtly fellows has never been something that Mauricio has cared for.
Nope.
You're an assassin, a rogue at heart. Miles Malacrook knows how terrible you are at dancing.
I can see her from the edge of the ballroom, and I'm just like, just pretend that you're totally smitten with him and you can't keep track of your feet.
Sorry, I don't meet very handsome men, you know. You're making me blush.
Oh, come on, now you're just being splendidly nice. Although, if we're going to start the flirtatious talk, I myself have never laid eyes upon a woman as beautiful as you.
Oh, his voice makes my skin crawl.
Yes,
I know.
he is.
I'm like,
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of
Just down the
internal, like,
down the stone.
Hey,
Courage!
you get the impression that this is the kind of guy that thinks so highly of himself that, advances so bold are kind of something he does with everyone he meets. He's so rich and powerful that he doesn't even care that people think he's cringe,
You know, I've never met the king before, but it's so hard with all of these masks. I don't know who he is.
And that's why they're called Masquerade Ball.
That's true.
You're not from around these parts.
No,
are you?
I'm not. Traveling.
No, I thought not. Rather, your dancing is a little pitiful, if I might say so myself. Perhaps there is something
Is
I
he
could...
negging you? Is that what?
What a bloody legend.
Here's a big gun.
Hey.
AJ Mary Bard.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
Just to
detect magic to know who this guy was. No, moving on.
Perhaps there is something I can do to improve your footwork.
I mean, you have something like that?
Indeed, I do. Produces whatever was on his chain and pulls it outside of his outfit. And it's like a symbol. It's like a golden snake. And as it dangles in front of him, you catch eyes with this golden snake. And all of a sudden, there's this wash of warmth over you.
Oh my god.
That's the artifact.
You never get close.
I wasn't meant to. You told me to dance with him.
You'll see, sometimes if you're thinking too much, you can make mistakes. You ought to let your emotions run. You stare into my artifact.
Would you
Let
say
yourself be swept away by the dance. And as the waltz picks up in...
bluff, or am I looking
You've
at
got to
this
make
thing?
me a will saving throw.
No.
I think he's only bewitching her to be able to dance better.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
That's
11.
11. Although I have a +2 against enchantments, so I don't know if this is an enchantment.
Okay,
or
so
not.
yeah, it is 13.
13.
Okay.
Nice.
That is still not enough, I'm afraid.
I think we need to go to the floor, but act casual.
You see, when you let your mind work in tandem with your partner, and at this point, your footwork can improve, and he begins sort of talking shit, really.
Right.
But the whole time,
too
this
small.
artifact is, you can't sort of like look your gaze away from this artifact, and all of a sudden your
Right.
vision narrows in, and you feel your body sort of moving in tune
Right.
with the waltz
Wonderful.
with Miles Malacrook. And every step, it seems, is not your own.
Accurate underscore.
Oh, God.
100 biddies.
That's not good.
No.
I mean, the 100 biddies. Thank you for the 100 biddies. That's good. This is not good. This.
9:15.
Brown Smarty is Miles Malacrook because Brown Smarties are terrible.
The waltz moves on. You remembered that the waltz would last 10 minutes, and since you find yourself totally enthralled by Malacrook, you are disallowed your action until the waltz ends.
Okay.
I assume me and Panthers are now here.
Yep.
We're like,
You're basically free now. You've gotten into your costumes. You're ready to walk around in Masquerade.
Right. Well.
I just have a quick question.
This is not good.
Okay.
Can we assume that the king is lawful good?
Without, metagaming too hard, you feel that someone who's a king ought to be lawful, and if Lloyd's testimony is anything to go off, the king is probably a good guy. Like, he's got to look after his subjects, make sure the kingdom prospers, etc.
Because I have a spell that detects chaos, evil, good, and law. So I could reveal all the creatures that are lawful. Because I definitely feel like Malacrook wouldn't be one of them.
There's 150 people in here.
Yeah.
And they're all upper class. How many of them are lawful? Come on.
Yeah, they're all like
Am I
hedge
right?
fund investors.
They've been taxing the poor to feed their parties.
That they have.
Look, it was an idea. It's a little far-fetched. It's just because how are we going to find the king?
I know. I tried.
Like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, how?
Are we...
So, who of you are looking out for King Panlion?
I guess...
I'm trying to keep an eye open since she apparently goes with
we know that she's obviously with...
Compromised.
Yeah. So for the next sort of for the next 5 minutes, I guess, where I'm scanning, trying to figure out who he is. If I know it's not him, who else? Like looking for another gold chain or something along those lines.
Yeah, I'll be doing the same. Sort of maybe mingling. Just trying
Both
to...
roll me perception checks. Gurry, what are you doing?
Same. Yeah, I'm just trying to find him.
Yeah. Okay. You need to get the key before you can go ahead with any other part of the plan.
Good. That's a 2 for me.
That's a 19.
Not bad,
That is very good.
So that's a +3, 22.
I rolled a 7. Like
22
4 on
will
the
do it.
dice plus 7.
You look across the room. One of the only people in eyesight who is wearing a golden chain around their neck as well, who is not dancing with the
smitten,
with the love-smitten Marisol
I'm
here.
gonna say I'm in love with the shiny, not with the person.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
know.
too late
I'm
for
sorry,
that.
that was kind of a bit cringe.
Pretty. Shiny.
But I mean, he's mind controlling you, so there's
Right.
it's kind of not you, it's his magic. You spot someone, you make your move over, and this time whomever is attached to you can clearly see the outline of a key just beneath the top fabric of his gown.
Yeah.
It's very long and regal, and there's a moment where you're just kind of like, oh, I should have known it was this guy. Obviously, he looks like the most well-dressed person here. He's got like basically a flurry of guests sort of following him around and sort of fawning over him the whole night.
I'm just going to assume you relay that through the earpiece,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I go back to the kitchen to get wine.
Just like, I think I found him.
Yep.
I'm also get a bottle of wine on standby. I'll explain later.
I'm back in the kitchen and I'm collecting the wine because we're T-minus 7 minutes until wine 1.
Bottle of wine, 2 glasses. I'll explain
Also,
later.
Dance is going to end in a second. We need to get that wine to Bree so she can do it.
Yeah.
Well, I
Marisol.
almost feel like Bree is now a guest.
Compromise.
No, I'm not. Well, are we dressed up as waiters or we're
I
dressed up as
am.
things?
I don't know what you're doing.
I think since you're dancing with him, you may not be dressed up as a waiter.
I know. See, I thought we were because, though, are the waiters dressed up as waiters? Can you tell who the waiters
The
are?
other wait staff and things, they have the smart uniform, but they themselves are also wearing masquerade.
Yeah.
So, they could, not that they would be mistaken for a guest, but they're essentially part of the party.
Right, so you need to get the wine and give it to me so that I can then, trip into the king.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can still do that.
Yeah.
9:20 is rolling around.
I just, over the earpiece, I just shout, Marisol, in an attempt to break the enchantment.
There's this odd moment where you're totally entranced, not with Malacrook, but by his evil magic, and he's sort of like, taunting with you, and he's sort of controlling your body as you both dance together. It's really like...
Consent is in
important!
And there's this sort of muffled sort of, and eventually you kind of snap out of it, and you hear in your ear, Mauricio, what are you doing? Wake up!
It's 9:20. It's wine time number 1, baby.
I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm feeling a little dizzy. I think I'm gonna go and get a glass of wine, but it's been lovely dancing with you.
And Malacrook gives you this, like, really insidious stare, and he's sort of, that was delightful, my lady. Perhaps we can dance again sometime.
Perhaps.
And he turns coat and prances off to whomever he wishes to, impose upon
Now we get
next.
to ignore him.
And now as I
So-
walk away, I go, if I ever see that man again in my life, I'm cutting off his balls.
Mauricio, get your shit together. We have found the king.
All right, give me the wine.
This is the king.
Servants begin bringing wine out of the kitchen. It's 9:20. Mr. Stressner is like pulling strands of hair out that he didn't even know had grown yet. And like, where's the wine? The wine is supposed to be out by now.
We're here. We have
and
the
sure
wine.
enough, the servants start filing out of the kitchen, and he's, oh, thank God. Oh, well, what's next on my agenda? And he sort of runs off to go do
All
something
right,
else.
give me the wine. Give me the wine. Oh, why, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I make a beeline for the king. Meanwhile, you've got to take the wine up to Pudge. Don't forget. Okay, cool.
That's why I need the wine and the 2
Yeah,
glasses.
so you're
'Cause
good on
I'm
that.
the one who could
Oh,
probably do it.
Okay,
So
cool.
2 glasses, no questions asked.
Thank you. And the wine?
Bloop.
Thank you. I have a bottle of wine and 2 glasses.
Sweet.
I'm going to go chat to Pudge.
Do you want me to come with you?
No, I want one-on-one.
Mano y mano.
Yeah, this is me making amends for before. Plus, I'm putting him to sleep.
Okay.
All right, so you go off and do that. I find the king. Yeah?
You find the king.
Well-
Braxis pretty much singles out who he thinks the king is. There's this sort of like a bulge underneath the fabric of his dress.
Last blue
and
M&M.
you make your way over with the glass of wine, and
All right,
what
and
are you
I
trying to
go,
do?
oops, and spill it
All
onto
right,
his
make,
front.
make a bluff check.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna head
Come
to
on,
the
dice,
green
come on, dice,
room
come on,
to
dice,
go
come on,
and
dice, come on,
get
dice.
the brief, like the bag that has
12
the crown
Good
plus
idea.
and
7.
also the mouse in it.
Sweet.
19.
Excellent.
12 on the dice, 7 in added.
It's a stunning performance. You sort of you intentionally trip over your own heels and sort of like clutter forwards, and the glass of wine just flies and splatters the king all down the front, and it shatters on the floor in front of him, and you sort of fall into the king and then look up all sort of like worried.
Oh
like
my
a
gosh, I'm so
startled deer.
sorry. I'm so sorry. Sleight of hand to try and. As I'm like patting
You
him
pat
down.
him down and stuff.
Yeah, he knows
yeah.
I'm
Roll me
doing
a
that.
sleight of hand.
Oh, 19!
Plus 8.
19 plus 8.
The key
Done.
just
Just jumps into
jumps
my
through
hand.
time. Like,
What's that?
For you,
I
the
ate.
Lucy,
Nice.
the chaos king.
You start patting the king
I'm
down.
so
I'm so
sorry.
sorry. You
I'm
sort
so
of
sorry. I'm
take
so
a
sorry.
napkin off of the back of one of the waiters and sort of like start patting. And he sort of grasps you by the shoulders. He's like, no, it's all right. This happens all the time. Please, no, this is my fault. This is my fault.
I'm gonna go and clean
as you're
myself up,
patting
but
him,
I'm so sorry. I'm
the
so
napkin,
sorry. Yeah.
you manage to sort of like get a grasp around the key and give it a quick yank, and
As I'm like-
the chain, which was connected by like a connection piece,
Yeah.
basically just breaks off, and you pull it into the napkin and use the napkin to hide the key.
Yep. Cool.
No, please, it's my fault. I will get myself sorted out. Please enjoy the party. It's totally my fault.
Okay. Sorry.
No,
I-
please.
Walk off.
I signal, but I would imagine you'd be like, I
I'd be
have
like-
the key when you get away.
But that went so much better than I planned.
Walking,
That was great.
pass it to me walking down the corridor in like 2 minutes.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
as I walk this way, we like meet up
Also,
here.
Gary needs to like shove the crown probably in the dumbwaiter. So we're all.
I mean, I could just get into the dumbwaiter.
That's true.
Yeah,
No, we had the crown though.
Yeah, we have the crown.
Oh,
we had
that's right.
everything.
It was a prop.
Yeah.
It was a
Yeah,
prop.
yeah,
They've got it, not you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you can.
I'm just
stay
gonna
out, yeah.
hang out in the kitchen and do nothing.
Oh,
then.
that's if you get the key.
Yeah.
Bring that with the crown while I'm dealing with.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
you've already gone ahead of me,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna wait
All
about
right.
here-ish.
So let's
Yeah.
go back to Reese because Reese was doing
Reese,
this.
you were headed
Alright.
up to Pudge with
Just
the
put
wine.
it here, man.
Yes. Cheers. So yep, I'm going up. I step on the stairs.
Yep.
There's the creek.
Yeah, the
It's
second
the
stair
second
from the top.
Okay. Yep.
So
Step on the-
avoid it.
You step over it.
And you hear Pudge's voice. Who goes there?
Hey Pudge, it's your boy.
Oh, hi. How can I help you? I'm
yeah.
on duty, you see.
Look,
And then I'm just like, oh man, this mask is sweaty. Just take the mask off so he fully knows it's me.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, man, I get you on duty. I just want to apologize once again. I figured we could have some wine.
Well, I do like wine. But don't tell Larry, though. He's
No.
listening.
Of course not. Of course.
Come on, then, boy. Come on.
And I'm like,
gestures for you to go. And basically, there's 2 stools either side of that table in the nook.
Yep.
He sits on one side, you sit on the other. You pour him a glass of wine.
Yep.
I would have been like over here.
I'm starting to get a bit stressed out, but now that I've got some wine, you're a good bloke, Braxis, you know that?
Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Royals, am I right?
I know. They're so full of themselves.
Well, anyway, cheers.
Cheers.
Enjoy the night.
Clink.
Clink.
Oh, this is good stuff. It's not often I get to drink royal wine.
Yeah. You know what? Another glass.
Oh, yes, of course. Definitely.
Right.
All right, round we go.
I half fill mine and fill his to the top.
Yeah, you feel this. And he's like, whoa. So you mentioned you came from the mountains. Tell me about it.
Yes. I was born in the mountains, far, far away. Actually, it was close to a town called Ashmouth. Have you ever heard of? No. Well, it's very good.
Oh, it sounds amazing.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
I think you should. You only had one glass of wine. Do you want another one?
Yeah, I've only had one. I know how to handle my
Yeah,
wine.
no worries.
You're starting to sound like Larry.
Sorry. I'll give you another one. All right. Cheers.
Good stuff.
Yep. And down the hatch.
So, this mountain town.
Man down.
Totally sleeping like a baby.
I'm on my way.
Sick.
And I wander up the stairs. I skip over the creaky one. It just
nice.
Walk down.
No noise is made from that stair.
I got the key straight away in the door.
Yep.
I think you should
Open it
keep
straight
watch.
All right.
I'll keep watch.
So 9:25. Where are we?
I'd imagine.
You two are up at the landing, basically just outside the king's dormitory, with the key and the crown.
Quick request.
Yo.
Could you bring Jimbo downstairs so I can get Larry to fuck off before he comes up? Because they're about to do the swap.
Yep. So before I walk in,
Yep.
I quickly turn and hand you Jimbo.
Yep.
And
then
you
you
can
can,
send it down the dumbwaiter.
I put it in the dumbwaiter. Yeah.
You open up the wooden hatch to the dumbwaiter
Yep.
and you take Jimbo out of your pocket.
Yep.
And the poor thing is so frightened, he doesn't know what's going on. You sort of plop him in there.
See ya, Jimbo.
There's this like creaking noise from the dumbwaiter, and as soon as it hits the bottom, whoever is on the receiving end of
Yep.
Jimbo, you open the hatch and Jimbo just kind of like leaps onto you and catches onto your garments and sort of hides in a small nook of your gimp. You are now in possession of the mouse.
Yep.
So I'm going to go over towards the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
The idea being that I'll be waiting on the stairs for when Larry comes to relieve Pudge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we just scare Larry
I like
away.
how fitting it is that the cat has the mouse.
Exactly.
The cat has the mouse.
Couldn't have
Everybody.
planned that any better, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep, you're at the
I go in.
stairs.
I might just head. Where should I wait for him?
I think literally just wait there.
Penthazar, you put the key into the lock and you take another quick look. Braxis is keeping watch for any other guards that might be rounding the corridor. And as soon as there's a click, you hear a horrible noise from behind the door.
No one mentioned a pet. I've got a pet here.
Good
And
thing we don't have the mouse anymore.
what have I got to deal with this?
Can you put it to sleep?
Yeah.
What's 4
Yeah.
HD of
What do you
creatures
have in
into
handle
magical
animal?
slumber?
Yeah, I can do that.
No, he's got something
I've got
that
something that
can
puts
put
it to sleep.
creatures into a magical slumber.
Yeah, so I can do that.
I'm impressed. I didn't even think of that.
There's a dog. Sleep.
So I kind of like, I guess as soon as I open up the door, so I just decide, well, screw it, we're here. I fling the door open without it sort of slamming. I just open it quickly.
No.
And-
You open the door and it's a dog. It's got 2 heads, and both of those heads start barking at you.
Put it to sleep. Put it to sleep. Put
Yeah,
it to sleep.
and I cast the sleep spell.
Yeah.
So it says put 4 HD of creatures. What is that? What's HD?
So hit dice
Oh,
are like basically
Yeah, yeah.
levels.
Yeah.
Okay.
this dog has 2 hit dice.
Right.
Because it has 2
Two
heads.
heads. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Do I need to roll anything?
So let's see how sleep works. What's it called? Sleep or
It's
sleep?
called
I
sleep.
think it's literally called sleep.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
called sleep.
Yeah. Puts him into a magical slumber.
A sleep spell calls magical slumber to come upon 4 hit dice with the creatures. Creatures with the fewest hit dice are affected first. Among creatures with equal hit dice, those closest to the rah, 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 rah. It will negate, so Doggo gets a will save to try and negate the effect. Furthermore, slapping or wounding a creature wakes them up as normal.
Yep.
Awakening a creature is a standard
Don't touch
action.
the dog after it's asleep. Got it?
Will save. What's this beast's will?
This fucks up now.
Okay, what is your spell DC? And is it an illusion spell?
Well, I don't know, it doesn't say.
No, I'll check.
Yeah. So spell DC is 10 plus my spell level, which is 1, so 11.
Yeah.
Plus my intelligence modifier, which is 3, so 14.
Oh, okay, all right. It rolled a 13.
Oh, so you just
fuck.
It
I was
has
gonna say.
Wait, and is it an illusion?
It's not an illusion.
No.
It's a
Oh, yeah,
charm.
so
it's
charm.
just-
Yeah, cool.
No, no.
Spell. All right. Whew.
That was a fucking close call. Because you know meets it beats it, right? So if it had rolled a 14, it would have beaten.
Yes, yeah. It's on or
Yep.
I shouldn't.
puppy.
I shouldn't say the dice rolls. Should
No,
I? I should just
but-
keep it a secret.
No,
That was
but
close.
it's still good.
Wow.
And this dog, it's got 2 heads, and they're and one of them sort of droops its ears and sort of falls, and the other one's like and tries to wake its friend up, and then eventually it succumbs a little woozy, and it starts stumbling around on its little legs, and eventually, and both of the snoring like happens one at a time. So it's like,
Play a little bit of music, go straight to sleep.
yeah, that's pretty much exactly like in
Harry Potter.
So
cool.
Brutus the dog is asleep. You catch sight of a food bowl in the king's chambers that has the words Brutus and Fido.
Okay.
I had to make that.
2, Brutus.
Originally I was like, it's Brutus, but since it's 2 heads, he probably would have had 2, like a tandem food bowl for it.
Swap the things over. Go,
Yeah.
go, go.
All right, so I just scan the room and see if I can determine where this crown is.
Dart into the room. Braxis, you're keeping everything under control in the corridor. The crown is pretty much sitting right on the dresser near the king's bed. You spy it quickly, run over there, and just
Produce
Indiana
the other
Jones.
one. Swap the
And
holder.
then put the other one like
Yeah.
in a drawer or somewhere. Hide it under the bed.
Just open up like his dresser, and I just open up one of the bottom drawers. I imagine it's filled with clothes. I sort of just pull the clothes out, put his crown in, and chuck the rest of the clothes back in and close it.
Yeah.
That way, it's in a really random spot. No one would ever really look
Yeah.
there.
You leave it in everything how you found it.
Yeah.
You quickly make your way out, budging past Brutus and Fido as you go.
Yep.
And Braxis
then
says,
I'm
come on,
like-
come on, someone's coming. So you quickly shut the door
Lock
behind you,
the
lock the
door.
door.
Give me the key. I'm going to put it in the dumbwaiter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
So gave you the key.
Put the wine and the glasses in there as well. Send
I've
the
got a
dumbwaiter
plan.
down.
Sweet
Yeah.
plan.
Dumbwaiter's coming down. Key is on the dumbwaiter.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna grab the key.
9:30 rolls around.
Yep.
Dumbwaiter winching down. At this point, Larry does sort of like quick smart, get himself up, checks I was going to say his watch, but this is the medieval setting. Checks his sundial. And, like, the lamp he's standing behind casts a shadow on 9:30, and he's like, "Oh, would you look at the time? It's time for me to go wake Pudge up." So he heads out of
He
the
doesn't know
ballroom.
Pudge is aslead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just goes to relieve
Good
Pudge.
point.
Yeah.
It's time for me to relieve Pudge, and that sounded better in my head.
Alright, you're out of there, right?
He heads up.
You've locked it.
Well,
he
I've
heads
locked it.
into
and
the
we're walking
corridor.
out.
The key's in the dumbwaiter.
And
Yeah.
and Larry's at that entrance between the ballroom and the corridor, and
Larry?
he begins to turn right, but then he looks left and sees you guys like waiting at the dumbwaiter.
Oh no!
Nericial, just
no,
Nericial.
I've grabbed the key. It's already come down. I'm leaning against the wall, sort of thing. Like,
What are you doing over there?
just getting some air.
I quickly get Jimbo out and I'm like, go for the mouse hole. And I just put him down on the floor and then I let him go.
You let him go, and Jimbo doesn't know what a mouse hole is or where it is, so he just kind of like hurriedly looks around. He looks back up you, and then just darts for it, and he runs. At first, he runs like toward the corridor where you guys are standing,
Yeah.
but then decides that like The growling that he had heard earlier came from that direction, and dog is bad, so actually it runs back toward you, and then just decides to go down the stairs as fast as Jimbo can.
Down the stairs?
Wait,
Is
because
it already
Jimbo's
down
here.
there?
Yeah.
It's here.
Oh, that's where you stand.
Yeah.
So it'll be starting to come this way, and I'm going to be like, a mouse!
All right, yep. So make me a perform check to go, eek, a mouse, like all overtly.
17.
17 plus 2.
19.
So 19. I'm like, a mouse!
Larry just stops, frozen in time, and he looks down at his feet, and there's Jimbo scurrying past him, basically making a break for the doorway to the ballroom. And he goes, and just starts running that way along the corridor off towards where Reese is sitting.
Right,
Towards the bathroom.
go get the mouse.
Yeah, towards the toilets and the
Alright, and
bathrooms
I'm
and
going to
things.
come over this way.
I'm gonna go collect Jimbo.
We need to get the fuck out of here now.
He's in the ballroom now.
Remind you to skip the second.
Can I see
step.
the king? Is the king back?
The king had been taken off, like, to get everything changed and washed. And if you want to stick around, the king will be headed back from the direction
well, see,
that
the
Larry.
key, I want to be like, oh my god, when
Hang
we
on.
crashed.
Hang on.
Yeah.
No. It's finger food time. So if I go
Okay.
back to the kitchen and collect some finger food, if you give me the key, I could just say I find it on the floor when I get some finger food.
Yeah.
I could just be like, oh, sir, this is on the floor. Let me here.
But how do you know it's his? Why
Because
don't
it's
you
directly at his feet.
Oh, I don't think yes. That was my other plan. Go.
9:35 rolls around. Finger food is served. You can almost hear Chef Ramsworth in the kitchens, basically just like, "Why is so fucking complicated? You get your kind of fuck off." And some of the guests kind of wonder what's going on. And before too long, there's this almighty burst of the wooden saloon doors as like a whole bunch of servants start walking out with plates of food, meats and cheeses, etc., and serving them to all the guests. Gary.
I swing past and quickly collect the key from Maricel, and I make a line for the king.
Mm-hmm.
And I approach and I'm like, some finger food, sir? And then
yes, please.
I kind of like just gently like slide the key down my leg, and just so it like clatters at the floor.
Down in your leg.
Yeah, like if you ever drop something and you stick your leg out to stop it from hitting the floor full volume, kind of like that.
Right.
So it makes hopefully it makes a little tinkle on the floor, and I'm like, oh, sir, did you just drop that?
Sleight of hand? Would that be?
Yeah,
Like, what is that?
Make me both a disguise and a sleight of hand check. One for something else and one for a different thing.
Okay, come on. You got this back. Can you bless yourself?
Bit of luck.
Hors d'oeuvres on face.
Go ahead. Which one is for the bit of luck for?
Doesn't it just say all checks for 1 round?
Oh yeah, all D20 rolls, right?
Yeah.
Oh sweet. Well, give me 2 rolls.
So I'm doing a sleight of hand.
To drop the key, like as though it were an accident.
And then a
disguise check.
A disguise check.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I'll let you know.
17 for the sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Except remember you can roll again. Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's sleight of hand.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh well, I know 17 for one.
Okay. I would take the 4 if I were you.
What?
I know, right? Crazy.
so
1 and a 4.
Yeah, so 17 for the sleight of hand, and then the 4 for the disguise. But I do add 3 to that, so it makes it 7.
Okay. You slide the key down your pantaloons, and they very quickly drop through the loose fitting and out the bottom, knocking your sock as they go, and there's a clatter on the floor. And you say to the king, what do you want to say exactly?
Oh, is that yours down there, sir?
My what? Wait a minute. What's going on here? I had no Khajiits on the guest list.
I was helping Mr. Stressner earlier today. I was helping collect things, so I'm here as a helping hand.
Working.
Very well. I don't have time for this prattle. Please would you retrieve my key?
Oh, of course. And I bend down to pick it up, and
Thank you. Do as you will do.
meow, and I walk away.
So was the disguise to see if he noticed that she was a fucking cat?
Yeah.
I'm just sitting off and I'm like, I am shitting myself.
Yeah.
It's like,
You hear
this is
all
so
of this
much
going
more
on because
stressful
of
than
the
last
Yeah.
time. Yeah, it's like, I'm so much more stressed than last time.
The king
All
is like, I didn't invite any cats into my... It's kind of a
party.
strange
Also,
addition
have
to
you
the
got Jimbo?
masquerade.
Especially
Jimbo
because
back,
I'm a dog person.
I saw an opportunity for us to get out of here.
Yes. While she's doing that, can I have collected Jimbo?
You spend the next 5 minutes looking for Jimbo. Actually, at this point, there is
Dances are
a
happening.
dance begins, the jig. And as that livens up the room, all of the people who were sort of flaunting themselves as these opulent and totally above everyone else nobles, they sort of shed that demeanor for a moment and start getting jiggy. Getting jiggy with it.
Yeah.
Start participating.
Na.
Getting jiggy with it. Na, na, na,
Do I
na,
find
na.
out now?
All of the thundering
Yeah.
footsteps have caused Mousy Poo to just run to the corner of the room over here and just try his best to hide behind one of the columns.
And then I want to sneaky, pick him up.
Yeah,
and shove
you
it back in
pick
my
him up
thing.
and everything.
So, do I have to, without people noticing, basically? I don't want people to be like,
Everyone's
mouse.
jigging.
Cool.
Yeah,
Got a mouse.
you're fine.
I'd write them on your character sheet so we remember Jimbo's character.
There's now that you've
Gia,
encountered
Jimbo.
Malacrook and you know what color of mask he's wearing, what adornments
I'm
he has on
avoiding
his.
him like a plague.
You're avoiding him like the plague. You do spot him. He's totally not joining in on the jig at all. He's basically standing with his arm crossed at the end of the room. And there are a few people
See
that are.
that toxic person? And we're walking the other way.
Yeah, exactly. You're totally not fond of Miles Malacrook. In fact, the sooner he's found to be a fraud, the better, and they can lock him away forever. Anything you guys want to do while the jig is going on?
Help me.
Look, I feel that
Yep,
we
you
have
fucked up.
done everything that we need to do. So there's not really anything else that we would do would probably compromise the mission.
Let's just enjoy
So
the party.
enjoy the party, wait for the thing to happen.
Yep.
Unless anyone...
You have done a really good job of getting that all nutted out.
How
You
did
dealt
that
with the
happen?
dog quite well. I thought that since you didn't pick up
that was all
food
Sean.
earlier
That
on.
was all Sean.
So anyway, you guys make yourselves nonchalantly down to the ballroom and you sort of join in the festivities and make your best to pretend like you're there with a purpose, just at least until the doors open. And sure enough, the jig comes to an end.
The jig is up!
The jig is up. The wine is served again. And eventually the jesters take the floor at 9:50 p.m., followed thereafter by Amy Amazing, whom everyone, including Miles Malacrook, is totally taken away with how amazing Amy is. She takes the floor,
Malacrook was
does her
smitten with,
fire-breathing.
Yeah, but I'm hiding.
Amy.
Yeah.
The moment I heard Amy Amazing, I was like, it's my future wife.
And I know I'm sort of glossing over these bits here, but in all fairness, you have completed the mission.
no
There's
more
not a whole
tasks.
lot else to do.
We partying.
So
It's literally in the interest of time.
It eventually gets to a point where Amy Amazing finishes her performance. There's this illustrious bow, and she makes her way off to the green room once more. And you look over and see Pudge, who has now sort of made his way down the stairs, sort of give a nudge to the page boy. The page boy, oh yeah, of course, makes his way, taking the key of King Panlion up to the dormitory and back again for 10 o'clock, which it is now.
Guys, we did it!
It's game
All right,
time.
let's watch.
Subjects, I should like to reveal myself. And the king takes his mask off and
Oh,
reveals.
glad we got that right.
I'm just like,
And everyone is sort of taken aback by, there's King Panlion in the flesh. I've only sort of talked to him via messages and letters and things.
You spilled wine on that guy.
You did. He's in a
I'm just
totally
like-
different outfit now. Loyal subjects, thank you one and all for attending Grandinorian Masquerade Ball. And it's just then that the page boy sort of comes over and presents on a nice red cushion with golden
It's our
tussles.
crown.
It's the crown.
I hope so.
It looks exactly like the king's crown.
I know, so I'm like, oh, that's
And the king, he says thank you to the page boy, and he puts his crown on his head, and everything is all
would be
beautiful.
like, it was stuffed in the bottom drawer.
As you know, our kingdom is one of prosperity and of trade and commerce, and things have been going so exceptionally, I thought it best to throw this masquerade to revel with our close friends from all across different kingdoms and celebrate our prosperity and our allegiances. And everyone sort of claps and la-di-da-da-da. Well, I hope you are all enjoying yourselves. And at this point, Miles Malacrook stands forward from the crowd. My liege, and he gives this like really deep and bow.
Cringy bow.
Yeah. Why?
Courage!
I have been a part of the Grandinorian success for years. As you know, I have been making my way up the chain of command in the marketplace and contributing to the grand prosperity of the kingdom. I think it's about time that we made some changes around here. And King Panlion says, "Oh, what are you talking about, Malacrook? I know I've known you for a long time. I've never heard anything about this before. What do you have to say?" Well, King Panlion, after all, you did mention you were going to appoint me as Master of Trade this evening. And actually, he, at this point, pulls his amulet out of from behind his cloth. And King Panlion looks at him, sort of puzzled for a moment. No, I don't remember saying that at all. And Panlion, Malacrook's face goes white, and he says, No, my liege, I do remember you insisting that you would.
Can I be like, that was the necklace that made me feel funny before?
What?
Do you want to blow this?
Probably not.
Who are you? And why are you a cat?
I don't know any cats.
And King Panlion says, Malacrook, I fear there must have been a mistake. That is not the reason I threw the ball. It wasn't entirely for you. And Malacrook sort of looks a little dejected and sort of strops a bit. And he says, No, I definitely think, King Panlion, that this evening was about me and my my rise to power, Master of Trade, that sort of thing. Come on. And at this point, King Panlion is not impressed at all.
Starting to put the pieces together.
Look, Malacrook, I think it's about time that you stepped back. I said nothing of the sort. Master of Trade is not a position I would ever give to someone like you, because you already own property in the market, and I wouldn't entrust a title so high in power with someone who has a vested interest. And Malacrook gets really upset. Fine. This whole masquerade is a sham anyway.
I mean, it is a masquerade. I don't know what he wants.
Yeah.
I've had it with you nobles. You all think you're above me, but really it's me. It's my power. Everything was going right until this blasted artifact. And he rips off his own artifact and slams it onto the floor and sort of steps on it with his boot. My plan was going perfectly. How could it have failed? And at this point, Pudge and Larry sort of like get the idea, and they head over and sort of clasp him around.
You've had too much wine, mate.
Yo, lads, you gotta sort this guy out.
There will be an investigation into these matters, Malacrook. I expected a little better of you, to be honest. Anyway, the rest of you are free to enjoy your evening. I would just like to say once more, thank you all for your attendance, and cheers to the prosperity of Grandinor. And everyone sort of cheers. Malacrook's getting dragged away, and he's like, No, this was my chance. I'm the Master of Trade. Me!
I wouldn't have gotten away with it too.
It would be you meddling kids.
And their granddad.
Yeah. and their granddad. And all of you now enjoy the rest of the festivities. 10 o'clock, some of the guests, the early sleepers tend to sort of request to leave a little early, and the doors are opened. And those of you who wish to stay and enjoy the ball can do so. Otherwise, you're free to head back to the hideout.
Talk to one Amy Amazing.
Just
to be friends. Just.
Hi, how's it going? I loved your performance at 9:05. Excellent stuff. Really, you are talented.
Oh, dude, Amy, thank you so much. So are you. I really loved the fire breathing thing.
Thank you.
That must have taken some time.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Payment? Can you do it?
Not now. Later. Shut up. I will pay you. Leave me alone.
I will pay you to not talk to me.
Is there anything I can do for you?
What's going on?
Well, the circus troupe and I are headed to the tavern after everything's died down. Perhaps you'd like to join.
The tavern, you say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wins 3 sheets.
I'm in.
Oh, we are familiar with the wins 3 sheets.
We are very familiar. You mean the two milk glasses?
That's exactly what I was going to get. You're a milk drinker.
Oh my goodness.
Milk's not good for your throat.
You're now regretting your decision. You're like, she's a milk drinker.
It's all right.
To the tavern!
Salvaged. You make your way to the tavern with Amy Amazing and the rest of the circus troupe. Some of the servants, Mr. Stressner, the chef, I forget her name, definitely not Gordon Ramsay, and all of the officials. Eventually, the night peters out. Everyone has a good time at the masquerade. Masks come off. And the revelry continues into the night after all the events are folded up and done.
Yay!
Awesome.
We did it! We did it!
Well done. That went off without a hitch.
I know, right? I was prepared for something because something always goes wrong.
Yeah.
You got it enchanted.
You got it.
Yeah.
That dog scared the
Yeah,
absolute
quick
bejesus
thinking
out of me.
Pentazar.
Well, I was just like, oh, yep, it's there. Sleep,
Yeah, I was
I'll
like,
do it.
sleep, do it.
What I had thought that you might do was like go to the kitchens and fetch some like meat from the finger food, bribe the dog.
Oh, yeah.
Or there were like so many things you could have done
Yeah.
instead.
But no.
It
At
would have
least we
like
didn't
chased
kill
the
the dog.
mouse or something.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been less than
But that was
ideal.
very quick
we got a
thinking,
mouse
clever.
back.
Jimbo's now a permanent part of the crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done.
Well done,
Guys,
everyone.
well done.
And that was the show.
The nerds of the
Nerds of the Qwest.
We would normally have a lot more chatting towards the end, but we do actually need to go.
Yep, we're
so we'll
10 minutes over time.
Yeah.
Tom.
Yeah, dreadfully sorry about that.
That's all right. That's all right.
Hey,
this
the plan
takes
went
time.
off. Like the plan happened.
It
and
did.
just for the
Y'all
question,
did a
it's
very
just
good
a
job.
fidget toy. It's designed to be a swishy.
Swishy, nice.
You tie things with it and wrap it around and do stuff so that Brianna doesn't start sticking dice to her head.
So
Which
I hope
happened
you
anyway.
all enjoyed this adventure we went on. I must apologise. I'm sorry that you didn't get to kill anything or use your...
I love this.
Yeah.
This was
so much fun.
this was so good.
I'm glad you enjoyed
I
it.
really like the clock. Like,
Yeah.
I actually generally felt like, oh my god, we need to get things done on time.
I think
time.
yeah, I think the setup and then
This is the original size.
Mr.
Of it.
Stretcher.
the setup, the clock, like all of that went really well, and I
Yeah.
loved the clues sheet.
Yeah.
That was so good.
This
Yeah.
is for moron. He asked if me sticking dice to my head was a real risk.
Nah, not at all.
Definitely.
I've never done this before in my life.
But yeah, no, this was awesome. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Excellent
Right.
work, Chris.
Yes.
It was fantastic.
Thank
The
you.
stress
Round of
was
applause for
great.
Chris.
Everything got done. Fun.
To the DM.
Fun.
Thank you. And a round of applause for you players as well. You did a very good job. And last but not least, a round of applause for Tom. Who
Was here.
so grateful for because Tom spent the better part of 4 hours sitting and making sure tech was all good and that I could just focus on what I was doing. So thank you, Tom, so much for getting all that set up. And thank you, chat, for sticking around and coming with us on this journey to Grandinor, the Masquerade Heist. And I hope you enjoyed yourselves and I hope you enjoyed this kind of content, the tabletop role-playing game content.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at doing a little bit more, so stick around.